Hello, hello, hello. Welcome. Welcome to day 2 of our June Conscious Business Showcase. And we are really excited to have you with us today. My name is Christine Cardoza. I am one of the founders of the Healing Soul School. And I absolutely want to help and love helping people to end their emotional suffering, something that has been in my experience. And I have, a huge business background, but I felt like there was always something missing. There was always something where I just felt like, oh, if I could just get that. And so I've really done a deep dive the last 3 years, especially from some depression, and really learned some incredible things about the brain. And I know that, definitely between Virginia and I and some other beautiful teachers we have working with us, that we can help fast track people, that it doesn't have to take a long time, that you are your own best healer and you can heal yourself. So I am going to let Virginia introduce herself as well, and then we will get started for today. Are you there? We have had internet and tech issues the last 2 days, so bear with us. Yes, her internet again. I'll introduce her. So she is the other founder of the Healing Soul School, and she's our meditation expert and mindset coach. She is our logistics. She's the one who keeps me organized, and I'm super grateful for her. She has a lot of business experience as well. Both of us are helping with our family, raising little ones. And we both lived in Central America. She lived in Panama, went there to heal herself. She knew she had to step away from some things that were going on. And we met last year, and it was so beautiful. We knew that there was a connection, and we didn't know what it was or for, but we just kind of listened. And in the late fall, we opened the Healing Soul School. And again, it's really just to help people to go within, teach them how to go within. We very much are the how-to people, how to do things, how to live consciously. And it wasn't until probably about 4 or 5 months, I'd say 5 or 6 months after Virginia taught me how to meditate properly, where it wasn't so scary. I'd never learned how. That I started to notice things in my body. I started to notice I didn't feel safe. I started to notice that I was holding my breath, and that's anxiety breath. I hit another depression in January when we were up leveling, and it was all about the core belief. So again, I understand mindset. I teach it. So why am I struggling, right? And I looked at that 0 to 7 year programming. And we're going to talk about that today. Because if you are struggling in any way, you're frustrated, you've read all the books, you've done all the things, but you're still feeling that you're stuck, or that there's just that's something, you just can't name it, or you're not sure, then definitely that's something that we want to be able to, let's have a conversation. Let's see if we can unpack it for you and move you in that direction. Hi again.
Hi. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, yes. Good.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Apologies. I don't know what's going on. Wonky internet.
Yep. All right. I'm just going to get started with, do you want to introduce yourself? I gave a little bit of a tip on what you do, but if you want to share, please go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Bear with me. I've got a wonky internet signal today. So, just holding space that everything is going to be perfect. My name is Virginia Maskell Fantasia. I know, right? My name is Virginia Maskell Fantasia, and I am a meditation and mindset coach, energy healer, and spiritual mentor. And of course, the other founder of the school with Christine, the Healing Soul School. And I caught a little bit as I was arguing with my phone to get it to cooperate, that Christine was talking about how we came together and that we didn't really know what that was going to look like. And it has been such a beautiful journey. Although at the beginning, I think both of us were like, what? Like we had no idea. We just kept taking another step. Let's try this. Let's try that. And, I think it's important to say that we didn't succeed at everything. We took steps because it felt right. And it's not that they were wrong steps. They were just a step. But I can guarantee you that there was something learned from that step. So just a reminder to all of you, as you're entrepreneurs and you're stepping into maybe something new or a different avenue in your business or whatever that is in your life, your personal life, your healing journey, just know, take the step. As scary as it might be, take the step, because it's never wrong. It's sometimes right, but you can't look at it as a right or wrong. It's just a step. So yeah, so that's how we got to where we are and who we are here today. And really, like Christine said, it's all about us having traveled our own healing journey and now bringing this together and bringing a beautiful and wonderful healing soul school container together to have all of you.
Yes, to have all of you with us. I'll finish her sentence. I'm starting to get a note to know. Oh, there you are.
Yes, thank you.
I was just going to finish your sentence.
Thanks. Yeah,
Yep.
I know. Thanks. I got that. Thank you. Oh, that's so funny.
All right, let's get started.
So that's who
let's
we
share.
and
Sorry.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
All right, cool. I'm just gonna share the screen here. So today, just quickly, we introduced them yesterday, so I'll just share here for today. We are going to talk about the Healing Soul School. We have been busy behind the scenes putting something together based on what we have discovered from clients and that we've been working with, and really just a space where, you know, Virginia was just talking about a community of support. We both have, you know, some trauma and abuse in our background, Virginia and I, and we really have been looking at that and also looking at what does the collective need? Where are people at right now? And we just kept getting the message, healing. They are looking for healing, or people are needing, you know, to understand why they're in their struggle, but then also how to get out of that. And so we're going to really talk about our conscious living village that we've created, and we've brought together some other coaches that are phenomenal in what they do. And so we'll share with you what is happening in our area or in our community. At 10:30, Deborah OShea is going to come, and she's talking about awaken the senses and deepen the soul. So it's going to be a good deep conversation. At 11 a.m., I'm going to interview Andrea Reade, and she's talking about empowering spiritually healing art. She's an artist that I found on Instagram, and her art just speaks. It is so beautiful and such an incredible message. She's a healer as well, and she's just taking it to her art, and it's really, really impactful. So she's coming up. Michelle Warnica, she's going to come and talking about trusting your inner guidance. And when she was asking about our community, you know, we're spiritual, right? Most people in here, a lot are healers, mediums, psychics, coaches, people who are helping other people. And she said, you know, one of the biggest stumbling blocks is that people don't trust themselves. They don't trust their inner guidance. And I say, absolutely. I was super excited. I'm like, that's the topic. 12:30, Dr. Joyce Martella, she's coming. I met her on, I think, Clubhouse, actually. It's either Clubhouse or Instagram is usually where I'm finding these incredible speakers. And she's talking about transforming trauma into strength. And it's so perfect. So I'm going to actually talk to you this morning about our childhood and trauma, and then what we're left with, the symptoms of today, and kind of correlate all of that. So I love that she's talking about that today. Then for our Ask a Healer session, which if you're new to us, that's really 2 hours of energy healers that are coming on. They're sharing their, you know, their gifts. And I wanted that space really so that people could see what energy healing is. Something that maybe not a lot of people are used to or know what it is. I was raised that anything to do with energy was evil, or don't look at it, or, you know, it's taboo. And I want to blow that myth, because it is absolutely beautiful, and people can really heal themselves through it. We can heal ourselves, right? And not be dependent on someone else. So Karla is going to come up. She's one of our teachers in our school, and what an incredible healer she is. She's an Ayurvedic practitioner, lots of knowledge, really about, you know, balance, the feminine, the masculine, healing our masculine wounds for a lot of us to raise the feminine. And we're all about, you know, just having that play and structure, or structure and nurture, right? Having that balance. And she is just amazing. She's going to talk to us about our quantum flow. And then Effie's going to come on. She's in a spiritual mastermind that Virginia and I are a part of. And she's going to talk about soul body healing. And I'll wait for her story, but just a wealth of knowledge. She's been coaching for a really long time. And, she's just able to combine the counseling or the therapy portion with the spiritual and merging that together. So really excited to have her on today. I think that I missed a person, actually. So as I'm looking at the schedule, we have a musician coming on today, and I will let you know what time that is. I have to get back to you. We had so many changes this week. We had a couple of speakers who were out with their back. So if you are watching and you're one of our speakers who were meant to be here, sending you lots of love. It was just one of those weeks, full moon, I don't know. So we had some last minute changes, and I guess I didn't put her in. So I will fix that for later. So that's our schedule for today. And we have some of our teachers are available this morning, and I'm going to introduce all of them though through my presentation and just share. Do you have any thing you want to add, Virginia, before I get started?
No, sorry. I'm still having words with my internet connection. So okay. Bear with me. You go ahead, and I'll pipe up when I, feel the need.
Okay, sounds good. I'm going to start with talking about give me a second here, so I'm making sure that our speakers are okay. All right. I'm going to really talk about mindset. I'm a mindset person. When I had my depression 3 years ago, that was one thing I looked at. I'm like, how am I here? And I want to share, we have two decisions. We can be in a suffering state, and that's where we're in fight or flight, stress, anxiety, overwhelm, depression, despair, all of those things. And I want to ask you, just think about your own life. How many hours do you spend in this state? It could be an hour a day, lucky. It could be 3 hours, 5 hours, all day. It might be when you wake up. It might be you can't sleep at night and you're waking up in the middle of the night. 2 to 4, you're probably processing some anger. So just some different things to look at is how often are you in that state? And the second state, we're in one or the other. This is faith or fear. The other is a beautiful state, and that's when we're feeling resourceful, abundant, hopeful. There's joy, love, gratitude, contentment. It's this I can attitude versus feeling like you're under a bus or you have cement shoes on, right? I've been there. You're feeling that peace, that calm. You're feeling courageous. There's celebration in your life. You wake up feeling happy versus shit, what's coming today. And I want to say, like, how many hours are you in a beautiful state, and just think of it as that. And that is your full mind, body, and soul. It's something that we look at. We look at the whole person, because I feel like a lot of programs or, even just different masterminds I've been a part of this year, really beautiful, especially in the business realm as a newer entrepreneur. And it was like, great, thank you for teaching me all the great marketing and how to get out there and put together this and that. But if I have this fear and I can't get out there, then it doesn't matter if I have a website or not. If I can't open my mouth and actually share my passion and what I want to share with the world, then it doesn't really matter. And I really started to look at that and the fear that I was having. Okay, so I am going to share my screen. I see we have a couple teachers backstage, which is awesome. I'm going to just run through my presentation first before I call them up. And let me start with the first slide. So our beliefs, I read a book a few years ago for the first slide I'm going to show you here, all about, where is it? Sorry. Figuring out good old StreamYard. Okay. I read a book that, talked about beliefs. Our beliefs lead to our thoughts, lead to our feelings, lead to our actions, and then lead to our results. So I really like that. I was like, oh, that makes so much sense. So all I need to do is change my beliefs and my thoughts. I was like, okay, so I've been working on that, and that made sense, because I'm just going to read what's here on the screen. What we believe influences what we think. Okay, what we think influences how we feel, and what we feel influences what we do, and what we do influences our results. Okay, so, and then our results also influence our belief. It continues to go around. So if you don't have the results you want, or you're not in the home you want, or your income or your bank account is not the result you want, then this is really important today. And it's just asking why. Why don't I have those results? Okay, because from those beliefs, where did they start? They started 0 to 7 years. It could even be generational. It could be past life. So you have to look at, what are my beliefs and where did they come from? So your beliefs around money, from your childhood, and probably before you even knew how to talk, right? We were speaking about that yesterday. We as children from 0 to 7 years, we are in theta state. Our brain is in theta, meaning we don't have a bodyguard on our brain. Everything we feel and we take in, we're taking as truth about the world. And that's how we view the world as an adult, with that lens. Okay, so if you're in a home and there's scarcity, and maybe your parents aren't talking about money, but you feel like there's struggle, or there's not enough to go around, or there isn't enough for seconds, or kids pick up on that. They just know, right? So if there's any
and I think, and Christine, if I can just jump in for a second, because I think that a lot of us don't understand where a belief comes from. Because when you're in that 0 to 7 age, and you're only getting one helping, but you want more, you only know what you know.
Yeah.
And when you're in that moment, it is what it is. It's your life. It's your, and you create a belief around that without even really consciously understanding that you're creating that belief. So although, yes, everything kind of stems from that belief and the thoughts, and that, it goes around and around, it can be a bit of a challenge sometimes to understand what is the core belief that is keeping me in this loop, and that can be a challenge too, is trying to be aware, to find that awareness. What is it? What is this belief all about? And then where did it come from? Right.
And the neat thing is, like, you can release your parents, you can release your upbringing from, where you are today, because you didn't know. You are doing the best you can with the information that you were given. And so were our parents, right? It's been this cycle. We are cycle breakers. And so really comes, where did that belief come from? It came from a thought or an idea that someone else told you as a child, or you took in, and you just repeated it over and over. So in the scarcity minds, or like the scarcity example, money is hard to make, money is not around, whatever your belief is around money. It also comes to worth, of I'm not worthy. Or maybe you came really excited to your mom, or as a baby, and she wasn't available. She was making dinner or doing helping one of the other kids, whatever. But you took on that you weren't worthy in that moment, and you just lived that cycle. I don't know my dad. I don't know my real dad. And so I lived my whole life with this fear of rejection and fear of abandonment. And that affected my business. It affected my marriage, why that fell apart. And it has affected dating, like all of those things. And so it's simply just saying, okay, just get curious and really just learn about what it is, where those beliefs came from. Okay.
Right.
So
without passing judgment, I think too, right?
Totally. No judgment, lots of love. It's just simply like step back, take an observation. If you feel like your brain or your thoughts are in a cell block and you need to be put into a jacket, that's just for a joke, okay? Then really, we're going to look at what is the unresolved trauma most likely from yourself. Like, I was raised in a very strict religion. I was raised with a single mom who was shamed for having a child out of wedlock, so there was just like so much of this stuff, and shame and judgment and all of that wasn't either of ours to take on, but we did just because of what was going on in our environment. So we have this cycle of unresolved trauma. So if you're feeling stuck and you don't really understand why, I really encourage you, look at your 0 to 7 years. What was happening? How are things in the womb? Like, were your parents in fear? Was mom like scared to death to tell parents that she was pregnant? Or was it, even if it was a loving family, or like, we all have loving families to what they were able to do. But I'm saying, like, just look at the circumstances and what was happening. Because in this daily cycle of unresolved trauma, and you guys know, if you know me, I love the holistic psychologist. She has taught me so much about the brain and why we struggle. And a lot of it comes from what happened to us as children. Okay, so if you have this unresolved trauma, or you were in a cult, or you were in a really strict religion, or you had a controlling parent, or a parent who was just emotionally unavailable, or they worked because they had to put food on the table and they weren't available when you had the big feelings and you were left to process them on their own. We all have something. That's just part of the human existence, right? We have something hard that happens and we're here to, evolve and to learn from it. So I'm just saying that, with this trauma, is really just looking at if you're waking up in a lower state. And this has been my whole life, right? And just really understanding the cycle of we're in. Like, I wake up and I'm like, hey, I got to fix this. We're not broken. We don't have to fix things, right? We just have to be and meditate and calm our nervous systems and allow this, the universe to speak to us. So what happens is when you're in this kind of a cycle, though, I think it's really important to learn what it is, shine the light on it, and then learn how to heal it, right? So that it's gone. Again, this is just, I have some things.
Can I add something there too?
Sure.
I was just going to add that, although those beliefs and those things that we create from the traumas, or from those things that we feel are traumas from that 0 to 7 age, that's where they start. But as you're growing older, you get confirmations from because that's what you believe. So just as your beliefs and your thoughts and everything's going around in that circle, you'll continue to get confirmations as you get older that belief is correct, even when it's not, because that you've created that. So you're also creating those circumstances that are affirming that belief is right or correct. So then when those traumas happen again throughout your lifetime, you just have to realize that sometimes when you're seeing that trauma, although it originated from 0 to 7, it may take you a while to get back to that original state. Sometimes you have to look at what happened last week first and heal that and be okay with that. And then look at what happened 10 years ago or 20 years ago, and then start working your way back. Like we've talked about, peeling back the onion, peeling back those little circumstances, those traumas, those little things that have given us that affirmation that belief is correct, and just healing it and slowly working your way back to the original point.
It's actually just about your patterns. So even if you're struggling with something today, like, let's say you're married and your husband's not paying attention to you, whatever, like is ignoring you for something, or that's just like cold shoulder kind of thing. It's like, okay, it's actually not about your husband and not even about the situation. It's your pattern. It's that electromagnetic signature that you're giving out of I'm not worthy. So you're going to attract situations where that comes in. Okay, so I'm going back to the root, because I agree. We look at what's happening now. We just look at the past and what happened, and then you're going to heal it and you're moving on. We're not staying there, right? We survived it, but we're not survivors, right? When you're a survivor, you're still in that loop. I'm saying, let's just look at it and see what happened. And then now you're here. How do we look at all of the things and the patterns you have going on today? And we look at it, by healing it and then moving forward, right? So our parents, they definitely, they did the best that they could with what they had. But I just want to point out, like, and I'm speaking to myself, right? Like this, or for myself, we're in survival mode. When you're in constant fight or flight, or freeze, or the fawning, that is something. And just another part of it is just, it's all based on your childhood and the coping methods that you created. So it's just how to get out of that. And the two main things that I've noticed from coaching clients this year is that lack of trust in self and lack of trust in a higher power. I was raised in very strict religions. I left Jehovah's Witness and went into a Baptist family. If you don't do this, you're going to die. Okay, those are very extreme things, especially for a child mind to kind of, understand. And so as I'm looking to my caretakers, and now I don't feel like they're able to look after my needs because they're not available for whatever reason, now I don't trust myself. Okay, it's this cycle. And so it's just a rebuilding of the trust. It's reprogramming ourselves. The lower things that happen, like you might think, well, I have a fear of success if you're not doing well in business. It's actually deeper than that. It could be a fear of being seen, even deeper, fear of criticism, fear of judgment. There's some shame that's maybe hanging out there. Your teacher told you that you weren't a great artist when you were, a kid in school, and you just took on this shame, and now it affects your business or relationship, whatever the scenario was, it could be anything. So it's just all about this protection mode that we go into. And if, this is for someone who's struggling, this is for the person who's like, I've tried all the things and I still can't figure some of this stuff out. If you're a person who's like, well, I'm great, like I have, I wake up in the morning, I feel happy, then awesome, keep going. And you've done something, or you've been able to learn things. But I'm just saying that there's a lot of people, myself included, that just don't have that when we're still in that struggle mode. We're still in that fight or flight. How do I fix this today? Right? And trauma in the body, really, our body is our biggest, it's our medicine. It's telling us where energy is stuck, what is happening in there, what part has to be looked at, healed, and released. Yesterday, we had Rachel talking about the healing feeling shit show. It's being able to see it, heal it, and just get rid of it. And then now you can move on as this emotionally resilient adult. Okay. So what happens with looking at Maslow's hierarchy of needs is you might be there, you're trying to figure out, why am I struggling? Why are these things still not working out? Is probably you're in a boat that has holes in it. And this is from that early childhood. So what we're doing is we're showing you where the holes are. Okay. So this is the version of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. It's not a pyramid. I found a psychologist who said it was never a pyramid. That was just someone put a pyramid in it, and that's just how textbooks kind of took it on. So he created it as a boat. And he's saying that, those first three needs of safety, connection, self-esteem are very important to a child. But if you're in a home and you didn't feel safe, there was some kind of something going on where your power was being taken away, or for myself, where our identity was given to us in such a strict religion, then it didn't feel safe. Connection. Did you have connection? And you might have. You might be, doing great in one of these areas, but are you in all three? Okay, is there some holes there? Because if there's holes there, then it's going to keep you down before you can pop up and actually stand in your power and feel that, you can move forward. Sure, we're all going to have fear. That's just part of anything, right? The fear of moving forward. But if you are like immobilized, or you feel like you have cement shoes on in an area of your life, then these are some of the ways that you can look at on like how to move forward. Then there's exploration, love, and purpose. And he separated them on purpose because he said those first initial things, if you're having trouble in any of those areas, now you're a healer and you're having a hard time charging, or you're creating a program and you're afraid for some reason, or you have a beautiful website that's just been created, but you're afraid to show it to people. Those are all the signs that there's a hole in your boat. And it's just finding, what is the hole? Let's fix it. Let's go in. Let's, take off the inner masks. Let's go in and find out what's hiding. What are you hiding? Is there any fear or shame that's sitting in that lower part of the boat that's got that water that's coming in? Let's heal that, so that you are actually able to stand in your power. And then in your power, you can go and help more people. You can heal more people if that's what you're called to, okay? Whatever happened to us, it was a lesson. It was there for our learn. It's not something to feel so weighed down as a victim. And there's some bigger things that have happened to people. I understand that. So with all sensitivity, I am saying this, but also, what is the strength that you were able to take out from whatever it is that you went through? A smooth sea never made a skilled sailor. So whatever your experiences were, the mindset, attitude, grit, passion, they're all for you for today. If you're watching this, is what are the things that in the past that you're able to do today? I'll give my example. So being, Jehovah's Witness, going door to door, there's so many jokes I could say right now, but for time I won't. It's that fear of being seen. We're weird. We have to stand in the hall for O Canada and for the prayer. We can't go to birthdays, all this stuff, which I could look at like, oh, poor me, I didn't have that. But you know what? I can flip it. I can say, what are the gifts? I can talk to anyone. I can be weird. I can be someone to help look after the underdog. That's how we felt growing up. I can use my voice to stick up for someone else, or I can share a passion that's mine, even if it's different from everyone else in the room. I don't follow trends. That's just not something I really just look at it, take a step back. Is this for me? All of those kinds of things are gifts. Those are things that I have in my life that can help me move forward. That's all I'll say there. So I like this quote, from age 0 to 18, our success depends on us learning what to do, or to do what we're supposed to. From age 18 onwards, our success depends on us unlearning what we're supposed to do. Obedience, conformity, and risk avoidance are useful for playground survival, but dangerous for adult life. So it's just really having a look at, where are you stuck? What's holding you back? This is really cute too. What I learned in school was how to write in cursive and chemistry, and what I wish I knew. And this is self-care, embodiment, financial wellness, relationships, meditation, breath work, manifestation, integration, boundaries, all of those things that can help us now in our life, right? Just to give us a more well-rounded life, more balance. This was a website that I found for tennis players. It's for elite tennis players, and it's the same kind of thing with the mindset. So they work on mindset first, then character development. And I really think that comes to understanding your emotions. Can you feel them in your body? Having that emotional resiliency, being able to tap into your intuition so that you can hear the next messages for your life. Do I date that person? Do I run this course? Do I hire, that VA? Do I open up my schedule for more clients? Like all of those things, you start to form what then ends up being your plan, and the plan to move forward, and then your outcome. If your outcome or your results have not been good, then it's just going to compound the belief of I'm not worthy, or this doesn't work, or success is for everybody else and not for myself. Okay, so it's this circle, and we really start at the mindset and what are your beliefs. This is the conscious living village. So I took a step back and I was like, okay, I have no problem in business. I could sell. I've been, successful in other businesses. I've, been teaching and coaching a really long time, just didn't know I could get paid for it. And when I took that step back, I knew that I could sell someone else's product. And I think this is, for a lot of empaths, you can promote other people, or you can help clients to fix their life, but you cannot fix your own. And so when it comes time to helping ourselves, or it comes time to selling ourselves, which is really important if you're a coach, especially, our community in the spiritual realm, most likely, is that, it's scary, right? I have this fear of being seen, which is really fear of criticism and fear of judgment. So overcoming that, I said, you know what, I'm going to bring some other leaders that are really powerful as well. And together we're going to unite, and we're going to help heal the whole person, right? The emotional part and the spiritual. So it's mind, body, soul, business is how I set this up. So Monday, Thursday. Yep.
Sorry. And you know what? I just wanted to expand on that because we understand what our strengths are as individuals and what we come to the table with. But from our own healing journey, we didn't just get there with just one person, right? It was often many people that contributed to our healing and to our teachings and to our knowings and our learnings, and helping us to, create and maintain that connection, trust that intuition. And it's all part of the process. So I just love, and this was the whole point of us creating a school that brought together all of the people that can help with those different segments of healing, so that on a whole, the whole person is getting treated. And it's not even getting treated. It's getting educated to know how to heal themselves, right? So sorry, I just had to throw that in there.
No, it's great. Definitely. When Virginia and I were in our planning stages, I said, let's have a one-stop shop, because that was my experience. I joined a beautiful business mastermind. I like buying the Ferrari, but I didn't have arms. I didn't know how to get in and drive the thing. And I was like, and I just felt so overwhelmed. And I was listening to other coaches in the program, and I was like, oh my goodness, I should have started with her. Oh, I needed that first, And so I was just like, Virginia, we need a one-stop shop. I feel like it's like the car wash. We bring you in, we wash off the old programming, any of those old beliefs, and we see you. We see the magic in you. We believe in you before maybe you believe in yourself, right? As we are building that trust. So we teach you how to wash off the old programming. And then for those who want to learn how to heal themselves, we have Just Healing. If that's all you're looking for, that's Mondays. Mondays with Karla, and I'm going to introduce her in a couple minutes here, is all about how to go within, how to heal yourself. And then Wednesday, Virginia is going to help you how to meditate and some mindset stuff, so that you are getting help on just how to heal yourself. Okay, if that's all you're looking for. For those who want more of a deeper dive, we have an intimacy coach, and all about addictions and emotions with Aileen. And I'll explain the teachers in just a second, but I'm just saying I curated and brought in coaches that could help us in all of the different areas, So it's mind, body, soul, business is what we're looking at as far as Monday to Thursday. When we have been in any kind of a situation growing up where we maybe didn't have our needs met, or we just felt that we weren't worthy, what happens is you start to not trust yourself, you start to go within, you start to numb. You have dissociation where you know you're supposed to be doing this, but you're like, oh, I'll just go do that. Oh, I probably should do that. But you're not actually doing the real thing that's either going to bring clients in or bring you money, or you're healing, whatever that is. So there's some accountability booked into this as well with office hours. And that's what those coaches are going to do. You're going to have coach available from 10 to 12 from Monday to Thursday. So come, maybe you have a question, something you've been dealing with. If not, work on your business or work on your healing journey, you know, wherever you are, depending on how you're coming in. And we have some other special questions as well. So this is kind of like, you know, overall, we're looking at the whole person, and really, you know, it's the balance. How do you have balance with the feminine and the masculine energies within you? How do you have structure in your life, but you also have nurture? We are reparenting ourselves, basically, right? Society is. And so it's just learning to have that balance and where it is, and we have this for you.
And I just want to mention too, that, you know, we talk about the healing and we talk about the journey and we talk about providing all of these beautiful humans that are coming together to create this safe and fantastic container to help you grow, to help you heal, to help support you along that journey. But make no mistake, you are the one who has to do the work.
Yeah.
So you have to be ready to make that commitment to you to do the work. We can show you everything in the world, but until you're ready to apply it to your own life, it isn't going to do you a bit of good. So you need to really make that decision that I am ready to up-level my life. I am ready to heal my soul. I am ready to reconnect with who I am and who I want to be. And I want to learn to live my very best life. And when you're at that place, we got you, man. We got you.
That's right. And healing those feminine wounds or those masculine wounds. And it's just simply right brain, left brain, father, mother, you know, those wounds there. But it's really, you know, starting with trusting yourself and building healthy habits. And that's what the next slide is. You know, here's an example of actually building your calendar. This is one thing that's really important, of knowing what to do. Maybe, you know, if you're meditating, where you need to drink your smoothie, as Tamisha puts in her calendar, or when to get the client, so that you're not dissociating, you're actually doing what you need to do. And when you've been in some kind of, for me, I'm just, you know, I'll speak for myself, when I've been in that, you know, dissociation or trying to heal those wounds from the past that I didn't know how to heal, it's having that set schedule where I know what's happening every day. Then when I wake up, there's no thinking, I'm not trying to fix anything. I'm like, okay, I got this at that time, this at that time. It's just an easier way to trust yourself, but you're also moving forward for results. We are very much results driven. We want you to come in, we want you to heal yourself, but we also want you to create some kind of results, whatever it is that you're looking for. As an entrepreneur, it means getting the clients, having an income that's consistent, where we're not in the feast or famine or the up and down as an entrepreneur, and just having that. So it's really breaking any of the chains that you have from your past and how to step into the strengths that those gave you. Okay. My computer. Hold on. Sorry, guys. Okay, let me introduce who we have with us. So I'm just going to go with the calendar. Can you see? Perfect. Okay, good. So she's backstage. She is honestly one of the people that's helped me so much just with the breath work and dropping my anxiety breath and not feeling safe in my body. And it's helping so much. I'm so grateful. This is Karla Lunaveda. Lunaveda is her name on stage or on social media, but she is actually teaching us how to heal from within. She has such a wealth of knowledge. We have her on this morning, so I'm going to give her her own time to explain what it is that she does, but she has years and years of practice. She understands healing the masculine to raise the feminine. That was actually the first talk we had with her on our Conscious Business Case.
That's right.
Yeah.
And her real name, and I have to say it because every time I have to say it. And Christine and I giggle about this, but it's like, it's the Spanish and it's coming out, you know, and it's like, Karla Gomez de la Peña. And it's like, I feel like I need to present her every single time, you know? It's just, I love that name. I just love it. So she's a beautiful soul.
She's our Latina.
She's also having wonky internet issues at her end of the world as well. So
right. We have some Latina fire with us, which they're just so exciting and interesting. So that's Karla, and then also another Latina is Aileen, and we had her on yesterday. Her and I worked together in Costa Rica. Amazing heart and soul. We found out as we were talking about the Healing Soul School, she was an ex-Jehovah's Witness as well, and Catholic. So she said any of the traumas or dysfunction in a family, she has had it in her family, and a lot of that had to do with the alcohol addiction that she had in her family and what she did to heal herself. And oh my goodness, she has such a story, and so going to be just an incredible addition to the school. And she's on Tuesdays from 10 to 12. So you have something more difficult, awesome, reach out to her. Then on Wednesday mornings, we have our beautiful, I love this photo, Virginia, who's teaching, mindset and meditation, mindset stuff. Just if you have something that you're trying to work through as well, or you're learning how to calm your nervous system, anything around nutrition, she's your girl, right? She's been eating a gluten-free and how to eat healthy, more plant-based. She's definitely a great resource, and that's Wednesdays from 10 to 12. Then we have a beautiful lady here. Hold on, I don't know sorry. I see something on my screen, and I don't know if you guys are seeing that. So this is Wendy Jensen, and Wendy is an ex-Mormon. I'm an ex-Jehovah's Witness, and we're in an empowered group together on how to deprogram our mindset from the high control that we had growing up. And this could be from a controlling parent, any kind of a narcissistic relationship. I don't like to use the term, but that's what we mean by high control. Where you're controlled by a boss, by a parent, by a religion, by something, and now you're controlling yourself or you're controlling others. And it's just really learning how to deprogram that. This is, some really amazing mindset stuff that Wendy has been teaching in her program, and she's working with us. So that's on Wednesdays. And if you just want the deprogramming, if you're from, an difficult type of a situation or relationship, then you can come just on Wednesdays for our classes. And she's teaching at 1:00 Eastern, and I'm repeating that class at 7, but with a little bit of, I'll put my spin on it from the information that she taught. So she's going to be with us on Wednesdays. And then we have Tamisha. She is the vibe queen. Brilliant mind, super organized like Virginia. She has a lot of earth in her, which I don't. And she just knows how to get stuff done. And I asked her, I'm like, can you come and teach? I feel like sometimes I'm the child who needs to be babysat, or the ADHD, entrepreneur. I'm like, I'm doing this. I'm like, oh, I'll go do this. Ooh, shiny, right? Tamisha is not like that. She's like, girl, you got to get this done. Have you done that yet? She's just really good at that stuff. And I said, come help us organize our lives. For those who dissociate, bring us back and teach us how to organize our lives, our business, but also marketing. She's been learning so much for her own business. She does podcast coaching, if you have an interest in that. And so she's our 10 to 12 coach, just to help you get your stuff organized, get shit done. That needs to be done, that it's not on your list. It's not an energy drain. Every time you think of something like, I gotta do my taxes, or I gotta clean, I got to clean the dishes. The kid litter came up for some reason. I got to do this, or I got to do that. And that comes up, but you don't do it. You actually, in your mind, did it. So you expended the energy to do it, even though you didn't physically, and it just weighs on your brain until you get it done. So I'm telling you, we're teaching you how to release the energy leaks in your business as well. You will feel so much better. You will not feel any shame of oh, I didn't do this, or, I didn't do that, or look at me, I was supposed to do this today, and here I am, I messed up again. No, it's so much love and just figuring out how to get stuff done. Virginia and I keep saying we're a how-to community, how to get stuff done. And then I'm coming on Facebook. Just work with me a little bit longer. This is where I need help. I don't know how to do presentations, so I had to send them to Virginia. Then I'm coming on Thursdays, and I'm teaching business, the foundations, your vision. I'm a visionary. So what does the big picture look like? What are all your puzzle pieces? Let's put them together in something that's going to make you money now and give you results. Okay, so I'm going to be doing that on Thursdays. We have a little treat for you. for our bigger program. This is Tara Ann, and she is a psychic medium and a healer, and she is one of my favorite healers that I have met in this past year. She can tap in. I'll say to her, you know, I need this or that or whatever, and she just taps into source and she sees for us. And so we've asked her to come in and do a call called the Healed Healer. Who heals the healer, right? You are coaches, or you are healers, or you're looking after other people, but who's looking after you and refilling your cup? So this is actually going to be a really unique situation, or this call, where it's not just her. I asked her just to hold the space and to run the call, but also for people to practice. I think this is really important. We've learned so much content. Guys, it's time to have space to integrate that and learn how to do, you know, the different things. For us in the business side, we'll teach you how to do sales enrollment and how to do a consult call and all of that for the integration for business. But she's teaching you for your life, right? Like if you're a healer, just having that space where you can come and you can have your cup filled as well. Okay, that's going to be really, really a beautiful time in the week.
I'm hearing a beat. Do you hear a beat?
I do, but I don't know
where it's coming from. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, I'm almost done. So I'm just going to share, we have a couple of unique opportunities that have presented itself. So this is to Zipporah, and she's our intimacy coach. She's going to do a special thing for us on Tuesdays and teaching you how to be intimate with yourself, with others, how to have conversations. Her Facebook group is Safe, Seen, and Confident. So she's helping people to feel safe. If you've had any kind of trauma or abuse, your root chakra is out. You do not feel safe. You don't feel safe with money. You don't trust yourself. You don't trust a higher power. You know, you had your power taken away as a child, and so you don't trust. I'm getting feedback. It's going to pop in my earbuds. So she is going to actually, she's on the road quite a bit, so she's going to record some stuff for us and help us there. But I'm really excited. This is going to be really powerful. It's actually learning how to have the real conversations, how to be vulnerable with yourself. All right. And then Marina, her and I have been recording behind the scenes on moon cycles, and I'm super excited to tell you about this. We are teaching you how to set up your business, your schedule, your life around the moon cycles, because we're going back to that. We're going back to nature. We're going back to going within, right? And connecting our intuition, allowing that to you know, speak to us versus the hustle and bustle of life, of what we learned with the masculine patriarch. We're coming back to, you know, what it is to go within the feminine and the masculine. And so we already have it started. She's recorded some sessions on how to set up your business with the moon cycles. And I'm going to bring that as a business coach and teach you how to set up your own. If you don't know what your moon cycle is, your menstruation cycle, that's okay. We have a way to help you there too. But when you are feeling good, that's your time when you're out and you're networking, when you're feeling like, oh, nothing just going right this week, or you feel like, I said to Virginia yesterday, you know, this past week, I felt like I was climbing up a hill with like a spoon. It was just seemed like everything I was trying to do just seemed so difficult. You know, that was my, would be the old PMS week, right? It's just, you have a simpler week that week in your schedule. And so just learning all of those kinds of things, even in your life, this is going to be such a game changer. You are going to be more in your power, and you're going to be out there when you're feeling good, not when your energy is low. Imagine doing a sales call and you're in your low energy week, and they feel that. The call's not maybe even happening, or you don't close the sale, and then you're like, what's wrong with me? What did I do wrong? And you start second guessing yourself, right? Or even in a relationship or with your kids, whatever. This is really important information. So excited to bring that to you. So I just want to say, think about, you know, where are you? And it's having that honest, open look. And if you need help in any area, then great. You know, let's just set up a call. If you're interested, you know, #info, or reach out to me and we'll get you on a call and let's explain more about the program. And if it is for you, I'll tell you if it is or it isn't. We really just want to help people to get ahead in whatever they need, and take that leap of faith of where you want to be. That space between, we are your bridge. We're that soft cushion. Let's teach you how to get, you know, how to do the actual stuff to get from where you are to where you want to be, and having a supportive community. Think about our ancestors, the village, they healed in community, and we are coming back to that. So this is just the schedule here that I went over, and I wanted to introduce the teachers. So we have Karla on Mondays, Aileen, myself, I have in here Healing Money Story, that I'm doing Facebook Live for free in our My Soul Reconnection Facebook group. I really feel that if you had any kind of a scarcity, traumatic kind of childhood, you also have some kind of an issue with money, your belief there. So it's looking at what are your beliefs. Either you don't have it or you have it, but you're scared to spend it because it's that trust issue, right? Back to base chakra. What happened in your childhood that you're not trusting? You're not trusting yourself and in order to move forward. So those are all of the classes and what we have going, the times. And once we get bigger and as things start to grow, we'll have Saturday and evening classes just with different schedules. But for right now, this is what we're working with as we grow, and all about really just how to live consciously, how to run your business as a conscious being, and really going with the ebb and flow of life, the moon cycles, right? And the feminine and the masculine. So just back to, like, if you have any of those holes, you're feeling like there's some kind of stuck, or you just needing a little bit of extra help, let's have a conversation and let's just see if this is for you or not. And we'll go from there.
And just so everyone knows, there are 3 levels that we've put together. So 3, different levels in the program based on you. Like Christine said, where are you now? What are you looking for help with right now? And that's the important reason for a conversation, right? To really kind of determine where you are right now, what it is, what your goal is, what you want to come out with, and making sure that you're enrolled in the right classes that are suitable to help you reach that goal.
Right. Awesome. So good. And this last slide here is just simply, we're here to be cycle breakers. I feel if you found us, more than likely you have some kind of a hidden power within you, or you are a piece of the puzzle, and we're here to wash off any of that dust where you're not feeling like you're in your power, or teaching you how to heal yourself and to be the cycle breaker in your own family, where, if you felt different, or you felt like you didn't fit in, or you just know that there's some dysfunction and you're done and you don't want it to continue, then definitely, the #info, let's have a conversation and see, how it is that we can help you. Or at least if we can help you, I can totally direct you to some things based on all of the speakers that we've been interviewing in the Conscious Business Showcase. It's been so great. So I'm going to actually bring up Wendy here. Wendy Jensen, and she's here backstage and she can introduce herself. Hello, how are you?
Oh, how are you doing this morning?
Good. Thank you. And thank you for being here. I know it's early for you.
Yeah, I had to get ready because I looked like a scary morning person. Here in the West.
Well, you're beautiful. For a scary morning person, you're doing beautiful things.
Right?
Makeup does wonders.
Wendy has such a neat story, and she was on our showcase last month for day 2. You can go back and hear a little bit more of her story. She's an ex-Mormon, and we found each other in an ex-Jehovah's Witness empowered group. And Wendy, just want to share a little bit about your story and what you're bringing to Wednesdays at 1 o'clock?
So what I found in trying to move forward and trying, especially for people who are raised in rigid, high demand religion, is that as the woman tries to move forward, she's got all kinds of blocks that have to do with her religious training. And a lot of it is similar, especially if it's in a patriarchal structure that they were raised in that they're not used to being their own sovereign authority in their life, or even knowing what it is they want, because they're conditioned to want what the church wanted for them. And so it's, in all of our efforts to become successful entrepreneurs, to provide for ourselves and to give to the world and contribute to the world in a way that's impactful, there's a lot of religious deconstruction that has to happen. We don't realize that the things that we used to hold sacred are still secretly interfering with our ability to move forward. And so my hope in this group is to be able to unravel the religious things that sometimes are also connected to our spiritual matrix. And so to be able to observe it, to be able to release it, to reframe it so that that is no longer tethering us down into our outdated ways of thinking and operating in the world.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's my hope. I didn't really tell my story though, did you?
What's that?
I told my purpose, but I didn't really share my story much.
That's okay. Do you want to add anything else?
Well, I'm not sure what your crowd is. Tell me.
Yeah. We're a spiritual community. I would just say, like, when you reach down into your heart, like, why do you do what you do?
For me, the reason I do the religious piece is because I was a mama with my hair on fire. In my religion, I was taught that if I misstepped or if I did something that caused my children not to believe in the one true path, that I would risk losing them in the next life. And so that one belief made me do so many things that consciously, now that I'm more conscious and aware and self-aware of myself, I would have never done those things. I would have never justified behaviors and actions. And so I noticed that I'm such an entirely different person, that's the person I'm emerging is more authentic and more true. Awesome. And what I'm really passionate about is specifically with women who have been in suppressive environments. When they become more fluent and are able to care for themselves, they have more choices. And the more choices that a woman has, the more impact that she can make on the world. And right now, as we're breaking down old structures that no longer work for us,
right,
being a whole healed woman, doing what it is you love, there cannot be anything more powerful that this planet needs, because we're seeing chaos everywhere. And I believe it is conscious women that can hold it all, make space for it all, and help elevate and lift each other. That's going to make a difference in the whole world. So I'm just here in my little corner of the world doing what it is, that little piece that I'm passionate about. And I'm excited to be part of a village, because I see the whole concept of us bringing our gifts together and bringing a person in and just cradling them, loving them, and helping them break through the rough stuff. And I just want to be a team like that, a part of a team like that.
Yeah, right. And I just want to add, the piece in why I feel this works so well in the schools. It doesn't matter it does matter if you came from, an ex-cult, an ex-really strict religion, a controlling parent, or you find that you're in these relationships where they're, again, I don't like to use the term, but like a narcissistic kind of person, someone who's just really heavy and controlling, and you don't have the boundaries to stand up for yourself, or you weren't taught how to say no, or you had your voice taken away as a younger person, then this is a really great class for you, because it's going to teach you how to stand in your power, regardless of, or for whatever the reasons are. I find like the symptoms are all the same. So it could even be just an emotionally unavailable parent, those same things where you just feel in your life, you're like, oh, I have people who control me. I just want to be me and I want to stand in that power. Then this is going to be an amazing class for that.
And if I can add too, coming from an abusive marriage in my background, and when I was in that, you don't see it.
Right.
You don't see it. So I get what you're saying, Wendy. You're doing things. When you look back on it, you're like, you shake your head when you transform into the next level of you. You look back and go, what the heck was I thinking? But you don't see it when you're there, right? You don't see it. And it wasn't for myself until I actually had some other people outside of my life that only knew me and didn't know my husband. And I would say something in conversation about, oh no, I'm not allowed to do that. And they would come back to me and go,
allowed?
Exactly. Because in business, for example, it was business people off the top of my head that I worked with. It was coworkers that said those things. So in business and in that front, in the way that I showed up, I was a strong and powerful woman that showed up in business, and I could make a sale, and I could, and so then for me to come out and say, I'm not allowed to do that, it threw my coworkers off because they didn't get it. It was like I was two completely different people. And so when they started questioning that, I started questioning that.
Yeah.
And then that started happening. Well, why? Yeah, I can't do that, right?
And suddenly you realize you're in an abusive relationship, and you're like, what?
Yeah.
because
we get so used to the air that we breathe.
Yes.
That we don't know that there's more, there's so much more out there. And it's the same with religion. When everyone around us is living the same religion and doing the same things and believing the same things, especially growing up LDS, you're insulated. Like, my friends don't extend beyond my religion. And I know those people out there, but I don't really know how to correlate or communicate with them, because I've been trained and slanted in my mind to believe that there are others and that they don't think like me, and that there actually could be dangerous, and that they could pull me away from the truth. Yeah. All these things interfere with your ability to make an impact in the world. Yeah. And I love your examples that here you are, a superstar, and then you realize that there's a whole room to explore. I call it living in religion. It's like you're living in one room in a whole mansion, and you're told don't go out that door. And the minute you peek out the door, there's more. And so
you're in trouble.
Even though I was questioning those things in myself, like, well, why can't I do that? Or, and then I started to, because of course you're in that relationship. So now I'm starting to bring that into that relationship. Well, what's the problem? I needed, and I'm going to here because this came to my head. I needed a new winter coat. I got it on sale. It's a $300 stinking coat. I got it for $50. Like, and my ex-husband at the time was losing his mind because I spent this money. And I know now, looking back, that it wasn't about that. Right? It wasn't about that. There's a whole lot more to it. But even though I was seeing that, well, why can't I do that? Why? Well, yeah, and asking those questions. When the day came that I left, I went to locally here. There's a women's shelter called Nova Vida, and I called them. And honest to goodness, I'm telling you, I hardly remember that day, because I was divinely guided. I was not in control of what was happening in that moment. I knew it all fell into place like clockwork, but I was not in control. I took a back seat and I said, tell me what the heck I'm supposed to do. How do I get out of this? And I was scared because I was, he owned guns. I was afraid. I was one of those people that, I was afraid that he would kill me and kill the kids. And you know what I mean? And so I didn't know what to do. And I remember calling Nova Vida. I mean, I worked full time. I was like, what I figured was a normal Joe, right? And I called Nova Vida, and they said, yeah, come on in, and a safe place. I had never had any dealings with this women's shelter. I just knew that they were there. And when I went there, I went in with my 3 kids, and they took my kids to play, and they had a counselor just kind of hanging out with them. And they took me into another room so we could talk. And so I barfed out everything that was going on in my life, because I've never had anybody that understood that and listened. Yeah. And at the end of that hour, it had to have been at least an hour of me just unloading. And I said, so I'm not sure if I'm allowed to stay here or not, but if I could just get a few days until I find something safer. And I swear the woman's mouth hit the floor. And she said, Virginia, that is an abusive relationship. Just because he didn't hit you doesn't mean it's not abusive. And I was just like, no idea. And here I was thinking, because I worked full time, because I was what I thought, my own woman.
Free woman.
Right? I had no idea. So it's a journey. It really is a journey. So your classes and your teachings are beautiful. They're because it's not, like you said, it's not just a religion. It can be a relationship. In my case, it was a husband, but it could be a parent. It could be a relative. It could be a coworker. You just never know, right? But I'm so excited to have you teaching these beautiful steps to help walk people through it. And because I wish all those years ago that there was something like that out there for me. Right?
Me too. Yes.
Yeah.
And that is part of my why, is that there has to be a way to make it easier for us to process and to release these things, because we will spend for years and years in this cycle because we cannot see it. We're using outdated ways of coping and managing that we learned in the dysfunctional environment, and we're trying to bring them to a table as we're moving forward, and not realizing that those old coping strategies are not going to work in this world.
Exactly.
They're not going to work for you. You have to recalibrate the way that you operate in the world, and it feels so natural. The way we're programmed feels so natural, and now it's a process of becoming supernatural, of upgrading, of identifying dysfunctional patterns and being able to map onto something that's going to be more empowering.
Yeah,
love that.
Yeah.
I feel like as you both have been talking, it's like if you were raised in fear for whatever the situation was, or you had to walk on eggshells, then this is exactly what we're talking about, where you did not feel safe. So you have holes in that bottom boat because safety wasn't, you didn't feel safe at school for whatever reason. You didn't feel safe at home. There's parts of your brain that did not develop. And you definitely have to have someone walk you through that. We can't see our own blind spots, right? And I think even maybe if you walked on eggshells as a child, maybe that's the name of the course. I'm kidding, but right? Because I feel like we all have the same symptoms. There's this fear or this lack of trust in yourself because for whatever reason, you weren't given that earlier on. And I almost want to say like the world is like that, right? Society and so many different levels.
Yeah.
What you said there, Christina, said the most important piece is learning how to trust ourselves, especially when we've been in an environment that's so abusive and we allowed it to happen because we kept justifying it in our mind because we were out of integrity with who we are. And so as we leave those relationships, it's so crucial that we learn how to retrust ourselves and to become somebody with impeccable integrity within ourselves so that we can become someone we can trust.
Yes. Yeah, because even again on the relationship journey, it took me several years. I mean, I lived many years in fight or flight. I was in survival mode, and I was making six figures in survival mode.
Right.
And not even realizing that until the last 5 years where I was at. But now looking back, I understand that I did get to a point where I realized I have to stop surviving. And I have nothing to be afraid of. I'm okay.
Yeah.
I'm okay. And then my relationship with my ex, because of course he was still my kid's father and all of that, my relationship changed because I no longer reacted.
Yes.
I just, I took a back seat and I was like, you can't touch me. And so it was I had to slowly get there though, right? And as you were speaking, it's interesting because I come back to my childhood. My dad was awesome. Loved my dad. He was a very strong man. He was very knowledgeable. He was like the guy, when he died, that was my question to my brother was, who the hell am I going to call now when I need to fix something? You know, like it was just that loss, that he was such a big part of my life. But as a young child, I wasn't allowed to cry. And that wasn't his fault. It's just annoying. You know what it's like, right? Some days it's like,
crying.
just stop crying, you know, like, and it wasn't.
But that was his trigger, I feel. That was his trigger based probably on how he was raised, right? So it was just like, they call it shark music in parenting, where your kid does something and it creates this shark music and you're like, oh my God, stop. Like, I'm going to lose my crap. You know, this doesn't stop. And I feel maybe that was his shark music. He just didn't know how to handle a little girl crying.
Right. So then what do I do as a little girl? I then am walking on eggshells. So now I understand what his triggers are. So I'm tiptoeing around it to make him feel better. And life is grand. Everything is good. Dad's not yelling. He's happy. I'm not happy. But it was never about me.
Yeah,
Right.
that doesn't matter.
Exactly. And that is how I showed up in my relationships, right? Keeping them happy. Keeping them happy. Everything's good. No yelling, no screaming, no, you know, like, I don't need to defend myself and, you know, whatever. And yeah, it's interesting just talking about that, because we talked about that earlier, Christine, on how it comes back to your 0 to 7.
Yeah.
But you got to get through the healing of all the shit from 7 to 50, you know, to get you back to that 0 to 7, to understand how simply that started. But how powerfully that showed up as an adult, right?
Yeah. And how we aren't aware, or it's not even abuse, because I feel like abuse is something done intentionally.
Right.
It's out of ignorance and lack of knowledge. Our parents did not understand emotional acuity. They were not being taught how to deal with their emotions. They were just taught to shut it down. And to ignore it, and they didn't have any training in that. So it's not like they woke up and said, I'm going to make my children emotionally constipated for the rest of their life.
Exactly. Yeah.
They're waking up saying, this is how we operate, and I don't know what to do with crying, because nobody taught me what to do with crying, so I just need to just stop crying.
Exactly.
That's all I know.
And you know, and even as my ex-husband, now having healed from that, it's not a trigger for me. It's a part of who I am. But now I look back at my ex with love. Mm-hmm. I mean, first of all, I have 3 beautiful sons from that relationship, but I understand him. He wasn't doing it intentionally. He only knew what he knew.
Yes.
Yeah. And honestly, what he knew was that he loved me so much that he was afraid of losing me. Mm. And that drove everything. The control, you can't look at that person. You're not allowed to do that. Who are you talking to? You know, that kind of stuff. It was his fear. And that was the only way that he knew how to deal with it. Just like our parents, right? Yeah. That's the only way that he knew how to deal with it. He didn't know, and he didn't know otherwise. And meanwhile, I'm trying to like break the chains and let me out of here, buddy. You know, and whatever. And so it was but it was really, you know, again, it's a beautiful part of who I am and how I grew and how I am where I am right now in this world, and how I hope to help others to just dream and dream big and live those dreams, because, you know, it's possible. It is absolutely possible.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah. That's beautiful. I feel like I have something on my screen. Sorry.
That's beautiful. I love how in sync we are, because when you were talking about, you know, your ex-husband and just the scenario and what had happened there, my thought was, I got to ask her what her childhood was like, because we've never had that conversation, because I really feel it's the patterns. What's showing up? What are the things that have been happening? Those are your patterns, right? And then you just shared the story. I'm like, thank you, thanks.
Yeah, and it's interesting because we do that a lot. Hey, But yeah, it's interesting because, I know you've talked about your childhood and you understand those traumas from your childhood, and many of you and our clients do the same. I had a beautiful childhood. I don't think that my dad doing what he was doing and maybe, don't cry and, whatever, was just being a parent. Like you said, Wendy, he was just doing all that he knew, right? And I now, as an adult, look back on that, and it's not a trauma, but at the time I was pissed. It was a trauma because I was pissed. I was pissed off that he didn't give me that, moment to just recognize that I was crying and that maybe something was wrong, instead of just saying, oh, it's all right, stop crying. How many times have we done that? I've done it to the kids. You know what I mean? Like, so it's interesting. Often we think that, and I shouldn't say that, we do have the things that come from the 0 to 7 years, but it doesn't have to be a horrible experience.
Right.
It comes because those beliefs are created, but those beliefs can be created from what was a loving situation.
Yeah.
Right. So it's interesting. We think that we may not have trauma or we may not have things to heal because our childhood was good. But it's those beliefs that were created in that 0 to 7 that were affirmed as an adult and going forward, and then more beliefs created, more patterns created, more, and welcome to the roller coaster, right?
Well, because we don't know there's any other way to do it. This is just the way that we do it. So we think it's the way. And then if somebody shows us something different, we're like, oh, that piece is where my life is going to become so much easier.
Yeah. And when you see those, and when you see those moments or you see those teachings or those lessons, I mean, and I still do it today. People will share something and I'll just be like, yeah, that totally makes sense. Like now I don't even question it. It's just like, yeah, that totally makes sense. I love that idea, or whatever. Whereas before you're like, oh no, I know what I know. I know what I know. Yeah. Stay here. Don't learn anything new. Like it can be scary. So yeah, it's kind of bringing down those walls a little bit and opening up to other opinions, other opportunities, other teachings. It's a magical, beautiful thing. You just got to allow it.
Yeah. Well, and to understand that our mind, the matrix of our mind in those younger years are creating like a black and white picture of the world in a very structured picture. We can't go outside those boundaries. But as we start to practice this self-awareness, look at other opportunities, we realize that structure becomes more permeable and it becomes more fluid, where, like you said, if there is something new that comes in, rather than saying, no, I won't believe that because this is the right way, or this is the only way I know, or this is the way I was taught, we now say, oh, that way looks really, that looks simpler, or I like that. It's more expansive. It's more inclusive. It just feels delicious to me. So you incorporate it rather than push it out because you're afraid.
Yeah, that's what, and for me, it was learning how to say yes to things. I got so sucked into the busy corporate life, raising 4 kids, taking care of my mom. My husband worked out of town, running my own business. Life was busy, without question, very busy. I was burning the candle at both ends. And for my answer to that was, I have no choice. This is my life. Just keep plugging along, keep doing what you're doing, and say no to the things that you don't have energy for, which is a survival tactic, right? And when I stopped saying, I don't need to survive, I need to experience. And then I started being open and saying, what do I need to level up? What do I need for my next level of healing? What do I need to help me grow? Once I started saying, all right, I'm going to start saying yes. I'm going to start paying attention, because I automatically would say no. And as soon as I did that, boom, I talk about live your dream. Everything I wanted was falling into place because I stopped resisting. I started saying yes, and being open to the possibilities and letting go of the outcome, letting it show up in the way that it was, however it's going to show up. And my world changed. My world changed. And that was a big pivotal point in my healing journey. And realistically, that was 5 years ago. So, right? Not that I wasn't healed. I just wasn't ready for that next level. And we all need to understand that. You just have to take the step. It's neither right nor wrong. It's just a step. But we've got to take the step.
I agree.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah. Christine, I can't help myself. Have you got that rogue fly around you?
I do. Yeah. If you're watching yesterday, there's this fly and it will not leave my head. Yesterday, I'm talking and it's in my ear and it's tickling my ear and I'm trying not to say anything. I'm like, how do I even move? So I just looked it up because I didn't get a chance to look up the symbolism. And I think it just really bookends what we've been talking about this morning so nicely. So, with Wendy, her animal is the dragonfly. Do you want to just talk about what the dragonfly is, and then I'm going to go into the fly because it really just goes in so nicely.
So I'm writing a whole book on it. I'll give you the really short, and that is a dragonfly is born as a nymph in the water, and so it's an aquatic creature, and it learns how to live in an aquatic life, and it molts like 5 to up to 18 times over and over under the water. And then there's this magical day where it says, I'm going to go above the water because I'm so uncomfortable. Things are not working. Something's inside of me that needs to get out. And so it climbs above the water. Now, dragon nymphs are like, dudes, the rule is nobody travels above the surface of the water because if you do, you'll never return. So that's what they're told. But they have that urge to break past that barrier. And when they do and start breathing the oxygen, then that their innate hydraulic system kicks in and it pushes the water out and brings the water in, pushes the water out, brings the water in. I call that the emotional stage of transition where we're trying to deal with all of our emotions and reset ourselves. But what the dragonfly finds as it continues to choose oxygen, then it realizes it's not only a land creature, it's an aerial creature, and it has to adapt to wings that are entirely different from having their little nymph body, this gorgeous long thorax, and just learning to adapt in their new environment with new rules and realizing that you can't go back into the water because if a dragonfly goes back to the water and their wings get too wet, the weight of that water will pull them in the water and they will become prey for the next animal. And so they can't stick around for long in their trauma. They've got to be able to let go of their old body and start flying and yep. taking off. And so just the dragonfly for me means it's a gorgeous, elaborate transition that when we give ourselves permission to allow it to happen and unfold naturally, we as humans, we kind of fight it all. But the dragonfly is like, cool, my body's busted open and what's happening next? And it's like, oh, I got wings, I'm taking off, where we have to put meaning in the sign meeting and say goodbye to the people that hurt us. And we've got all this stuff that's going on.
That's a beautiful analogy. I love that. I love it.
Yeah. Awesome. A little deeper for that. So Aileen teaches on Tuesdays and Wendy's going to teach on Wednesdays, and the dragonfly just coming full circle. So when I left Costa Rica in 2011 to move back home to Canada, Aileen gave me a beautiful Costa Rican wooden dragonfly on a necklace. And she said, this is a symbol for change, like you're changing into something, kind of you're evolving. I was like, okay, that's really beautiful. And so every time I saw a dragonfly, I was like, okay, kind of like God's with me, or like this comfort. And then I met Wendy, and that's her whole, like, she's writing a book on it. And I was like, wow, full circle. Here we go. And they're both in the school with me. And we've all been changing and evolving. And so I just think it's so beautiful. So the fly is very much like the butterfly. It's the symbolism lets you know that quick and abrupt changes in your thoughts and emotions and endeavors are afoot. Moreover, that these rapid changes in all aspects of your life are happening now. Therefore, move quickly, even in unfavorable or uncomfortable conditions. It also says that this also could be reminding you that your persistence in reaching your goals will bear fruit sooner than later. And that reminded me when Virginia was talking about how we started the school in December, and we've just been like treading water almost. We're trying to, what about this? Or, oh, we really want to help people with this. And, we just stayed persistent and we just kept taking that next step forward. And we figured out a lot of cool stuff over the last 6 months. And now, I feel like we're like that dragonfly. We're ready to fly. We've got the foundation. I feel like our table has legs or we can now move, and it just feels so good. And just really grateful for the community, for those who are here and those who are going to join us, and learn how to unattach yourself from any past emotions or harder things that maybe are holding you back, fear, shame, and stepping into your future, whatever that is. It could be just inner joy and happiness as knowing how to heal yourself as stuff comes up. It will continue through our whole lives, and having those tools that we didn't learn, when we were younger. Or maybe it means now you've helped to heal yourself, or you feel called as part of helping the collective. You're a piece of the puzzle and you want to help others. Then we have those, business classes where we are a one-stop shop. We help with the whole person or the whole entrepreneur. I say that it takes a village to raise a child. It also takes a village to raise an adult reparenting themselves or an entrepreneur, because there's so many things that can come up. And just having that camaraderie of a group of people who understand exactly where you are, who might be weird just like you or didn't fit in, or whatever the case was. But just knowing that you have that support system and that community, that you're not alone, and that really exciting things are coming, and just showing you what that's going to look like.
Yeah, absolutely. It's beautiful. And knowing that you'll get there when you're ready, right? So sometimes it's just that step, because that's what you're ready for right now. And what I love about coming together as a community is, yes, we've healed. We want to heal others. We want to help heal others. We want to help them learn how to heal themselves. And as we do that and they do that, we heal. We heal individually as well. And by doing that, we're helping our families. We're helping our past lineages, our future lineages. We're helping the people that are in our world. And it's a beautiful thing. It really is about the community of coming together to heal as a collective. And I just love it. And I'm so, so grateful to have all of these beautiful humans with me.
Cool. Thank you.
I feel the same. I feel it.
Yes.
Awesome.
Yes. Yeah. Awesome.
All right. Let's keep shifting. We have our next speakers here and ready. Thank you so much, Wendy. Thank you for everything. And we're really excited to get started with you.
I'm excited too. I really am.
Yeah. Cool. And thank you to Karla. I just want to give her a mention. Thank you for being here earlier. We really weren't sure how this morning was going to go. So she was here and had some internet stuff, and she's back at 1 o'clock, and we'll talk to her then. But she's really that one that's helping us with how to heal yourself. And we chose the chakra system. That was a download for me from Spirit, just because people can understand the chakras, but it's also, those first 3 chakras are so important. If you walked on eggshells or lived in fear when you were younger, something in those first 3 chakras is out, and will help you to find it, clear it, heal it, get rid, not get rid of it, really just see what the gifts are, and be able to move forward. So Karla will be here at 1 o'clock to share more. Awesome. Thanks, Wendy.
Thank you.
All right. I'm going to head out as well. You are going to introduce Deborah, and I know she is in great hands. So thank you. I'll see you in a little bit.
Okay. Adios. All right. Let's bring Deborah up to the screen. Deborah OShea. Hi. Good morning.
Hi, Virginia. Been really enjoying your conversation this morning.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. And this is the first time we've met. So very nice to meet you.
Very nice to meet you. I feel I know you already.
Yeah.
In a good way. All in a good way.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
So today you are here to talk to us about awaken the senses and deepen the soul. That's your topic today. So tell us a little bit about that. Who you are and how, you know, your program works, or how you got to that tagline, we'll call it.
Okay. Yes, indeed. It is a tagline. So let me tell you about the story behind it.
Okay.
So the deepest story actually behind it, very much inspired from the conversation before, was that, interestingly, I'm combining meditation and massage so that the therapist is in the treatment room, and I'll go into that in more detail, but the masseuse actually brings her presence and voice into the treatment room. And very much my childhood pattern is, you know, it's more important what it looks like than how you feel. And keep quiet and don't ask for what you want. So this whole thing really, really resonates with me. That it's been a growth, developing this treatment has been a really big growth for me as well. And actually speaking about it. Although I've trained many, many therapists, I've always been behind some sort of corporate company. Yes. And this is my offering to the world, if you like, after my experience. So let me just tell you about the treatment, shall I? So the treatment is a combination of meditation and massage, and it's live meditation. It's not a tape or music. It's the presence of the therapist, that very recognizing that the most powerful thing that we have, both the therapist and the client, is their awareness and their attention. And so it's really using that attention in a nurturing way that not only energizes the therapist and uplifts them, it also uplifts and focuses the client to the many aspects of their being, not just their physicality. You know, they're not. So in the past, I've worked for many spas and developed treatments and training for I don't know if you know, but Soho House in New York. They've got one in Miami. There's Twin Farms in Vermont. I've been to theirs and developed their treatments along with their formulas. So that's my background. I'm a therapist, and so I work with treatments and formulas and designing rituals for some beautiful, beautiful destinations. And one of the complaints, if you like, or one of the problems with spas is that the therapists are working incredibly hard, and it might be one after another, and they get fried and tired out.
Yeah.
So also we'll have therapy, particularly not to be critical, but after that fried out, you get, and maybe younger therapists are off thinking about their boyfriend picking them up later, or what they're doing tonight, or what you're cooking for tea. And that lack of focus actually is really tiring.
Yes.
When we bring, so you're getting the benefits of the meditation, all the benefits of meditation and that nurturing aspect in the treatment that I've devised.
That's beautiful.
So, and it brings in, there's many aspects to it. There's lots to say about it, but so the thing with these international spas, they spend tons and tons of money on making, you know, having the right fountain or having the right, you know, marble in place.
Yes, but creating the ambiance, right?
Exactly. Yeah. And that, again, that refers back to what I said earlier about what it looks like. It's it's actually the presence that we have, that we can give to each other, that quality of attention. And so I wanted to design, I've designed a treatment not just for the client, where they feel that they have attention, they celebrate their body with their senses, they use the mind-body connection. We know how much that connects using the breath, and the therapist gets to direct their attention, which the energy comes back. So it's a win-win situation.
And it should be that way. It should be that way in any type of healing,
absolutely,
therapy or whatever. It's so timely that we're having this conversation, because I actually had this exact conversation yesterday with my osteopath.
Ah, interesting. Yes.
Yeah, and about what he does, and that's what I was talking about, is as he's very intuitive, but it depends on the school that they've gone to and how they're taught. So the school that he went to taught to listen to the cells, listen to the tissue, find out what's the way that it's supposed to move. Absolutely. Whereas other schools say, we have to do this because you have to move this way.
Exactly.
And forcing it instead of allowing it. And then by allowing it, it becomes such a beautiful exchange of energy for both of you. And just what we were saying earlier, everyone is healing. Everyone is, it's beautiful.
Exactly. So the client, the treatment itself journeys through the senses, and we all know how wonderful the senses are. And by combining that embodied meditation, we're really feeling alive, because you're smelling the aromas, you're bringing attention to the aromas, to the quality of touch, to our sound, and then we're using our breath to create the sympathetic nervous system to kick in and really drop the body into deep relaxation. Yeah. Because many clients come along and their special 1 hour of treatment is ruined by thinking about, oh my God, I didn't pay that bill, or I had an argument with so-and-so. So it's coming back into really being in presence.
Yeah, truly taking them into that space for real healing and real, because you're right. I'm thinking back to times when I was on
couch
massage. I'm like, geez, what the heck is that called? I was on a massage table and I'm having a massage, and the whole time I've got so much going on up here that and sometimes I just don't want you to talk to me. I mean, I love you as a massage therapist, but don't talk to me.
Yeah.
And that's not how I show up in the world. Yeah. So people don't respond to me that way. People talk to me just, complete strangers start talking to me, because that's how my energy shows up first, right? Yes. My energy shows up as that open and that welcoming and that, So here I am going and knowing in my head, I'm like all up here and just wanting that peace, but my spirit shows up in another way and my energy shows up in another way. And so how to bring you all into that same place, that sounds like a beautiful way to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the chatty space is not that space where you can go deep and feel into your, really connect with your psyche. In the treatment, we also go in, because it's a meditative journey that gets deeper. So in the treatment, we also recognize the psyche or soul, if you like, and we use creative visualization to create self-empowerment, self-acceptance, love. And in that psyche space, you don't have to get into the story of, oh, this happened and that happened. You don't need to chat. It's about facilitating, holding a space for healing, and bringing that self-love and compassion, and then the therapist nurturing compassion. So it's a big-hearted space, which is energizing and uplifting. And I really, it's my other side of things is that my husband is an author of philosopher and spirituality, and I've been working with him. Started off, we actually started off when we first met a long time ago, like chalk and cheese, if you can imagine. I was sort of doing my beauty therapy and my massage, and he was all sort of meditative. But actually, as we've got older, our two worlds have come together in the respect of I'm bringing in the senses and the aromas and the touch, and really learned from him about meditating and presence. And so we do retreats. And during the pandemic, I obviously masseurs couldn't work and spas weren't open. So I started doing self massage meditation online to our group, which was really, it was so interesting, because what I found, and this happened also in the real life retreats, is that people really found it difficult to self-nurture and self-connect. And that relief of just feeling your own touch, and feeling the nurture was, I mean, I'm used to it. I'm always putting products on and things like that. But for some people, it was a whole new game.
Well, because we tend to go outside of ourselves, for that nurturing. We go outside of ourselves for those compliments. We go outside of ourselves for, like you said, that massage, that thing to help fix us or make us feel better. Whether it's having a glass of wine or having a good meal at a restaurant, it's going outside of ourselves. And really, it's all in here.
Yeah,
it's all in here.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I totally agree. So, so during lockdown, I made a course, which is not quite ready yet, but it's an online course which introduces meditation massage to therapists. And I actually made it with my daughter, which is a lovely, in this room, actually, which is a lovely aspect. She's at university, and that's been really enjoyable and interesting as well. And what I want to do is share that deep aspect for therapists, and also bring their presence, recognize because if you're getting into a massage, you're empathetic anyway, and you're healing, but it's actually recognizing the journey of really being holistic, really meeting that person's the wholeness of the person, not just their aching muscle. Why is their muscle, why are they tense? And not actually having to get into the story, but actually hold a space and be obviously technically good at massage. That's definite.
Well, that's kind of important.
Yeah, exactly. But also to bring a voice. Many masseurs get into, or therapists get into treatment because they're not vocal. That's what I've found in the past, and it gives an added dimension, a deeper dimension. So
I love that.
Yeah,
you're so right. I mean, and I know a couple of people who are massage therapists who have gotten to the point of burnout, just like you said. Like they don't see the healing. They don't see what they're doing as being that healing for people anymore.
Yes.
And so this is like taking that to a whole other level.
Yes. And it uses all the things that we've found out in the past, how the breathing affects the body. So you'll guide the person in the breathing while massaging. It's quite, actually, to begin with, when I had the idea, I set off and was experimenting, etc. And I started and I was like, no, it's not possible. It's really, really difficult, because it's a little bit like rubbing your head and doing your you're doing two things. You're doing a touchy-feely thing, an automated thing, and also using your mind as well. And it's quite challenging.
Because it's almost like you're dealing with the physical body and the spirit.
Yes.
So it's like getting that person into their physical body, but then allowing them to not limit themselves to the physical body and expanding on the spiritual.
Yes, totally.
That's
and the what I've found is with when you're in a meditative state while massaging, as I mentioned, it is very energizing and uplifting for both. But the time is just like, you start an hour treatment or an hour and a half and it's gone, and you think, where did that go? Because you are so focused on what is happening. So I'm really, really pleased with doing it. I love doing it, as you can see. And
because you're getting back. It's like you said, as so many people get burned out because you're giving. And all therapies, in my opinion, need to be about giving and receiving. And it needs to be the flow that comes from source, comes from divine energy, and not from us. Again, I had this conversation with the osteopath yesterday. You know, we are healers, but we are not doing the healing. We are just holding the space or like you said, facilitating the healing, you know, divinely through source, through spirit, however you want to look at it, you know, and but it's a two-way street. And it makes a world of difference when you start to look at it in that way, rather than just as I'm healing you.
Exactly. I think the right at the end of the treatment, we're invited to drop into a place of deep peace and stillness, that oneness of us all, which is so powerful, and to recognize the connection between the two, massage and therapist. It does. It's sort of a revved up version of both meditation and massage, really. It's the synergy of it.
And a lot of that comes from the initial consultation. Like you said, not getting the client to relive the story, but to understand what's happening in their life, and also not falling prey to just the symptoms. Because the symptoms may have zero to do with what is actually happening physically in their body. The emotion is somewhere else. It's not necessarily in the symptom. So finding that is part of, and I feel like that's where many therapists fall down or fall short, I guess, is that, you know, take that time. Don't rush into the next massage or the next client or whatever. Take that time to sit with that client. And again, not to have them relive the story, but for you to have an understanding on what's happening in their life emotionally and how that can be affecting them, so that when you do your treatment in whatever way that is, you're helping to support that healing.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, one, just for example, where in consultation, a lady was, you know, she was just telling me, I actually didn't know her very well. It was a friend of a friend, and she told me that she'd a big life story, and her husband had a accident, and she was caring for him, only young, and a baby, everything, and so I, you know, in that psychic space, I just turned very gently towards grief, and just allowed it to come out. And there was very, very few words spoken, and the release was soft and gentle, but powerful.
Yeah. And
we can work in that soft way. I mean, I find that sometimes, you know, again, going back to my spa days, is like there used to be a time where people would come and you couldn't massage them deep enough because they wanted really, really deep. And don't get me wrong, there is a place for that, and that's good. I'm all for that. But once the nervous system is soothed, once you feel safe and relaxed, and you enter the body, it does it set, you know, it allows you in. You don't have to be super deep.
Aggressive. Yes, exactly.
Because the body, when you go towards the body in that way, it tenses up because it's not ready to release. And so there's that dance really with the body and the psyche.
Yeah, the synchronicity, right? And finding that, and again, allowing it to flow in the way that feels right to that body.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because you can get very clinical. As I was saying earlier, you know, one school teaches that, you know, this is the move that you do when you want to fix this. Well, it's okay. Having the technique is beautiful. Understanding when to use that technique is a whole other level of learning.
Yes.
Right? Yeah, that's beautiful.
So the other element, it sounds like there's everything in this treatment, but it's not busy. It's very, very spacious. But the other element is recognizing the chakras and massaging the chakras and balancing. So it has that as well, which recognizes the energetic body and the actual locations as well. So
that's awesome.
Yeah.
I so want to try this now.
Oh, I'd love to be there and do that for you. I'd love to be.
So,
I think
do you actually lead a meditation? I'm just curious. I'm trying to picture how it works. So, because I'm a meditation coach, I don't know if you caught that part.
Yes, I did.
So, and I do the same thing. I teach people how to meditate on their own, but I will also lead meditations, whether it's clearing through the chakras, you know, touching into our inner child, all those things through meditation that we can do to heal ourselves and work on releasing all of that old stuff. So now I'm curious, through massage, are you kind of leading them on a meditation? And is it a basic meditation that you follow those guidelines, or do you kind of have to tweak it each time for each client?
So there is a structure because it needs to be spacious and it needs to be not too busy. Otherwise, it's not meditation, if you like. You're constantly moving the attention. So there is that. It is a meditative flow that gets deeper, and it's guided by the therapist. And it's an invite from the therapist to the client to move their attention to various aspects of themselves, their senses, their breath, their inner world. And there's not, and it's not a cookie cutter. It's not like, oh, I say that then and I do that then. It's the principles of the massage, the principles of the meditation, and then it's you're live in the room. So
and you almost have to tap into your intuition.
Absolutely.
You're using your intuition to allow that body that's in front of you to speak to you and to listen.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Wow. That's beautiful.
I also designed an oil to go with, because that's my background as well. I work with skincare. I designed an oil called Deep Awake, which is was named after a title of one of my husband's books. The oil is, at the end, it's a chakra oil, really. It's basically, it's very, very deep and has all the notes up to the crown.
Beautiful.
So, it's not to be too soporific, because sometimes when you've had just a normal massage, you're a little bit, if you have managed to relax, you're kind of a bit soporific and a bit like, oh, you know, I feel, whereas this is about really being relaxed yet energized instead of fried and hyped up.
Yeah.
And I love oils. You know, I'm a therapist, and they're just incredible, aren't they?
I know, as you're speaking about it, I'm like, I can smell it.
And one of the other aspects that I really like to bring into the treatment is self-love and self-acceptance, and also being grateful. And as women, we really know about it. Being grateful for our body, that sensory thing, that our body, we're alive, we can smell, we can feel. It's not about what we look like, it's about how we show up in the world and our experience. And anything else is we can do all those lovely things, and that's perfect as well. But there's so much more to us than our skin and
our physical body, right? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
100%. I so love how you have married these two things together. And it's a beautiful combination. I absolutely love it. And now you had mentioned that you're teaching a course to other therapists to teach them how to bring this into their business. Yeah. How does someone get in touch with you? Maybe find out more about the course. How do we find that?
Yeah. So just to say that I have taught in person before lockdown. I taught a couple of groups actually. So this is a new exciting thing. I actually haven't seen anything like it anywhere. No. I've seen lots of spas that put a tape on in the background, all that kind of stuff, and say it's meditation massage. But no, this is the real deal, actually.
Well, I think it's bringing in the energy healing. You're bringing in the energy healer in you into the massage practice and marrying the both together. I love it. Oh. I love it.
So I have done in-person training. I'm in the UK, obviously, and so now I've done this course during lockdown, filmed a course with my daughter, and she is in the fight because she had to go off to university with all the edits, etc. And so she's just finishing that. So if you are interested, you can contact me on Instagram. So it's Deborah at Meditation Massage, and you can also email me, Deborah at DeborahOShea.com. I have a website, DeborahOShea.com as well. And I really appreciate you having me and talking to me. Christina, I've mentioned.
Yes.
Before, so thank you, Christina, and lovely to speak to you, Virginia.
Yes, you as well.
I'm going to be joining in some of your group talks and things.
Yes,
lovely bunch of ladies, and I don't know, do you have men as well? I'm not sure.
Yeah. I mean, I think the men are kind of outnumbered, but yes, we do have some men in our group as well.
I can't believe that you have just been started since, is it December?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, you haven't been busy.
No, the idea started. We've been playing around with what we're actually doing. We finally have it together 6 months later.
You two are so together. That's amazing.
I'm going to share, I think this is really funny. Virginia and I have had clients, but the Healing Soul School, we haven't had a client yet. So we've been in prep for 6 months. Yes. And now we're ready. We're like, hey.
You're going to rock it.
We had to heal. We had to heal some stuff. So
yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Deborah. This is a really great conversation of the other, I feel like the other side, like from the therapist side. That is so great. And I love your
and the pivot.
daughter.
I just love 2020 for the how people are pivoting and you know what? If 2020 hadn't happened, you may not have birthed this beautiful idea. And I love it. It's like taking massage therapy to a whole other level of healing. It's magical.
It is definitely an evolution in massage, I think. That's for sure.
Yes.
Brilliant.
So I'd be delighted if anybody wants to ask any questions, and just contact me. Yeah.
Super.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I look forward to having you in our group and having more conversations. This is a beautiful, beautiful thing. Thank you. Thank you for everything you do.
Goodbye. Thank you.
Bye now.
Lots of love. Bye.
All right.
Oops. Okay, there we go. Oops.
We're both removing.
We're all going with the buttons. Oh, man. All right. So Miss Christine is back in action. It is time to pass the baton. How do we do that? Okay, there we go. Other way. Okay. All right. Christine's got you guys from here to the rest of the day. I am in the background in the comments. If anybody needs me, I'm around. And I'll pass this over to Christine to bring up our next guest and enjoy the rest of the day, everybody.
Cool. Thank you. All right, let's bring her up. So next we have Andrea Reade. Hello, hello. How are you?
Hi, I'm great. How are you?
Good. You look beautiful.
Oh, thank you.
And am I saying, is it Andrea or are you an Andrea?
It doesn't matter. I'm not picky.
What do you say?
Andrea is okay.
Cool. All right, good. So Andrea, I found her artwork on Instagram, and I'll bring it up and show you in just a moment here. Her Instagram is Crown and Palette, and she's going to talk about what that is. And empowering spiritually healing heart is her topic today, and I absolutely love it. So I found her artwork, and I was in her DMs, and I said, hey, would you like to be interviewed on our showcase? I would really love to show, what it is that you're doing. She's empowering people through art, and it is really super cool. An account definitely to follow. So tell us about yourself, a little story, and how did you come up with Crown and Palette? What's the story behind it?
Yeah, sure. So I was listening to the previous speaker, just the whole, all the opportunities that, that come up in 2020, even though it's been a really busy year. It's also been a year of opportunity and just thinking outside the box. So I've been doing art since I was a child, but never really thought of it as a career due to many different reasons, but mostly because of self-limiting beliefs that I set on myself. So the pandemic, of course, was declared last year, and I felt I needed an outlet. I stopped doing art for almost 10 years for different reasons. Again, self-limiting beliefs that I'm not good enough, and the competitiveness of so many artists. Now it's social media, now a big thing now too. So I was scared. It's fear. Fear held me back until I finally said, what do I have to lose? So I bought a brand new iPad last year in April. And I just started drawing again without any of intention of expectations, nothing. I knew that I wanted to really work on my spirituality. I've always been very interested in the spirituality in general, astrology, moon cycles, understanding how that plays a part. So I knew that my business was going to be in the spiritual niche in some way. So my name, Crown and Palette, crown is actually inspired by the crown chakra for those who are familiar with the chakra system. So it's that connection to the divine. So every time I channel my crown chakra, I'm actually taking all these downloads and all these ideas from being connected to my higher self and converting that into my art. So you see a lot of purple hues in some of my pieces. And so I explore different things, with your shadow self and your light self. And so the crown and palette is born from the crown chakra, and also because I'm a Leo. I'm a sun in Leo.
I'm going to show your Instagram page while you're talking and explaining. I think that a visual is needed.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that definitely will help.
So this is what her profile, super sexy, by the way. So this is her profile here. And when you see that, so she's the alchemist queen. And I see the little moon on your necklace that you're wearing.
Yes. I love it. I don't take it off. I love it. I also have, you can kind of see, I have a crescent moon tattoo as well.
I gotta show this one bigger. Like, I saw this and I'm not even kidding. Like, my heart just went, wow. It's so powerful. And
Thank you.
like, explain how I'm sorry. I feel like maybe I jumped ahead of you.
Oh, no, that's okay. That's okay.
All right. I'd love to know, like, this is a real person? Like, this is someone's photo?
Yes. So I work with a lot of photographers. So that's something that, I've been broadening my horizons with just connecting with more people. That's the biggest thing. Community is what drives me to do the work that I do. I want to help people. I'm healing myself through this, but I'm also, the biggest motivator is helping other people, creating a space for healing for others. So I work with a lot of photographers and a lot of astrologers. So I'm not an astrologer. I am not good at writing my own astrology insights. So it's a perfect opportunity to collaborate with other astrologers who do write insights for full moons and new moons every single month. So this is for the full moon in Capricorn that happened on the 23rd and 24th this week. And this is actually a vision I had for about 2 weeks. I knew there was a big moon. I knew I wanted to have a girl with the Capricorn horns. So this photographer I worked with a few times with some of my pieces. I find his photography just fits so perfectly with what I'm trying to convey in my work. So that is a model that he shot. And I've added, of course, some Capricorn horns, and you can see some line work in there too. So I do a mix of collage, photo manipulation and Photoshop, and I also use my iPad to draw. So those energy lines you see, those are all hand drawn on my iPad.
Goosebumps, so beautiful. And I don't know if you can tell on the photo but the two, is it fire that's coming out of her hand? Whatever's coming out of her hands is moving, and I'm like, how cool is that?
Yeah, I use a couple different things to add some animation to my works. That's also something new that I've been playing around with as well. I really feel it just adds an extra like oomph to my work.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I wanted the energy and to be flowing out of her hands. And you'll see the Capricorn symbol is on her stomach there.
Yeah,
so.
I see that there. I'm going to show more of the art. Like,
thank you.
I don't know. It's just so beautiful. Like this one here.
Thank you.
Like, yeah. What's this one?
Same thing, full moon in Capricorn. This is for a commission for a psychic healer and shaman. Her name is Rose. She's wonderful. I work with her every single month, and she's pretty good. She normally has a vision already, and she just, she gives me all this information. I just like, okay, this is what I see based on your vision. So it allows me to get out of my comfort zone with, how can I, my version versus somebody else's vision. It's really, really cool. So that was also, again, for the full moon. It was a strawberry moon, so I try to add more of a silky strawberry feel to that one specifically.
Right.
I think you shared one the other day. That was for Cancer season. That one right here. So every time there's a new moon, an astrological zodiac season change, so from Cancer to, next month being Leo, I always create 1 or 2 pieces dedicated to the zodiacs. So this was for Cancer. The sacred geometry in this piece actually is a symbol of the element of water. Cool. So it's connected there for those who are sacred geometry fans. I made sure that the symbol was in connection to the water sign of Cancer. So this one didn't take me very long to do, actually. It was a vision again that I had, and I'm trying to be a little more minimalistic with some of my work as of late.
Right.
And trying to get out of my comfort zone. I think that's, similar, same photographer for
fun.
So I think it's the same photographer, actually.
I didn't know that there was a woman in there until I clicked on it. That is so cute.
Yeah, I worked with this model a couple times. She's wonderful. Her and the other photographer have given me creative freedom. They love what I'm doing, so I love that they are open-minded And I've done many collaborations with them. So that's one big thing about being in the spiritual niche is, you know, I'm connecting with more people, and they're allowing me to just have fun with this, you know?
Nice. Yeah. So then does she just lay down? So how did this piece come together? Was she just laying on the floor, like wherever the, you know, the photographer took the photo, and then you just added all the stuff in the background?
So she's already in that. It's actually like a little like chair. I don't really know what kind of material that is, but she was already in that chair. And I added the roses, I added the clouds, the sparkles. So it's just some extra elements just to make it pop a little bit more. So it was in a room, in a corner. So I was like, I really think I can just bring this to life just a little bit more. And this was for the summer solstice. So I wanted those orange, pinks, and purple colors coming out. The beginning.
Sorry, I feel like your art, like this could almost be taken. This is me and my business brain, so excuse me for a sec. But like, I would hang that on my wall and see how the clouds are moving. Like, how cool! You would just lay there, totally mesmerized.
And you know, I'm getting a lot of feedback actually from a lot that they really are enjoying my animations. So I'm glad to hear that, because like it kind of adds a bit of it really adds more to the story. So I appreciate that feedback, because I'm definitely going to be playing around with more animations with my work for sure.
It pops. And I would say, like, even, you know, we teach visualization, you know, for the things that you want, or, you know, living as the person you want to be. And it's visualizing what that's like and how it feels. And your artwork just invokes so much emotion. And I think that's just a really, you know, cool way. Like, look at this one. I love it.
Same photographer, actually. It's the same photographer. Again, I just love how he shoots, and that all of that is line work that I did on my iPad.
Beautiful.
I'm going to be doing more of those. I did it as more as an experiment, and I'm getting a lot of positive feedback. So I think I'm going to continue doing more of those. So I really take I do get a lot of engagement on my posts, and I'm so appreciative of that, because it allows me to know what my audience is looking for and what they really like. I also like hearing, you know, some of them take a lot of time to even write such a really beautiful comment of like, you know, this is how it made me feel. This was very thought-provoking. It's really beautiful that people do take the time. And it resonated with them so much to just relay that feedback to me, you know?
Right.
Then I feel like I'm doing something right.
Yeah. And your account is so unique, I'm going to say, because I love artwork, and I've been really learning what NFTs are. And we'll talk about that in just a second. But what I love is the one I found you was the one to the right of your photo in the middle there. And I'm going to click on it in a second, because it just spoke to me. It's not even just about putting up the artwork, but the comments and the posts that you actually put behind, whether it's an astrologist or someone that's giving you the insight or, you know, the information to that. I would say that your art isn't just something you look at, the pieces and the time that you put even to what you're writing. It speaks to the soul, because it's just this deeper level, right? Of here's a really beautiful photo, but there's something even deeper than that, which is very much like our soul, right? We can see us, but there's something that's so much deeper. And I think it's beautiful. Like, oh my gosh, the woman on the left, that is such a beautiful fairy tale photo. Like,
that was for the full moon in Leo, I believe in February. I'm a Leo, so I actually finished that piece a month before that full moon, because it's my element, like Leo. But I appreciate that very much. I do put a lot of time into making sure that there is a meaningful caption. Not everybody reads them, and that's okay. You know, everybody's different, but I like having. There are people who do take the time to read my captions, and here and there I have people say, you know, I really appreciate you taking that kind of time. So I try not to let that discourage me, you know. So that's full moon and Leo. Cool. That is my top post so far based on my analytics. So
let me add to the analytics. I liked it.
I do pay attention, and it's Leo season next month, so I'm really excited to make some more. That is my sun sign, so I'm, you know.
Did you animate
this is a collaboration again? Yeah, I work with her name is Rihanna. White Witch Wisdom is who the insights are by. She's in Australia, and what a wonderful soul. She has taught me so much, and she gives me so much creative freedom. and she based her words off of my art. So I usually give it to her 2 weeks in advance or a week in advance so that she has something to channel, so that it feels more authentic. So that's something I want to say with my art is I make art and what I feel in that moment. So, you know, sometimes my art can be darker, like this one, for example, and some of them can be lighter. And that really, I'm trying to be as authentic as possible with being open with my audience about what I may be feeling in that moment, because it's not always butterflies and rainbows. It's not realistic.
Right?
And, you know, for some people it might be uncomfortable, but that's the point, right? Working with their shadow and, you know, not pushing it away. It's just, you know, I actually feel like I identify and I'm able to connect with my shadow sometimes than my light. So when someone asks, you know, what's something that's really difficult for you to create? It's actually more of the lighter stuff, because I have a harder time connecting to my lighter. So
wow. Yeah.
This was to be thought-provoking. This was an NFT, and I sold it within 4 days of being on the market to somebody who was resonated so much with it that she was like shaking. She was like, I can't even explain to you how much I resonate with this and how it affects me in my journey right now. Like, it was heartwarming to hear that.
That's so beautiful. And I love how sexy it is, right? Like the woman who's laying down, and this is the window of our mind. So when we're laying down and we're calm, you know, like, what are the thoughts that's going? There are often a lot of times when we're, you know, trying to figure out how do we fix that, or, you know, it's all of that, instead of coming into ourselves and saying, okay, I trust you, source. You know, I don't have all the answers, but you know, I'm here, and kind of being that open vessel. We have to have both, right? You need the darkness to see the light. So they definitely, you know, have their own purposes in our life, and it's really embracing the parts that we don't like, or the parts that are harder. But really, I feel when we look at it, whatever that heavier thing is, it's actually meant to push us into the light, to push us further up. You know, we're like, oh, I don't like that, or it doesn't feel good. Okay, what don't I believe, or what do I believe about myself that my higher self is saying, you got it wrong, girl, like you're believing a lie from wherever, to push you into what really is your truth.
Absolutely.
So beautiful. I'm going to pull up the one where I found you, and I'll share that. While I'm doing that, do you want to just explain what NFT is? It's this new thing for artists and digital art. And if you could share with our audience what it is.
Yeah, sure. I'll try to break it down as much as possible in a short time span, because I know we don't have all the time. But think of NFTs as another way for creators to share their work in a different market. So everything, like, NFTs are purchased on the crypto market, so purchased through cryptocurrency. So for those who are familiar with crypto, who invest in crypto, that's the big part of it. And it's also on the blockchain. So those who are familiar with different types of cryptocurrencies. So for example, I'm on the Ethereum blockchain. So a lot of my artworks, so I'll back up just a little bit, because sometimes I don't really know if it's going to be an NFT. I try not to think too far ahead with these kinds of things. If I create a piece of art that speaks to me and I feel it might be good to share it as an NFT on the crypto market, then I will. And I usually actually get feedback from the audience first.
Cool.
The higher reaction I get, the more of the chance where I'm like, I think it's going to resonate with a lot more people. So I turn it into an NFT. So it's a long story of how you can convert anything into an NFT. So it could be a podcast, it could be a song, it could be a piece of physical art, digital art, it doesn't matter. And when you turn it into an NFT, it's on the blockchain, so it cannot, they'll always know who the creator is of the NFT, because you can't change, alter, or delete anything that's on the blockchain. So for those who are familiar with blockchain technology. So if, say, my piece of art was, because I've sold 6 since March, which I'm very grateful for. So somebody can turn around and sell my piece of art on the secondary market for double than what they paid for, as an example. So for some people, they might not like, oh, I don't know how I really feel about that. It's like, well, we actually get a percentage royalty out of that. Every single time a transaction happens,
yay!
From the lifespan of when it was created on the blockchain to forever in time, everyone's always going to know who is the creator of that NFT, Whereas, you know, with a physical piece of art, you may sell it to somebody, you may have a signature on it, whatever, but it kind of gets lost in translation over time.
Right.
And they don't get royalties from every time it gets sold to one person to the next. So it really provides, it's changed the world. It's changed so many people's lives. And I've also collected some NFTs, and I'll tell you a story. I actually bought one from someone, and he told me later on that he's like, thank you so much for the sale, part of percentage of the sale, because it was around, it was 0.33 Ethereum. So at the time it was around 800 Canadian.
Okay.
Right? And just so you know, I've spent 100% of my sales back to the community, all of it. That's why, yeah. So he said to me that some of his sales actually went towards helping his grandmother's medical bills. And how heartwarming to hear that I actually helped a family.
Goosebumps.
It's unbelievable. So NFTs has changed the game for so many people who want to be a creator, and it's hard to do that, you know, outside of the NFT scene. And it's one sale can pay for someone's rent for 3 months, as an example, depending on where you are in the world, right? So yeah, NFTs has changed the game for creators, and you're going to see more and more of that.
So beautiful. I love how, you know, the community is really just embracing artists that have been known as like the starving artists. And one of our teachers, she's an artist as well, and she always talks about the unstarving artist, like, let's be unstarving, right? And I think this is so great because the fact that you can sell it on the crypto market, so that's kind of neat in and of itself, but that every time your print is sold, regardless, you get a percentage back forever. I think that is amazing.
And it's unique ownership. So whoever collects your NFT, it's unique. It's like, you think of it as like a unique baseball card, you know, like all those like baseball cards that people used to collect. Like there's only one of that unique asset. So think of it that way. As an NFT, you're not going to see it anywhere else. You have ownership of it. We still retain copyright as the creator, but the person who collects it, they own it, right? Which is pretty cool. But there's a difference between collectors and investors, right? There are some that, you know, they purely invest in NFTs because they want some financial gain out of it. And there's actually people who are true collectors who truly just love to collect art.
Right.
And I'm seeing more and more painters, for example, like physical painting from oil to acrylic, fluid abstract, which is also what I do also as a hobby. I'm seeing more and more of them enter the space. So they will take their work, they get it professionally scanned, make it more 3D looking so that it is digitized so that they can make 3 times the amount they would if they were just to sell the physical piece. And they can decide if they want to sell the physical and the digital so they can double the price, as an example, right? So far I've sold 6. And I would say it's totaled around 2,500 to 3,000 Canadian within a couple of months. Like I can't even make that amount with just my physical products. Like that's just crazy.
That's
so
awesome.
I encourage people. Yeah, it's a lot of work to get into it, but it's worth it.
Right. Okay. So if let's say I purchased this one, it was on the NFT market and I purchased it. What does it mean? I can only look at it on my computer. I don't even know. What do you do with NFT art?
So it depends if it's an animated work or if it's a still image. So this is a still image, for example. You could go and get it printed if you really wanted to. We give you the file. So when you purchase the NFT, so a lot of my NFTs are in JPEG format. I tell them exactly what they're getting out of it. You can go and print it to be in your home. You can have a digital frame, because I'm seeing more and more people purchasing digital frames that they'll put on their wall, and they'll have a continuous loop of different pieces of art. That's what I'm going to do.
I have all your stuff in there.
Yeah, like I think digital collectibles are becoming more and more common.
Love it.
And I think it's still new. It's still very new to a lot of us, but I can guarantee you're going to see more and more of this. It's going to be
so cool.
Yeah.
No more buying the IKEA prints, for the living room wall. It's like support an artist, right? And then own the piece. Like, so cool.
Yeah, it's changed the game. So I'm happy.
So if someone who's brand new, like, how do you know for your stuff? So let's promote you. So how do we know what pieces are up for sale and how to even get involved?
Okay, well, on my Instagram, I do have a highlight of all the NFTs that are available or sold. I actually do indicate they're already sold.
Okay.
In the link in my bio on my Instagram is a list of different things of all the platforms that I'm on, because there are multiple crypto marketplaces, right? And as an artist, if you are getting into the scene, it's good to be on multiple platforms so that you have more exposure this way. Some collectors may or may not like to collect on one marketplace compared to another. So it's good to expand and be everywhere as much as you can. So some pieces, I already have 3 right now. I just made available last week. And I do have physical prints as well on my own site that are not NFTs.
Okay. Oh my goodness. So awesome. I want to chat about this. I'll show your link so that people can see what that looks like.
Sure.
So this was the first one that I saw and I was like, holy shit, this is the coolest photo ever. And I was just drawn in because this was at a time, and it was so funny because Scorpio was like, is releasing, right? It was a lot of releasing of your past. And that's just where I was, you know, like I really took a deep dive on my 0 to 7 years since my last depression in January, and to find out like what was hiding, like just to get that shit out, right? To have a look at it, not I guess not deal with it, but like have a look at it, what's there, so that I know how to be able to function in my life, even if something's there, right? And so when I saw this, and you know, just it was talking about Scorpio, and that the energy was intense, which in that moment I was feeling that because I was clearing lots of tears, clearing so much of my past. And so it says here, but as with all Scorpio energy, she is offering an opportunity for deep healing and transformation, but only if we are willing to plunge into the watery depths of our emotions and truth. And I feel like a lot of people, and myself included, this is me in January for my depression, right? Is that I knew there was stuff below the water and I didn't want to look. It was scary. And I didn't know what would be there, or how, if it would take me out for, months or whatever. So for me, when I was looking at this, I had decided to take the plunge, and I was in the water looking at all of the stuff. And that's what this photo just reminded me of. It's like, it's okay. Look how pretty it is to go down and have a look, right? Does that, for me, it just felt like, yes, this is, looking at our shadow piece, is we can't breathe necessarily under there, but we can still have a look around, and what are the gifts? What is the beauty of what we went through? And that's, what this depicted for me. So powerful, your artwork, and you're getting comments saying like, wow, so beautiful, amazing. I have a question, like, how did the artist do this one? Like, did that lady have a dress on, or did you embellish the red?
It was already, so the color of the dress was totally different. I changed it.
Cool.
Yeah, so she was already in the water. The scene behind her and whatnot, that was not there. That's all photo manipulation. I want it to be almost like, you see that kind of like reflection at the top, and so that she's able to see herself. But you can also see on the expression on her face that it's almost like she's very calm. Yeah. She's not afraid. She's surrendering to these depths. Wow. And I made this 3 weeks before that full moon in Scorpio. I felt the heaviness so early, and so did my astrologer. She was going through some stuff herself that I wasn't aware of at the time, until later on it like hit her so hard. And that's when she's like, this is the most perfect image. Because I thought, I know it's not as light and fluffy as we normally do with some of our other pieces. I'm sorry, but it's so much darker. She's like, no. Like, this is exactly how I'm feeling right now. This is what we should be sending out to the world, because there's so many others that are feeling the same way. Right. So
I just want to see this one animated. Like, it's so pretty.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I added some line work there too. And yeah, I like to mix back and forth between my collage and my illustrations. I'm this moon in Sagittarius, so I get bored really fast. So I like to switch between, I honestly, I just make what I feel in that moment. If I feel like making a collage, I'll make a collage. If I feel like drawing something, I'm going to do that. So cool. I'm kind of all over with a map with mine, and I feel like that's my unique way of authentically expressing myself, is just creating what I feel intuitively in that moment.
Right. Cool. I'm just going to switch the page. Hang on. And just share your link page just so people can see there. Here we go. I don't know how to flip screens. Here we go. Yeah. So supporting your artwork and website. I think, just while we're waiting for our next speaker, there's all the NFT stuff. So how to go and support her. So that's awesome if you want to buy the art and your mailing list. So that's really awesome. I've been talking this weekend, just about people who have intuitive gifts. And I mean, yours are definitely very evident. And, you're saying that you're channeling and it's really, this is the wave of the future. We are all psychic. We all have that intuition, and it's the calmer we can get our emotions or our nervous system, the more we can hear that coming in. And for those who are here to be, I feel, the bridge between the physical and the spiritual, right? Those gifts are coming in stronger. This is what people are going to look for in someone to work with, whether it's an employee or they're commissioning you for your art. Like, how cool for those astrologists to know that you can give them a piece of art, or they can tell you, this moon's coming, or I have this idea, and then you just tap in and you create this, right? It's such a different way to look at business and life. And I think it is so incredible and so beautiful. So if there's if there's anyone here who is looking to create content, and I would even say, we have a lady that was on yesterday who creates, oracle deck cards. Oracle deck, where you could be commissioned for the back of an oracle deck, right? Your artwork is just so incredible.
That's the dream, is, to be commissioned for something like that would be amazing. I also plan to do my own. I'm big into tarot and oracle. It's been a dream of mine for a long time. And I've had probably 10 people. I probably had 10 or 15 people in the last 2 months say, oh my goodness, your art would look so good as a tarot and oracle deck. And it's like, that's a huge project in itself. And time is the issue for me, right?
Well, the cool thing is, like, there's different ways to do it. You could have just one piece that's the back, so it's consistent. It's all that, or designing. So they have your artwork, just that one piece, and then on the back would be like the word of whatever they wanted to create, or the bigger project of 40 or 52 cards.
Well, even tarot is 78, right?
Oh gosh, wow.
And like 78 tarot with the card design and a box and a guide. Like there's so much, but I like structure, which is why I like tarot over oracle. Oracle, I think I would have a harder time with, just because I can't stick to one theme. I have a hard time with that. So I think that would be my first project as like a big special project just for myself. So I'm planning to start something next month for that. It might take a year, but that's okay. I want it to be in divine time. I believe everything happens in divine timing and when it's supposed to. So I surrender and just trust that the universe has my best interest at heart. Beautiful. And it will happen when it's supposed to.
Yeah, totally. Oh, that's so good. Right on. Any last comments as we wrap up here? And thank you. Let us know when you do make your cards. There was a comment saying that your cards will be so beautiful.
Oh,
we'll definitely want to see them. Yeah.
Just final words is that, like, for those that I just started this last year, and man, has it grown in a year. I would never expect all these beautiful things that are happening to me with my business to happen so quickly. And that's because I manifested for that. I believed in my work and I put a lot of hard work into it. So I truly believe that it's never too late to follow your dreams, and don't let anyone tell you you're not going to be successful. And social media is one of those things too. Don't let the number of followers define your talent. Don't, like, those self-limiting beliefs that you're setting on yourself, I let them take over for way too long, and I wish I started a lot sooner, but that's okay, right? I still have time. I still have time to fulfill my life's purpose, which I truly believe is what I'm doing right now. So
right.
If you feel called to do something, go for it.
Cool. So good. Thank you so much for being here. I know you'll be hearing from me when I have things that I have ideas for us.
Yay, great.
Yeah, this is great. And just thank you. Thank you for your art. Thank you for what you're doing for the community, for helping people to heal through such beauty and what you're creating, and also the words, right, that really go deep and within. So yeah,
I appreciate that. Thank you so much for having me. This was wonderful, and I look forward to connecting with you further.
Cool. Good. Well, have a great day.
Have a great day, everybody. Bye.
Okay, good. Next, we're going to keep rolling. This is like the artist hour here. I'm super excited. We're going to bring up Angela. Hello, hello. How are you?
Hi.
I can hear you. You're
Oh,
good?
shoot. Oh, there we are.
I love your studio.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I'm getting a little echo. Let me go like this. There we go. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes.
Perfect.
Is the echo still there?
No, I'm gonna change up what I'm gonna do. I'm just set up to perform, so it's like without a sound check. I'm a little on the seat of my pants here, but you can hear me okay, and I can hear you. Say
Yeah.
one more thing.
I can hear you perfectly.
Awesome. Okay.
Yeah.
No
super.
more echo. Thank you for having me. I'm really excited.
Yeah. You're welcome. And thank you so much for filling in. What a week it's been for us, definitely full moon energy for sure. But when I had reached out to our spiritual mentor and Tara Antler, and I said, hey, I need a speaker for this weekend. Who would you suggest? And she mentioned you, and I looked up your website. I was like, oh yeah, we definitely want to have her on. Your music is so beautiful. I was, the other morning I woke up and we were just having like stuff going on with speakers and all of that. And I was like, I need a moment. And I went and I had a bath and I put on your album, and thank you. You just brought me back to like feeling good. And I'm like, okay, we got this.
Oh, that's amazing to hear.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing that.
So you
That's
helped
awesome.
me a lot. And I didn't yell as much at the kids. So that was also another bonus. We are in the same spiritual mastermind. That's how we met. And so we've been learning really great things. How long have you been in Thrive with us?
I am getting to the end of the year. So
Okay.
I joined in July, Thrive 365. It's been like a metamorphosis for me. I feel like right now, getting at the end of it, I'm sort of like that butterfly ready to hatch, like I think this past year, has been obviously very challenging for everyone.
Yeah.
But some of us have been able to really go inward, and that's what I've been really focused on.
Awesome.
And the timing is really good because I've always, for those of you who, maybe don't know my music, I've always been like a empowering and positive person. I funnel that into my music because it really is an extension of who I am. And this year I've really gone inward, and I have even more of a focus of music for healing and how music has healed me in my own life. Like what you were just talking about, Christine, with, when you're having a rough day, or, I have a song called Living on the Bright Side, which I might perform today. Which, has a lot of people have messaged me saying like, this song, like this is my go-to, like I immediately feel better when I hear this song, and it just means so much. And that's the power of music, from the songwriter's perspective, as well as like the listener's perspective,
Yeah. So good. And honestly, that's the first song that I was listening to was Living on the Bright Side. And I'm working with some clients, and I was like, oh, it'd be good to like have something where, instead of going back to old programming and the old loop, it's just rewiring, right? And putting something new and fresh in there. And when I heard the song, I was like, this is a song. Like, this is so perfect because it's kind of upbeat, and, it reminded me of like Flowery or summer concerts or whatever. And I was like, yes, that's one that definitely raises the mood and the vibration. So I'm glad that you can play that for us today, possibly. Share with us, how did you get into music? Kind of what is your story as far as, how you got into music, and also, let me finish my thought. So what I really love about, any time that I've been talking to people and they've had some kind of a mentorship program this year, whatever it is, and like what they're creating out of it. And I think what you're doing is so beautiful, just like you've had this time to go within and to heal. And now your music is just going to have, such a greater impact, I feel, for people because you've also been there, right? And now you'll be able to speak to that, or teaching people how to come up as well. And I think it's so beautiful.
Yeah. Thanks for finishing that thought. That's awesome.
Yeah.
If you hear a loop, I'm sorry, it's coming through the headphones, so I can hear you. It's just a little distracting. So if you can hear it, then I'm sorry about that.
I can't. We're
so good. Just a little like of my background. I started playing really young. I'm originally from Calgary, coming at you from Toronto, by the way. That's where I live. And I played in a rock band and started really young and toured around and was very very motivated from a young age to really want to share my voice. So I'm a singer first and foremost. I always have been, and didn't really realize the power of the voice until more recently, which we'll talk about. But that's how I ended up in Toronto. So my band toured around Canada. We were, you know, trying to get that record deal, pie in the sky, like chasing our dreams. And I left my whole family behind to move to Toronto. And several years ago, I became a solo artist. So I've always been Angela Saini, but now I'm Angela Saini. And that was really terrifying and scary to kind of go solo. And obviously it was really terrifying and scary to leave my whole family behind in Calgary as well. So I've been writing songs about change and having courage and those kinds of emotions and drive for a long time, because I've gone through that in my own life and in my own career. You know, taking a chance and having needing courage to do things that I've done in my life and all the chances that I've taken. And so, you know, I've put out several records now. I've toured around Europe, Canada. You might have heard some of my songs on CBC Radio or Sirius XM. And so my ethos for songwriting, from a creative standpoint as a songwriter, not as a music listener, because I mean, you can do both obviously, but I really do channel my life experience into songs, whether it's consciously or unconsciously. So part of what I'm stepping into now in coaching, I've been coaching for 5 years as a songwriting coach and voice coach. But now I'm really, because I've been working on my own self-healing and my own development much more so than I ever have before, I'm really more conscious of how I can share my gifts with the world, you know, in a musical sense, in a songwriting sense, and also how I can help other people, you know, find their true voice, because I've been doing it for a long time, just automatically. It's just one of my gifts as a songwriter. I've been writing songs for over 20 years. So it comes naturally and easy to me. But I do think anyone can foster their creativity and find their real, true, authentic self through creative exercise. And that doesn't have to be writing, you know, a hit song. It can be journaling, right? Or having creative exercises where, for example, I have songs I've written where I didn't actually know how I felt until I wrote the song, which sounds kind of crazy, but that is the power of, you know, that sort of that magic of music. I mean, music has so many powerful healing qualities, just music, the tones of music, but from a creative standpoint where you're putting in words and feelings and intention, that's a whole other energy. And to express yourself is just the greatest gift. And to have someone receive it is even a bigger gift, because being able to share your energy with others and help them too, you know, like some of my songs, as I mentioned, have helped heal others or uplift and empower. So that's been definitely part of my journey, and so I'm stepping into being more of a coach for and more focus on healing, I think, and authenticity and creativity and expression is really exciting. So that's sort of like a snapshot of like the end of my Thrive 365 world, you know, like this incubator that we're in.
That's awesome. Right on. I'll just share the screen for your Instagram so that people can find you. And Christine is a friend. She said she found you on Spotify already, which is really good.
Oh, awesome. Thank you.
Yeah. So let me share just so that people can follow you as well. So Angela Saini Music on your Instagram. Where else would you want people to follow you just while
Yeah, well, I'm on
this?
Facebook, so it's Angela Saini Music. I have a Facebook page, YouTube. I've put out 4 albums as a solo artist, so I have many music videos on YouTube.
Cool. So fun. Right on.
Yeah, I can hear you. It's so weird. I hope this is okay. You can hear me okay.
I can, yeah. It's
okay,
good.
super.
It's good. Cool. Where is your music headed? What's the future for you?
Well, I have this new interest, and for those people who might be in Thrive 365 that are tuning in, I shared it in that page. I have a new interest in learning some of the mantras most of them are in the Rigveda, the old Sanskrit scripts. So a lot of mantras that I've become aware of, and I'm half Indian. I should mention my dad is from India, so I learned the Gayatri mantra in our incubator, and hadn't heard of it before, but my dad knew it very well. So I learned it. It took me about a week to memorize the words. It's in Sanskrit, and so I've decided it's kind of helping me get back to my ancestral heritage a bit. I feel it really resonates with me. So I'm going to be translating and adapting some more mantras. That's a project that's going to be a side project to my next album, which I'm working on right now. So the first single, I actually was just in the studio last night, which my voice is a little hoarse today, but it's been a really fun ride. The first single is called In It for the Ride, and it's a song about the ups and downs of life and how, we are really all here for the experience. So the chorus is, without going into it, but like, I'm in it for the ride. That's why I came here, that it's the joy of the experience of life. Whether there's ups or downs, or whether the journey takes twists and turns. And again, I write a lot about my own experience because I've been through all of those things. So that's the next things I'm working on. And still, my song "Living on the Bright Side." Thanks for I'm glad it resonates with you, and it's still on the Pop Adult station on Stingray across Canada. Cool. You might have heard it in your local coffee shop, or Second Cup, Canadian Tire, Dollarama, whatever. So I think if with looking at the time, I probably have time to play one song, and I'll maybe play that one. And the fun thing about this is I usually do a sing along. And you'll know where it is when I play it. And so I invite people to sing along, because the power of the voice is so transformative, and it moves energy, and it's a pure expression of ourselves. So cool. That was a long answer to your question, but that's where I'm going.
I love it. I love it. Can you say the mantra?
Yeah. It's easier for me to actually sing it than
sing it.
I could. Can I just sing it? Because if anyone wants to hear it, because saying it, I'm just gonna sing it. It's all I know. Again, it's.
I think these are really important because it's healing. They're sound healing, right? And us getting out and being able to express mantras are really important for sure.
Yeah. Well, let me do a quick rendition. It's only about 2 minutes long.
Cool.
The mantra that I've done, I've angelified it. So I've added and adapted bits that weren't in the original. I mean, the mantra itself is the original, but I'll just put these on.
I'll let you go on screen, and I'll come back in 10 minutes, like before the next speaker. So I'll come back on.
Okay. So if we have more time, maybe I'll play the Gayatri mantra, and then I'll play Living on the Bright Side.
Oh,
and let's just make sure before you go, can you just let me know that you can hear me? Because I have to mute. Okay. Perfect. Just tell me in the chat that you can hear me. I'm going to mute myself. Can you hear me still?
Yep.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. Thank you. The echo is gone. Okay. The voices in my head are gone. Wonderful. All right. So thanks for having me. So the Gayatri mantra I'll play right now. And it's a very spiritual song. It's a very uplifting song. So I hope you enjoy it. Just sit back and receive. Om Bhurbo Svaha Tatsavatra Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Jo Yona Prachodayat Om Bhurbo Svaha Tatsavatra Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Jo Yona Prachodayat. So that was the Gayatri mantra, Angela Saini style. And I'll play a song to lead us out. The song I was talking about, Living on the Bright Side, which you might have heard, on CBC Radio or some other places. And just a note on, thank you, I can see the comments. Thank you so much. Just a note on, again, the power of creativity and music specifically. This song I wrote during an ice storm. And for those of you in Southern Ontario, it's like, which ice storm? Because where I come from, there are no ice storms. But here in Ontario, we have ice storms in the middle of winter. And it was a particularly bad winter. We didn't have power for 3 days. My tour van had died, and I hadn't seen the sun in probably 4 to 6 weeks. So it was a particularly bad winter, and I was in a bad place mentally. And this song came out. So again, it kind of just shows the transformative nature of creativity and what you can find when you dig down deep, what you can find down there inside. So I hope you like it. And like I said, there is a sing-along part at the end. You'll know where it is. Sing like no one's listening because you're probably at home like I am. So this one's called Living on the Bright Side. I've never owned a poncho. Whenever it rains, I only see a rainbow. Splashing through the puddles, knowing that's how green grass grows. Only sun comes through my window. It's cold and the car won't start. Must be a great day for a walk. I'm living on the bright side. I'm living on the bright side. It's all a state of mind. I'm living on the bright side. It's my state of mind. When a bulb burns out, I see. Even in the dark, it feels sunny to me. Skipping in the shadows, every corner holds beauty. There is always light if you look closely. My train home is 3 hours late. Must be time for another piece of cake. I like chocolate. I'm living on the bright side. I'm living on the bright side. It's all a state of mind. I'm living on the bright side. Poison tastes so good on my tongue. Enjoying life, I've got only one. I'm living on the bright side. Your turn. I'm living on the bright side. I can't hear you. I'm Keep it going. I'm living on the bright side. Keep it going. I'm living on the bright side. 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 That was super fun. Thanks for singing along.
Oh, that was so great.
Thank
you.
There we go. There we
Oh,
are.
I loved it.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so
So
much.
beautiful, like just so airy and light. Like, I don't know, I just feel like fairies or something.
That's
Dancing in the
awesome.
garden.
That's awesome. You know, it is music can be such a go-to. I mean, we all have our songs that lift us up or make us feel something. I mean, that's the beauty of music. So thank you so
Right.
much. Thanks for
Yeah.
having me on the show.
Yeah, you're very welcome. And so I'd say, like, follow her. Sorry to hear my kitty. She's
Aw,
got me
pets are the
some little
best.
sneeze. Yeah, they are. Yeah, follow her on Instagram, angelasaini.com. I'll pop up your banner again so that people can see. You had a how fantastic in the comments. There we go. That's how to find her.
And thank you for all the comments. That's great. I'm going to go back and watch from backstage after this. So thank you.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And definitely just wishing you all the best with everything and the mantra stuff. I popped up, I just took a quick look at probably Wikipedia or something and put the words in there. I'm going to go back to and see phonetically what they look like and then versus what you're singing.
Yeah, it takes a little while to get the pronunciation of the Sanskrit. My dad was really helpful because, you know, he doesn't speak Sanskrit, but Hindi is a very, it's, you know, derivative of Sanskrit. So he obviously knew all the pronunciation. So he actually really helped me when I was learning the first one.
And how cool that you are Indian. Like I wouldn't have guessed that, but like so cool to go back to your roots and
yeah, I really
special.
feel that. I think it's really part of my healing too, in a sense. Just, you know, being Canadian and being, like, obviously being born here, but just there's a lot of beauty that's come out of the Indian tradition, obviously healing and many you know, healing techniques, etc. I mean, the ancient teachings have so much to teach us. So it's very nice. Yeah, Saini is a Indian last name. It's a Punjabi last name. So
okay.
Yeah.
Neat.
Yeah. Yeah.
And there's been actually, I've heard a lot of mentors say this, that, you know, we've had so like Eastern and Western and healers and religions and such. And it's like what's coming next is, you know, the healers, the shamans and stuff are coming out of the West. And I think that you having both backgrounds plus being through, you know, that spiritual mastermind that we've been, where you're really going in like on a soul level, right? Like super deep. And now, you know, you're that bridge too, I feel, for people. And through your music, it's going to be really amazing to see and watch what you create.
Thank you. I'm really excited. I do feel that I'm part of the bridge team.
Yeah.
You know, between new and old, you know, in a sense, I do feel like I'm part of that team, the way showers, you know, like there's a lot of us that, like, because of the gifts that we have, that's our way to help move things forward. So
so beautiful. Thank you so much, and awesome having this conversation. And
so nice to talk to you, and thank you for having me on. It's been a great day so far. I've been tuning in, and I'll be backstage after this. So
cool, awesome.
Actually,
next will be good. Michelle's coming up to talk up to way showers, light workers, intuitives that maybe don't trust themselves. That's usually one of the things we're here to evolve and to learn, right? So that'll be a good conversation too.
Amazing. Can't wait. That's great.
All right.
Awesome. Well,
good.
Thanks everybody. We'll see you on the other side. So
that's right.
Yeah, enjoy.
Bye. Oh, that was so great. All right, let me just fix up the banners, and I see Michelle here, so I'll bring her up and I'll add hers. Hello, hello, how are you?
Good morning.
How you doing?
I'm good.
Good. I realize now, 3 hours in, I forgot to turn on who we've got, our ticker. Whatever, it wasn't important.
Well, we're still in that Mercury retrograde shadow, you know.
Live show. It's a live show, folks. Awesome. So good to see you again. And thank you so much for being here. I really love your topic, and I think it fits our community so perfectly. This is really why the Healing Soul School started, was because I was meeting all these incredible healers that had these beautiful gifts, big hearts, empathic, had been through some stuff and figured some things out. But then there were these fears, these fears of being able to either get themselves out there, share their gifts, help people transform, raise their prices, or even feel comfortable to charge anything and to run their business. And I was like, oh, we got to bring, dust off those angel wings and bring, lift that up, and so that they can stand in their power and help more people. And your conversation for today is exactly, I feel, the biggest thing that definitely holds back a lot of people is this lack of inner trust.
Yeah.
And trusting your inner guidance. So share with us today, tell us who you are, some of your story, and how you got to, what you're doing today.
Yes. Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me. I'm realizing it's a little dark because it's not full sun yet, but
Where are you?
I'm in LA.
Okay, cool.
So it's 9 a.m.
Okay.
And I'm so grateful to be here. We connected a few months ago, and I just love what you're doing, your group, everything that you're doing to help the healing community. I think it's really powerful and so needed. The healers, I've been on this journey, my spiritual journey, for over 20 years. I've been on a very accelerated and intense awakening journey for about 5 years now. And I have really been through the muckety muck, I can tell you. The dark night of the soul, the health problems, the whole thing. And my family's like, why don't you go to the doctor? And I'm like, well, I don't really think the doctor. I'm having a spiritual awakening. My body's filling with light, and I need help. Do you have a pillow for this?
I'm sorry. There's times when I'm talking to someone and myself, I'm listening and I'm like, I sound like I am a loony bin right now.
Yeah.
Or like I'm an alien. Yeah, I feel you.
And then I overshared about my awakening. Like I started hearing voices, I became clairaudient and I became a channel. And then I shared that. And then I realized, my great aunt went to the psychiatric hospital. I think they're going to write a book there too.
Oh, yeah.
But that's how it starts. You start to really get your intuition. You start to hear or feel or know or see, and you think you're crazy because we're told as children, stop lying to me. That's not really happening. You're making that up. We're shamed if we're intuitive as children, and then we carry that childhood trauma with us throughout our lifetime. And so what I'm doing now is really doing a lot of healing, like so much healing and what's happened, I think the last couple of months, I don't know if you and your community have noticed, but I feel like for me and my clients, a lot of ancestral healing has been come up to be cleared.
Yeah.
And it's like, you did this in a past life. And I'm like, oh, but I can't help you be held responsible for that.
Our spiritual mentor, she's been talking to that, she's like, everyone's lived lifetimes. Like you've been maybe like every kind of person, but you've also been that person where you hurt someone. And now, we're in this really unique, maybe we're a light worker or way shower or something like that. We're here to help the collective, but also remember, not to toot our horns where we're all up here. We also have done some stuff, and we brought that, whatever we're here to evolve, or those emotions or fears or whatever it is, with us.
And there's a lot of forgiveness involved. I spent this week, I think I spent about 3 hours this week, not all at once, but like a half hour every day doing Ho'oponopono.
Okay.
For, crimes that I committed, many lifetimes ago. And I finished that, and now I'm working on my family because I think, I was actually thinking about creating a Facebook support group for light workers and family, because I feel like my family, who's always been there for me, thinks I'm crazy now. And it's really, now that the vaccine has come in and this separation between the 3D and the 5D people, it's really been challenging.
Yeah. Tell people what the Ho'oponopono prayer is, or that mantra, just so that people know.
I love it. You can go to use Ho'oponopono, Ho'oponopono. And it is a Hawaiian prayer. And it's basically, I'm sorry, please forgive me, thank you, I love you. It's really just those 4 sentences. And then you just say it over and over and over. And it's really, really powerful. And there's this woman on YouTube. Her name is Sandra, I think it's Rolus, Rolus. And she has prolific videos on Ho'oponopono that you can talk to. She has one that's 108 times that you say it. And that's one I've been doing over and over. There's one that heals your timeline. There's one for self-forgiveness. She has forgiveness for everything. And it's really powerful. In fact, I went to one of my energy groups yesterday. And at the beginning of the week, I was really heavy, had a lot of heavy, dense energy I was going through. And yesterday, I just felt so light. And they're like, what have you been doing? We want to know. And I said, Ho'oponopono.
Yeah, it's beautiful. We had a student who brought that forward. I had never heard of it before. And she said, that really helped her. And I was like, wow, this is real good. For anything, for yourself, for a family member, for someone you're in conflict with, for an ex, for, so many, a situation, doesn't even have to be a person. Yeah.
And you don't even have to direct it to anyone. You can just say it in general. Like what I did a couple of nights this week was I woke up in the middle of the night, I couldn't get back to sleep. So I just put that recording on and just started saying it. And then you fall asleep to it. And then it continues to go into your subconscious. And it just continues to heal. So it's really, really
good. Angela's here in the comments, who was just performing. And she's doing some stuff with mantra. Hey, Angela, maybe you want to make a song about this, and we'll have you come back and, and play it. Yeah.
That would be beautiful.
Yeah.
So let's talk about trust, because trust is a big thing. I think actually in my energy, I do a Friday energy circle every week, and we are just about raising our consciousness, and we work on healing and clearing limiting beliefs, and trusting others came up yesterday. Actually, we decided to do a whole session on it next week, because, especially I think when you are such a big heart, that you just automatically, as children, you trust everyone, and the world isn't as safe as we'd like it to be, especially for us that are very sensitive to energy. And so we've been, we've had some challenges where people have broken our trust. And even with ourselves, when we have our intuition, we don't always trust what we see, hear, or feel, or know. And what I tell my clients is that the first thing to do is to really just know your clair. We all have multiple clairs, but if you hear, or if you see, or if you know, or if you feel, those are the 4 main ones. So just know what your main one is, so that when it comes through, you can start to trust it. I think the hardest ones to trust are feeling and knowing, because those are less concrete. We're taught if you can see it or you can hear it, then it's real. But if it's just visible, then no. So
just to back up one step, that for in case anyone's watching that's not really sure what those are your intuitive gifts. So some people are, they're seers, or they hear, or you just know something, or you have visions. We all have them, but just we are so in fight or flight, or we're so busy and we don't have that time where we're actually tuning in to see what our gifts are, to be able to understand them and to play into them.
Mm-hmm. You can Google 4 clairs, CLAIR, and then it will give you, there's like probably 16 of them, but the 4 main ones will let you know which to trust. And especially if you're an empath, because that means you feel and you pick up other people's feelings. So that's hard to trust because you don't know if it's you or the other person. So what I've really learned is discernment is so important. When you start to receive messages, you really need to discern if this message is for you, if it's for somebody else, or even your feelings, you need to discern. Is this my feeling or is this someone else that I'm picking up? You know, I was just on the train and that woman had some crazy energy and maybe I picked up her energy because I felt really good before I sat next to her. You know, you have to really start to dig deep into this. And I like hear. So I remember when I first heard my first thing, it was a couple of years ago, and I got up in the middle of the night and I heard, we're always watching, we're always listening, we're hearing, or we're always here. And it was kind of creepy, right?
You're like, what?
Weird. But what I do when I get these weird messages, I get my phone and I just talk it into my phone because it was the middle of the night. There was no way I was going to remember that. And then the next morning I looked at it and I'm like, oh, wow, okay. And then about a few weeks later, I got expand into your greatness. And at the time I was looking for a tagline for my jewelry business. And I thought, oh, that's a great tagline. And so I used it. But then a few months after that, I went through a big expansion. And I realized that that was them telling me, it's time for you to expand into your greatness. So that's another thing when you get the messages, you're not sure what they are. But the thing is really just to trust. I think that people are so afraid to make a move because they don't know what's going to happen, because we're so comfortable doing what we know. And we've been programmed from a really early age that, you know, to do what you know and to have a backup plan if that doesn't work.
Good. Yeah.
And I've always been really good at just making a decision and doing it. And if it doesn't work, just pivoting really quick and knowing that it's okay. It's not failure. If you do something and it doesn't appear to be going well, that doesn't mean you failed. It just means it's time to regroup and see if this really is the right thing for you. And if not, make a new move. You know, you're not committed to any of this.
Yeah. We call it a learn. It's not a failure. It's a learn. You learn something, either you like it or you don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. So ask God, what's the lesson here? And I always ask for signs too. That's like, if you really aren't sure, ask for signs, because God will send you signs, and it can be crazy signs. Like, send me a red balloon today.
Yep.
Send me a yellow butterfly or something. Yeah. Send me something and you can say, send me something that I will not miss, that is so freaking clear that I know it's you. And you'll get that sign within 24 hours. Yeah. And it will just reinforce what it is that you need to do. So signs are really, really important to ask for. Do you ask for signs, Christine?
I do. And actually, I was just thinking of a story that I had heard where someone had said they wanted, it was a toucan. She said, you know, if this is what I'm feeling, or, you know, show me a sign of a toucan. And she was just going about her day. Like, you just ask and you forget, right? Just going about her day. And she had picked, like, someone knocked on the door and they had a toucan on their shirt. She was like, there it is. There's a sign. Like, totally random, right? Something
and that's a tough one.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. So definitely ask for a sign. And don't be afraid, because right now we live in a unprecedented time of energetic support. The energy on this planet has never, ever, ever been this high. And because it's so high, we can manifest so quick. It's incredible what we can manifest. I started a couple months ago, might even have been like 6 weeks. I decided that I went to Hawaii. I manifested a trip to Hawaii, like all expenses paid for 2. It was so awesome. But I had to work like the whole time. By the time I was done working and I'm like, okay, I'm ready to have my vacation today, I was like, okay, today we're going home. I'm like, I'm not doing this again. I'm sharing, because I'm a spiritual business coach. I help people to find their purpose and then to turn their purpose into a business so they can do what they love and really earn a good living doing that. And, you know, one of the things that I share with people is that when you have your own business, then you have freedom. And I realized in that moment, I don't have freedom right now. I'm working my butt off, and this isn't what I signed up for. And I want freedom in my business and in my life. And I just made that decision, that declaration. Wow. And literally within weeks, all these people came into my life with freedom, about freedom. I would tune into like a Facebook Live or a podcast, and it was all about creating freedom in your life. Awesome. And somebody did a presentation for me on the 4-hour work week, how to do that. There was all these things I got. I was given a link to this business. You might be aware of it, Christine. It's called Acadium. Have you heard of it?
No.
It's for hiring help for your business, digital help. All of these people, it's a mentoring program. So the people that are in the program, the mentees, all have like digital certifications, but they can't get jobs because they don't have any experience. So they get on this for free, and you pay like $300 or $400 for 3 months. Okay. And then they give you 10 hours a week, and you can hire up to 3 of them. Wow. And you give them 1 hour a week of mentoring. And it's a really great program because you're helping them, they're helping you. And you have to be careful, especially when you're starting your business, because you don't have a lot of money to invest in help. And help is really, really important. So, but when you're looking on the site, you can look, there's what level of support do they need? So you can find people that can work mostly independently. And so somebody turned me on to this site, and I found these women, and I just can't even imagine my business without them. And one of them was like, I was looking for you, a person like you, a couple months ago, because I'm going through this awakening, and all of these people reached out to me because she's got like 20 years of experience. She goes, but I want to work with you because you're a spiritual coach, and that's what I need. And wow. She's turned out to be just an incredible person for my business. So, you know, because if you want freedom, you have to have help. You can't do it all on your own. You have to start building your team.
Right.
Yeah. So that all started coming. And then I did a month on joy in my Facebook group. We had Joyful June. And every week I interviewed someone about joy. And then I was looking in Facebook, and I stumbled on a friend of a friend, and her picture was just those pictures where you could just see the energy coming out of you. Yeah. And I'm like, oh, this woman is full of joy. I need to have what she's having.
Right.
And I had her on my Facebook group, and all we talked about was creating joy and freedom in your business. And she gave me a book to read. And so I guess all I'm saying is, whatever it is that you want in your life, now is the time to bring it forward. And the crazier it sounds, probably the more realistic it is.
Yep.
You know,
and what we're running from, right? The more resistance you have, that's what it is. I think of Jonah and the whale. If you know that Bible story, Jonah was supposed to go to Nineveh, and he was running, and so God put him in the belly of a whale. Yep.
Yeah, that's some crazy stuff, but I believe that happened. It probably can happen again now, especially in the life I've been leading, because some days I feel like I'm the lead in a sci-fi movie.
That's so true.
Right? I mean, the stuff that we're living now, it's insane.
Yeah.
So don't be afraid. Step forward. Get out of your comfort zone. That's where the growth happens. The growth happens when you just leap and build your wings on the way down.
Love that. Yeah. Just jump.
Just jump. That's the best way to do it.
Cool.
So do you have any questions about jumping?
I do. Where do you put the piece? So for people, when you're talking about the trust, what about, you know, their past? How do you, I've had, you know, coaches say where you have to heal each piece of it and look at it. I've had, you know, a coach say, you know, look at it once, see what was there, what was your gift, and then live in the now, right? Live as the person you want to be. So those are kind of like two opposites. Where do you, you know, fit as far as how does the past fit with trusting ourselves?
I believe that there's no one right answer to these big questions. I believe that we're all incredibly unique people. I actually just am creating my business blueprint, and I've been working on a name for it. And I finally came up with personal freedom blueprint, because I believe that you hold all the answers within you and that they're personal to you and that you have a blueprint. So whatever's good for you. If you can look at a situation and see what the lesson is and feel that lesson and then let it go and move on and be in the present, wow, all the power to you.
Cool.
I think that's an amazing gift that you have.
It is.
You should really help other people with that.
Bottle that up.
The rest of us, we need a lot of energy clearing. You know, I spent, gosh, when I was really going through the thick of it, I would say I would spend 2 hours, sometimes 3 in the morning, just doing chakra clearing, energy clearing, you know, just doing that. Now that I've gone through most of it, I'm doing once a week. I still do clearing every day, different kinds of modalities, because I think there's so many cool modalities out there. As healers, it's our responsibility to kind of be aware and to kind of taste them like a smorgasbord, right?
Yep. Yeah.
So
I think people have one within them. That's what I was getting a download for, you know, that with the way things are shifting and the new energy, even the energy of the sun, as our spiritual mentor talks about, that we each have our own healing modality. And it doesn't mean that it's like, say, like a Reiki or quantum healing or something like that. It's just simply, what have you been through? What are all the tools that you have in your toolbox? And then you just put all of that together. And that's, you know, your way of helping someone to heal themselves, their modality.
The other thing I've been doing a lot lately is playing in the quantum field. And one of the things that I think is so incredible about the quantum is that it's just all the past, the present, and the future are all one. So you can heal, you can go into the quantum and you can talk to your inner child, or you can talk to your future self. You can see what the timeline is right now that you're in. This is also, I don't know if you've had anyone in talking about timelines. This might be another session.
Cool. Yeah.
Timelines are so cool because you have a timeline for your life based on where you are in this moment. And you can leap over that timeline and make it accelerate it if you can do the healing, clearing, whatever it is that you need to do to clear whatever it is out of the way.
Right.
And there's a book that I just love. I'm going to start giving it to all my clients. It's called U Squared. So YOU with the number 2.
Right.
And it's a 38-page book. Literally, you can read it in like an hour. You can read it every day. And it's called U Squared. And it's about the quantum leap, how to live the quantum leap. What is a quantum leap? How do you make it? And I highly recommend it, because if you're listening to this, then you're a magical person and there's no reason you can't be quantum leaping all over the place.
Awesome.
It just basically says you don't have to. Common wisdom is that there's steps that we take. First, we take this step, and then we take this step, and then we take this step. So there's like a series of steps that takes us to our end result. Quantum Leap says we don't need to go through those steps. We can go from here to here. We just need to get our vibration right. We just need to be in alignment with where it is that we're going. Because once we get in alignment, then it's just like an express elevator to where what we're trying to achieve.
Right.
And start to play, you know, with the trust and fear, start to play with little things and then just keep building it as you build your confidence with it.
I like that. I was trying to look up the book. I'm not fast enough. U Squared.
Yeah. You go, it's hard to find because it's the number 2. If you go to Amazon, I think if you write U Squared and then the 2 after it, then it will come up. And it's interesting because it's such a cool book, and it's written by this management consultant, which I thought was really interesting. Pardon? Yeah.
Pritchett?
Yes.
I'll have it. I'll quickly show it.
It's really a powerful book.
Cool. That's it there.
Yeah, U squared.
Promotes an
formula.
unconventional quantum leap strategy for achieving breakthrough performance.
But it's mystical, not managemental. Like it's a mystical, because I actually have a mentor that I work with as an expert in the quantum field. And she's like, this book does such a great job of explaining kind of a complicated, something complicated makes it really simple. So
I have to tell you, Michelle, there's something about you and your energy, because my cat has been trying to get me. She was on my lap. Now she's on the back of my chair. She's never sat on the back of my chair before. So funny.
That's fun. I have a thing with cats.
She feels your energy.
Yeah,
she's been in my lap. I don't know if you guys could hear. She's been meowing at me, like right here in my lap. I'm like, dude.
Quantum leap.
Yeah. She's like, what's quantum leap, Mom? Yeah. Here we go. Oh my goodness. She's not used to me sitting here and not paying attention to her. So this is her playtime in the afternoon.
Cute.
Yeah.
It looks like a baby.
Yep. Yeah. Our healer.
Any other questions? I think we're coming up on time now.
Yeah. We how can people reach you? Let's do that as we close up.
Well, you can reach me on Facebook. I'm just Michelle Warnica, and I have a Facebook group. If you want to take your gifts and turn it into a business, I'm really one that helps you to figure out what that is so that you can monetize it. I'm a salesperson. I've spent my whole life in sales, so I have a lot of business experience. So my Facebook group. And can I give you a link and they can join my mailing list, and I can give them a free meditation too?
Sure. Let me change that in the banner. Go ahead.
Oh, I have to. I have to find it. Can I put it in the comments?
You can send it to me and I can put it in the comments. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be great.
Okay.
Perfect.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. I'd love to have you back for the timeline chat.
Yes, I'd love to talk timelines. Cool. That's a crazy one. Thank you so much. It was so great to be here with you. I love the work you're doing. It's so powerful.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Have a great day.
You too. Bye.
Thank you. Bye. All right. Next up, I'm going to bring up Joyce, Dr. Joyce Martella. Hello. How are you?
Hello. How are you?
I'm great. Thank you. Nice to see you again. All right. I just put up your banner there. So, Joy, what would you like me to call you?
You can call me Joyce.
Okay, so Joyce is going to talk today about transforming trauma into strength, and Joyce has quite a story, and we definitely bonded over, ex-cult religion kind of a story, and so I'll give her the floor to share, but we're in for a treat definitely, and this is so great because, we had a healing trauma showcase last month, so if anyone missed that, then you can go back and watch our showcase for May. It's on our YouTube channel, Healing Soul School. And this is great. This year I feel so many people are healing their childhood. They're healing generational or past life trauma. And, this just goes so great with what we've been doing here at the school. So thank you. Great topic for us, transforming trauma into strength.
Well, thank you so much for having me. I wanted to say one of your speakers before was talking about the signs. Mm-hmm. And I've been looking for signs, and then I got connected to you and got invited here. And it's like everything, just kind of keeps catapulting. So it's like, if you're open and you see, if you see an open door, go ahead and walk through it. Yeah. If it's not the right room, you can leave.
That's right. Oh, that's good.
Right.
And it's just one step forward, and you might open the door and you're like, nope, that's not for me. You might open the door and be like, oh my goodness, this exists. Like, thank you so much.
Exactly. But if you never walk through it, you never know. And you miss the chance. Yeah. The chance to either find out, no, this is not for me, or yes, it is. Mm-hmm. So,
want to start with your story?
I'll tell you a little bit about myself. First, I'd like to tell you a brief story. I'd like you to imagine a 24-year-old woman walking with her husband, her 5-year-old and her 3-year-old on her hip, away from everything she ever knew. She left her family, her religion, her community, and her culture. And she didn't even realize it. That was me. I walked away from the cult that I was raised in, who my mother was the leader of. So my whole family was involved. And I left nieces and nephews and all the people that I had known all my life. This cult started when I was very young. And so I've known the people there all my life. They were all part of who I was or who I thought I was. Right. And I didn't realize I was leaving a cult when I left. I just felt like things were not right. There were just things that didn't feel right. And my husband and I tried to ask for changes. We were kind of silly thinking that we could actually do that. We were going to leave. And then my mother convinced my husband to stay and for us to come and bring any issues we had. Well, my husband sat down and we came up with 3 legal pages of things we thought should change. Wow. We were so innocent and ignorant, thinking that even one of those things was going to happen, and none of them did. And so then just because the fact that we had said we wanted to leave, things got really bad for us. I started being brought into the study for reprimand after reprimand, and it was over silly stuff that was not really anything. And then we decided, okay, we got to go. And I think, there were a lot of issues, and I don't want to get into all of that because we don't have time. But when I figured out that I was from a cult, I was very angry. I was angry at God. How could you let this happen? How could you let my mom do this? Why didn't you stop it? All the normal things that you get mad about. And I was pretty angry. And I was like, why me? Why did I have to be born to a cult leader? Why did I have to be born in a cult? Why did my life have to be this?
You were just born in. You were born like you were the daughter of the cult leader. Like, yeah.
So it's like, so she was very cultic before I ever even came along. Had her ways, right?
What was her background? Like, how did she fall into that? Or she just decided to create one?
I think there was a lot of trauma in her life. And I remember her saying that she told God she would do this work if he would make sure her children never left her. And I think that what she really did was she created a community to support and take care of her. And she never wanted to be left alone.
Right.
And she didn't want her children to leave her. So, but that is a very unhealthy environment to raise your children in, that you will always be here for me. Right. And you are never allowed to leave. And so thus the cult was created. And yes, I believe she thought she had a message, but that message never really came. The name of the cult is called ISOT. It stands for In Search of Truth. And I sarcastically joke we never found it. At least not till I left.
Right.
I started to find the truth after I left. But when I started to realize that, I had to start facing it and kind of starting to deal with it. But I would say the first 10 years after we left, my husband was in a major depression, and I was just trying to survive. I had 2 little kids that depended on me. I didn't know how to live in this world. I felt like I was an immigrant coming into this world, and my culture was totally different. And I didn't even understand that because I spoke English. I was an American. How could I be an immigrant? You know what I mean? How could I feel that way? Except I did. I didn't understand how things operated. I didn't even know I had to call somebody to get my electricity turned on. I was like, we have no electricity. And my husband's like, we might have to call someone. And I'm like, who do we call? And we don't have any water either.
Oh my goodness,
it's like
innocence.
But I mean, here I am, I'm 24 and I've never done any of that. We were created to be totally dependent in the cult. So you don't get to know that kind of information. That's
I want to finish the rest of that story because you had told me, your husband said, I'll go to work and I'll just nonchalantly bring it up at work.
That's right. That's right. He did. And he just, so who do y'all use electricity? What company do you use? It's like, he had no idea. And they were like, oh, this is the one everybody, oh, okay. So then he, once he had a name, he could look it up and he said, okay, call this number. It's like, you got to create an account and all this stuff. And I'm just like, okay, we need electricity.
These are real things. And I'm just quickly going to interject with I heard a story this week of, I'm on Clubhouse on Wednesday mornings at 8 a.m. doing breath work for inner healing with Karla, one of our teachers. And we had a lady pop in from India and her father had passed away, who was the main controller of the family. Like he knew all the stuff. He did everything and everyone looked to him, and he had passed away and now no one knew what to do. So like, there's just so many families, where there's that one person maybe who is that kind of controlling or, and it's not even from a negative space. It's just, that's what maybe they grew up with, or that's all they know. But then there's people who are dependent. So it's like, learn what you need to do to look after yourself. Cause you never know. You might be in a marriage. Like, do you know what to do if someone passes away? Right. That's a really real thing. All of those little things I think are just so important. And
they are
should happen.
Yeah. So for me, it was a slower process than I wish it had been. Because of also being taught that you don't talk about anything and you don't tell anybody anything and you don't talk about secrets and you don't reveal anything. My husband and I both got jobs working at a residential treatment facility, which was really great. But our story was, we left the family business. The family was angry, so nobody talked to us. Yeah. Which was true. Yeah. We were ostracized and nobody spoke to us except to send us nasty, mean letters about what horrible people we were. That's about all we got. And then we just stopped accepting letters. We just stopped reading them. We stopped trying to communicate. We just stopped it all because it was just too traumatizing every time a letter would come or something. Mm-hmm. My husband had one way of dealing with it. He would get a letter from my mother with some other prophecy for us and some doomsday thing. And he would rewrite it satirically. And so he did this one thing where he did, yea, therefore I am the prophet who comes to you to bring you these horrible tidings. And I mean, and then he would just send it to some of the other people who were out of the cult because it was like the only way he could deal with it was to make it a satire, to look at the craziness of it all, right? Yeah. And try to turn it that way. So that was one way we dealt with some of it. But I remember when we first started reaching out for help, and the first time I found somebody, I don't remember. It was a cult recovery help line or something. And I called and I talked to them. But then after that, I was just like, I was too afraid to ever do anything else again. And it wasn't for probably another, maybe 5 years or more that we really started doing anything else. And I tried going to counseling once. That didn't turn out very well. When I talked to the therapist about how I had a very controlling mother. She was a cult leader. She was a prophet. She was an elder, and that this caused a lot of problems for me. His response was, well, a lot of people have Jewish moms. Like, what?
Not the same.
What? What? How did you come to that conclusion that my mom was a Jewish mom? And I was sitting there thinking, man, I would have loved to have a Jewish mom. You know, maybe she'd be all up in my stuff, but she'd love me.
Yeah.
Which I didn't have from my mother. I didn't have the love, the care. And this kind of leads into how I started learning to transform my own trauma. And I think the best example of that is my mother. Every time I would go hug her as a child, as even a young teen, she would end the hug by saying, "Get off me, back off, quit hanging on me, leave me alone, just go." And I realized that every hug, every time I went to get comfort, love, acceptance, I got rejected. So for me, with her, hugs were rejection.
Right.
And I remember when I had my own kids, I remember knowing instinctively, oh, you hug your kids whenever they want it. It doesn't matter what you're doing. You stop and you hug them. They want a hug, you hug them. They need a hug, you hug them. And for me, it was, and I will never let go first.
Right.
You can ask my kids today. I never let go first. They're more like, okay, Mom, are we done now?
Right.
Okay, is this a good enough hug now? And I'm like, if you're done, we're done. And I do the same thing with my grandkids. I never stop the hug first, because for me, that equals rejection. And I would never reject these people that I love so much.
Right.
And I would never want them to get the idea that I didn't want to hug them and give them that. But then I took it a step further. And this is where I talk about transforming our trauma into strength. So I did transform the trauma, and I turned it from something very unhealthy to something very healthy.
Cool.
But I took it a step further. And when my kids started entering those preteen and teen years where they're like, I hate you, you're the worst mom in the world, you're just trying to cause me pain, all the things that, especially the I hate you, it hurts so bad.
Right.
But what I did was I'd say, okay, go take a little time, think about it. Then I would go to them and I would sit there on their bed and I would say, okay, it's time for a heart to heart. And they go, no. And a heart to heart was me hugging them and me pushing my love into them, but they have to open their heart so that they can then push love back to me. And you first get this hug that's like this, right? There's nothing there. And I'm like, not even the noodles, just the leaning on you, right? Okay. And it's like, I'm like, no, you're not hugging me. You haven't opened your heart. Give me a real hug. Then you get the noodles, the limp arms that are barely touching you. I'm like, no. This is not a heart to heart. I don't feel your love. This is not happening. Then all of a sudden it changes. And they wrap their arms around you and they lean into you and you feel them. And I say, do you feel my love? And they'd say, yes. Do you feel mine? And that was the moment when, no matter what had happened, that all melted away. Even if there was a restriction because they did something bad, that was all gone, because where we sat was in that space where love was what existed between us.
Awesome.
Not anything else. And I do the same thing with my grandchildren. All right, come on. I know, you're upset, but come over here. Give me a heart to heart, and they'll do the same thing kind of, and then pretty soon they're hugging me and I'm like, do you feel my love? Yes. Do you feel mine? Yes. And it's like, it melts it all away. And that was me transforming my trauma into strength, because not did I just work through the trauma, not did I just heal my trauma, but I turned it into something powerful. And I've shared that story before, and other parents have said, oh, I love that. I want to do that. I want to do heart to hearts. And so it not only became a strength for me, but it became something I could pass on to others to use to get past a really hard time in kids' life, that teenage life. And I'm sure that right now, recovering from COVID separation and everything else, there's a lot of kids out there that need heart-to-hearts.
Oh, yeah.
And so that's what I talk about in transformation. Another area that I really was able to transform my trauma, because I don't believe we get over trauma. We can't just forget about it. We can't just move on, which is often what people say. Well, it's been a long time. Can't you just move on? Can't you just forget about it? Can't you just, get over it? And I'm like, no, it's a wound. You don't just get over a wound. Would you say that to someone who had a broken bone that was sticking out of their leg? Oh, just forget about it. Hey, just get over it and forget about it. Act like it didn't happen. No, you're going to have to go and have the bone set. You're going to have a cast on it. You're going to have to not walk on it. You're not going to forget about it.
6 weeks off to rest.
All the things that you need to do to heal a broken bone. And that doesn't just happen overnight. And years later, you could have arthritis in that leg. Years later, you could have things that will remind you about that break. Anybody who's had broken bones knows that when the weather turns, you feel all those aches in those bones.
Right.
It's like, oh yeah, here the rain's coming. Everybody else, that's not gonna rain. Yeah, it is. And it rains because your bones told you, right? And it's like, but that's another way you say, well, I got this trauma in my leg, but at least it's a good warning for the rain. It's like, still think of it a different way. But so because we don't just get over it, let it go, move on, what do? We transform it. And why do I say that then it can make us stronger? If you think about a tree, if you take a hatchet to a tree, you don't chop it down. You just take a piece out of it. What happens? The tree sends all this sap to that wound. And eventually it builds up and creates a knot.
Right.
And if you ever went to go hit that tree again, you don't go for the knot because it's way too strong. You go for another area, right? And that's what we can do with trauma. We have to take the steps to heal it, but then we also can have strength from that. And I don't think we need to hide our trauma. These are scars. They're my scars. I bore them. I'm a survivor. I can say, yeah, that's me. That's who I am. And I bear these scars. But the scars don't define me. They're just part of who I am.
Right.
And they actually are a sign, a signal, a proof that I survived something. And I
think that's the key. Sorry, just one thing before you move on is the survived. So I was listening to a coach who helps people who've been through like really heavy, big stuff. And he said, even the word survivor, say that you survived childhood trauma, not that you're a survivor. Because he said, when we say that we're a survivor, we're just reliving that loop. We're still in that energy and might be reliving it. He's like, use it as the past tense so that there's a separation from it. It's not in our present. That was then and this is now.
Yeah. And so one of the other ways that I was able to really transform another piece of my trauma is my mother had told me all the time when I was a child. She always told me, you're not very smart. Don't expect to do well in school. We don't have good genes. You're going to have to develop other parts of yourself because you just never are going to, that's just not you. And if I got bad grades, she didn't care because I wasn't smart. And so I struggled with spelling in school. And so that kind of reinforced her, I'm not smart. Right. I struggled with math and that reinforced I'm not smart. I struggled memorizing certain things. So that reinforced I'm not smart.
Confirmation bias. Yep.
Right. And so I was supposed to develop my sensitive side, my intuitive side, you know, whatever, spiritual side, whatever, anything but intelligence, right? And my husband actually convinced me to start taking some night courses, which we were allowed to do, just, you know, a few little night courses. So I did that, struggled with it, didn't feel very, you know, that at that point, that was not reinforcing that I was smart. I mean, I didn't do poorly. I mean, I didn't get D's or F's or anything like that, but, you know, I got some B's, and I think I got 1 C in one really hard class that I had taken, like a biology class or something. But otherwise, you know, I thought, okay, you know, I'm doing okay. But then we had the opportunity. She wanted him to go to school. So we had the opportunity to go to school. So we moved to another location. It was still part of the cult, but we moved to another location and started going to school. And so again, my husband encouraged me, go to school, Joyce. Yeah, you can do this. I didn't think I could, and I didn't know why I was doing it, but I was like, okay, I'm going to do it. So I started working towards my Associate of Arts, and I was taking psychology and sociology, and I was even taking some administration of justice courses. And, but in the psychology and the sociology courses, I started reading about dyslexia. And then I figured out that I was dyslexic.
Oh, wow.
And I'm like going, oh, all these things are talking about me. And so then it started to occur to me that maybe I wasn't not smart. Maybe it's that I was dyslexic. And so that's why I had these problems. So I started working on that, really paying attention to it. And I could look back as a child and realize why I did poorly on spelling tests, because I was constantly inverting the letters. And so they were wrong. And why I had trouble in math, because I was constantly writing the numbers down wrong. And so then I would compute the problems correctly, but the answers would be wrong because I wrote the problem down wrong. Wow. Right. And I went on to get my Associate of Arts, but I have to be honest and tell you that I thought that I had fooled most of my teachers somehow. Somehow I was smart enough to fool them into giving me good grades, but I wasn't smart enough to have earned the good grades. I mean, how your mind works, right?
Your mind, right? Yeah.
Uh-huh. And so I, you know, didn't really get so much affirmation from that. It was good. I felt good about it, but I even got high honors, but I didn't see that as an accomplishment. I went back to the main part of the cult, and it wasn't until after I left, and then years later, after my son graduated high school, that I went back to school. And I was so terrified because I was sure I was going to find out that really I wasn't that smart. But I got my BA. I again got high honors, and that encouraged me to go on and get my master's. But when I entered my master's, I still was taking this fear with me that somebody was going to figure it out somewhere along the line, that I really wasn't that smart. Yep. But I decided to really push up against that and say, no, I don't think that's possible. I think that there's something else here. I think this might be a lie. And I was coming up against it and saying, no, there's not. There's evidence that is contrary to that lie in my head, to that message in my head that keeps playing over from my mother. There's
evidence.
There's contradicting evidence, right? Mm-hmm. So I went and I did my master's, and I got a 4.0. At that point, I finally said, okay, I'm just not smart. I'm actually freaking intelligent. It's like, I'm above average. Right. Not all my other, the other students in the class got.
Karla's in the background doing this for you, like, whoop, whoop.
And I was like, wow. And so that's when what I call shattered that lie, shattered that trauma.
Yeah.
And it just broke to pieces, and it no longer was the mirror I looked through.
Awesome.
And now today with my PhD, which I didn't get a 4.0 in my PhD. I got a 3.78, but that, I still can't mock that. I can't say, okay, but I didn't try for the 4.0. I had already proven that to myself. I wasn't going to stress myself out again.
Right.
I was like, but I can say today, no, I'm actually intelligent, and I'm actually above average, and that's okay. And that's who I am. But I need to just say that, because I've broken through that, and once again, I've transformed my trauma into strength. And for me, that is the most important thing, is to not just transform it so that you're just okay, but to actually turn it into, to have it evolve into a strength that you can now champion others, help others, just stand on your own and know, I am strong in this.
Yeah.
And for me, that's, go ahead.
Sorry to cut you off. There's a little delay. It's almost like, as we're reparenting ourselves, we get to tell us the messages that, maybe we felt we needed and didn't get or whatever. And, to be able to take that step forward, and with the adult brain and the strength that we have now, right? It's so beautiful. And now you're able to help other people to transform whatever hole that they're coming from, to say, hey, you got this, or you are intelligent, whatever the message is. And that's so beautiful. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, good. And you have someone here who says, great to see you, Joyce. That's Amy Sousa.
Oh,
and, yeah. Christine's
Hi,
in the
Amy.
comments too, saying, go, Joyce.
Amy was actually in my master's program with me.
Oh, cool. Right on. So great. Well, thank you. And thank you for today. Thank you for talking about, taking something that was super traumatic and being able to flip it and look at it from a different light, and in the light that you want to look at it, to feel empowered. I think that's really powerful, especially with all of the things that you had gone through, and walking away from everything that you knew at 24. Super powerful.
Sorry.
Oh, good timing.
Yeah, so I did put that I have a free giveaway.
Okay.
And if you go to www.joycemartella.com/free,
okay,
you will go to my website, but you'll go directly to the giveaway, and then you can download the giveaway. And the giveaway is about it's about finding your authentic self. And one of the things that I know that people who have had complex trauma, the other area that they really have difficulty with is knowing who they are and finding their own identity, because that has been hijacked from them as a child. So this is just a very simple.
The website again?
It's www.joyce, Joyce, Martella, martella.com/free.
Perfect. Here we go. Put your banner up for you. There's the website there for everybody.
And then if you just want to go to the website, just take off the free, and it'll be at the website.
Okay, great. Virginia's going to post it in the comments for us.
Okay. So and then my email, if you want to contact me, is Dr. Joyce at joycemartella.com.
Perfect. And they can also hit contact on your website?
Yes. On my website, they're in the first page down at the bottom. You can contact me with questions, with anything.
Super. Well, thank you so much. Thank you for sharing your story, for your vulnerability, for just what you're doing in the world to help others who have, come through something really, I would say, like, harsh in the sense where you didn't have an identity, right? And now it's the learning how to do that and how to live.
Well, the thing is that my identity was all part of the cult.
Yeah.
And when I left, I didn't know how. I didn't know myself. Most of my authentic identity was hidden, so it wouldn't be damaged or hurt. But I hid it so well. I hid it for myself.
Right.
And then when I was trying to figure out who I was, it was like, where is this? And it took a while to find that. But that's a whole nother topic, which I would be glad to share anytime.
Cool. Well, that's really awesome. We'll do that. Thank you. You have a wonderful day, and we'll connect again.
Thank you so much for having me.
Awesome. You're very welcome. Take care.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right. Moving along, we are going to shift into our Ask a Healer session, and I'm going to bring up our first healer, Karla, right now. Gomez de la Peña. This is Virginia and I. We say her name with a Spanish accent, our Spanglish accent from living in Central America. How are you?
I'm great. How
right
are you?
On. Good, thank you.
Yeah.
Glad you're here.
It's raining here in Montreal, but like that rain is sometimes it's so soothing, gives you a break.
Yeah. I'm just putting up your banner here, so let me do that.
Oh, thank you.
Here we go. No problem. Yeah. So Karla and I met in Clubhouse, didn't we? Or pretty sure, or Instagram? Yeah, Clubhouse. Yeah. And now her and I are hosting a Wednesday morning at 8 a.m. Eastern on breathwork and how to go in for inner healing. She is an amazing healer. She knows so much, and I really just want to give her the floor. Maybe just share with our audience who you are. You're going to be working with us in the school on the Mondays for the healing portion, healing through the chakras. And then you are also here to talk about your quantum flow, like for people, to have what that looks like, their own quantum flow. So thank you for being here. Tell us a little bit about your story and how you got to what you're doing today.
Oh, there. Okay, cool.
Let me bring up this one.
God.
Okay.
I was like, oh my God, I'm having a replay from this morning. Okay, so your question, please ask me again.
Yes, I'll ask again. Yeah, introduce yourself, like who you are, what you do, and what you're doing now.
Sure. Okay, so you can see my name, Karla Gomez de la Peña. Yes, totally my family. My family's from Colombia. But I actually started out in the holistic field as an Ayurvedic practitioner. So this is like my go-to, right? This is like the way I see life. Everything is explained. Everything that happens to your body, everything that you feel that you see or in your mind, there's a root to everything, right? In Ayurveda, it's always explained. It's not just like, oh, I woke up, I have a migraine, and I'm just going to take a tablet. No, you have a migraine. Why? Right? Figure it out. Sometimes it is just physical. Sometimes you didn't get enough rest,
Right.
But at the end of the day, there's always a reason why. It could be really simple or it could be really deep. And so from there, I went to doing energetic work. So I do craniosacral therapy. And then from there, breath work, and then essential oils somewhere in between. So I know how to work with essential oils a little bit. And then quantum flow. So quantum flow for me is an amalgamation. All the stuff I learned, just amazing. It's really about tapping into the quantum field of limitless possibilities for yourself. And that's what I'm teaching now, because it is really an amalgamation for me. And I feel that that's a really good place to help people empower themselves, right? It's always been about empowerment for me, only because since I was really young, I was diagnosed with asthma. And I was a bit of a guinea pig for all these medications for years and years and years, right? The new things that came out, the shots that happened, the inhalers, the tablets, what are liquids. My mom, a lot of people that come from other countries really really believed at some point that, first world science is actually stronger or better than anything that maybe my great grandmother would have taught somebody, So, so my mom did the best that she could, and she just helped me to survive and to live, because I was really not able to breathe properly. So I thank my mom. Thank you, Mom. But now as an adult, I'm like, heck no. Let's see what else we can do, right? Everything is explainable. right? Asthma is from the lungs. The lungs is the organ for sadness. Where does that sadness come from? It comes from this life. It could come from a past life, like you mentioned earlier this morning. Where does it come from? What's your family situation? What is your mom feeling when you were in the womb, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So just like dominoes, right? All over the place. Ding, ding. It's like connect the dots.
Connect the dots. That's right.
Massively. So it's all, for me, it's all about quantum flow now and helping people really connect their own dots, and then giving them, you know, quantum flow is breath work, it's movement, it's meditation, it's NLP, Qigong. It's like everything together. You learn how to do it. You understand the processes. The mind is a computer. The body is your diary. What do you want to say or do? How do you want to retrain? Take out the chip, put in a new one, and figure out what's happening in your body, right? Because your body never, ever lies to you. Right. Yeah, that's me.
Yeah, awesome. Cool. What was it for the quantum flow like? What was the attraction there for you?
Essentially, it's, for me anyways, it's just reconnecting yourself to the intelligence of your own body, right? It's always about figuring out at the end of the day, you have all the tools inside of you, right? There is no need to go on the outside. We've been told from very young, I mean, you know, I raised my children differently, but my generation and maybe just after me is something like we're really taught that we don't have those tools. We need to depend on doctors, on psychiatrists, on psychologists. And yes, trust, I know there's always a place for everything, right? This type of medicine, any medicine is available to us now, that's allopathic, let's say, for sure, it's not to be discarded. We definitely need that. But we can do both, right? We can look at the things holistically, and we can also look at it like the diagnosed version of it, right? It's very, very important. It helps us then be able to see the bigger picture, helps us understand how our body is reacting to whatever situation we put ourselves in, or whatever situation we've been open to. So once we really figure out where it's coming from, then, you know, it's all in our own hands. We can't really continue blaming people. Like I did that for a long time. I continued blaming, you know, my father for abandoning me when I was a little girl. I continued blaming my mother for a long time for just thinking of herself and moving forward and taking care of 2 kids. Like, you know, like it's your fault, Mom. So
the crunchy mother wound.
What's that?
That's Dr. G. She says the crunchy mother wound.
Oh yeah, that's like it's everyone's fault but your own, and to realize, oh shit, I have to be really responsible and figure out where this is all coming from. So so for me, it's always about reconnecting your body, reconnecting to your body, and realizing that the mind is secondary in that instance. Like the intuition comes into our body because we're open to it, right? We always have that available to us. So how do we tap into it? It's very, very interesting. And you know, all these stories that everyone keeps talking about, which is, it's not, well, for sure, it's our own story, but you know, it's always about going back to the child, right? It's pretty like we all pretty much understand that. And if you don't understand that, it's okay. You know, you're maybe not at that place in time where you can be open to it. But once you do decide to kind of examine and say, okay, well, where did this all go south? How did this all happen? How come I'm still repeating old patterns and they don't seem to change? And I'm really I'm addicted to this drama. Like, what the heck is going on? Right? So it's really understanding we have our own power to then be our best mother and our best father, right? These are people that were here to guide us or show us or teach us or not teach us and not guide us and not be there for us, right? And that in its essence is its own lesson for us. So how do we then overcome these traumatic moments in our lives that really, really almost like brand you? How do you overcome that? Right? And it's really to get in touch with your own, like the depths of your own self, which is often masked, that darn fly, which is often, freaking fly, which is often masked in, we like addicted to drama, addicted to food, addicted to substances, addicted to no matter what, right? Like there's so many things we can be addicted to. So why are we sticking our head in the fridge again when really, am I really hungry? Am I really hungry, right? Am I, or do I really need to have another beverage, another drink, another joint, another whatever, right? But like, how do we get to that place that we're actually questioning ourselves and figuring it out? It's really interesting, you know, like if you could see yourself from the third person perspective, you'll have so much insight on your own life. It's so cool. It's so cool. Yeah.
Love that. And I just to kind of continue this conversation, I really like how Angela mentioned it earlier, you know, how to clear the past without sitting in it. I think I'm going to ask all of our speakers. No, I won't, but like, that's just such a good question, because a lot of people, like in our minds, we're so wrapped up in, you know, where we were or what happened to us or whatever. And it's really just learning about how to be present, how to come and live from this moment and understand how to look at all of that. It does have its place, and it's not, you know, sweep it under the rug, but how do you clear the past without sitting in it?
Yeah. So I sum this up as, you know, we have two versions of our ego, right? So everything that's kind of coming up to us is our ego. It's like, what are you doing? We need to stay in this comfort zone. We love it here. We want to just continue in the same pattern over and over and over because it's a comfort, right? It's a comfort. Like to me, being in the comfort zone is like super dangerous because it feels so good. We never have to change, or we never have to evolve. So it's actually, you know, looking at the ego and being like, you know, that saying thank you to it. You know, the ego is your greatest ally.
Yes.
It shows you, like, you know, I just broke through a limiting belief 2 weeks ago that I really thought I dealt with so much in the past. Like it keeps coming up, right? It keeps coming up until you really actually nail it. And so for me, it was like, oh my God, I'm still dealing with this. Like, this is insane. And it has to do with being seen, being heard, and being respected. And it actually came through my children. You know, like my daughter's 20, she's an adult. I'm like, what do you mean you don't want to tell me? She's like, I don't feel like telling you. I was like, what? Oh my God, I was totally crushed. I'm like, what? I'm not only here for the bad times. Like, what the heck, right? And so my son was also telling me, Mom, I just would rather tell my sister. I'm like, oh my God, this is the worst day for me ever. And so I can really understand that that's actually their choice, and it's not all about me. And, you know, like, slap, wake up. So yeah, it was really interesting. And I want to thank you, Christine, for helping me get through that. She was like, oh, I really love you, Karla, but you really are making it by yourself. Yeah, it was really, really cool. But like, as you grow and as you get older, you can realize and see those things faster. And even what you're saying, right, just continues to like keep you in that mental state that it's really like incredible how just a sentence comes out and you're like, oh, really want to retract that now, you know?
Right.
And you can see yourself and how you're living. Right. So for me, it's really about the ego. It's really about getting down and dirty with the ego and being like, all right, thank you for me in this instance. I'm just using myself as an example so other people can see, right? I looked at that and I was like, oh, nasty. Okay, I have to really thank my ego for rearing its ugly head and making me feel like nobody loves me. Nobody values me. And why am I even here, right? Which to some people can get to a really big extreme and like want to not be here for real, right? Yeah. So when you decide, like when you really decide, okay, you know what, that's not actually who I am. I'm not actually my ego. Then you can really be like, all right, how am I going to do this? So how I do this is then I did like quantum flow all day long. I did like 3 seconds of quantum flow on myself, which is really learning to release those emotions from the body, right? It's really, we have, our body can really hold on to so much of the past, right? So the hurt from the past, like from 0 to 7, like everyone knows, or has been learning from your beautiful show today, your beautiful Healing Soul School. Then 0 to 7 is the marker, and that's the program. Yeah. So unless we update our program, which is through our ego that keeps showing ourselves what our experiences were then we can alter it and change it and update ourselves and be like, wait a second, I'm not 6 anymore. Why is my 6-year-old running the game? Like, what the heck? How does that happen? And so 5-year-old, 6-year-old, 7-year-old, it's black or white, yes or no. It's duality, right? It's either good or it's bad. And if it feels bad, we're not going there. Let me protect myself from even feeling those emotions. And so we get into the patterns of like acting the same way, feeling the same way, thinking the same way, and then we're being that when we realize we're actually being the same way over and over and over and over again. But if we don't notice it because our ego is showing itself and you're like, get away, ego, you're such a pain in my ass. And you don't actually deal with it, right? You don't really say, oh my God, why am I acting like this? Why? Instead of getting caught up in the drama of it and saying, oh my God, my kids don't love me. They don't really want to be with me, which is so untrue.
Yeah.
I love my kids. My kids adore me. Why would I even think they don't want me in their lives? My daughter's 20, my son is 13. It's impossible. It's impossible.
Yeah. I think this is really important because I'm just thinking of our conversation when you were explaining to me what had happened. You're like, oh my gosh. And I just went like from my side. And I think it's so important to have someone who is in your court and kind of can hear you, whether it's a friend, a mentor, a coach, whatever that is, because as you were talking to me and you were, right in the thick of it, what happens is our frontal cortex, it closes down. Like we cannot get ourselves out of that little bubble in the moment. And I just all I heard was like little Karla having an ego temper tantrum is what they're called, right? And so I listened and held space and I just said, hey, babe, like look at it from this point. And then like you knew because you know the tools, but I just think that that's so important that it's okay. We're going to have these and they're going to come up. And the cool thing is like, what do you learn from it? You also had an opportunity to go back to your children, right? And now they're learning from you to be like, okay, when I have that kind of a situation, this is how mom dealt with it. You're teaching them how to as well, which is so beautiful. Like, not only were you able to look at it from a different way, but the kids saw that transformation in you. And now they've also learned a skill for themselves that will help them in, 10, 20, 30 years when they have kids and they're like, oh my gosh, right?
One time I told my kids, I was so pissed, right? I'm like, they weren't doing their chores or something. Everything was like dragging, right? I'm like, I can't wait until you guys have your own kids, like as a form of punishment,
Yeah.
Like, you have your own kids. You have your own kids.
Mm-hmm.
And they just looked at me. They're like, oh my God, she's really losing it.
Yeah. When we're present, and this, this is just one of my favorite stories forever because I've had, clients who are like, oh, my husband's not helping or, he's not listening to me. And I feel alone, whatever that is. And I just said, just flip the energy. You are giving out that it's all you, you're giving out, that's how he is. And he's just responding. He's an actor in your play. So let's flip it and imagine him, like this is just cute for couples. Like imagine him at the sink and you're picturing his cute butt or you're hugging him from behind and, like just to kind of, make it a little more fun. And I was getting messages like, holy shit, it's working. Like he's cooking me breakfast or he's doing the dishes or he's finally, doing the one thing I've been asking for months. And it's just simply like where we are and how can we shift the energy? How can we shift the way that we're looking at it? Because if we're in our feelings, it means our higher self is telling us that we're believing something that's not true. And it's just, you get to be the detective and you're so fun to talk to when you're the detective. That's why I love chatting with you because you're like, okay, it's like, okay, you know, we have this treasure map. Like, where did this come from? And, you know, and you just start to get curious and ask questions, right?
Totally. And that's actually what I was going to suggest today was like, when you're in that moment, right? Let's say you want to go eat something. You're like working on something and you're like, oh my gosh, I'm feeling anxiety, I'm feeling stressed, I'm feeling angry or sad. And then your automatic reaction is, let's say, go to the fridge, right? Numb yourself in any way, either watch movies or drink or eat or just distract yourself, right? Yeah. And so the question then is like, really stop yourself in your tracks, which is number one, definitely a skill to learn, right? You have to learn as you're doing something to really stop yourself in your track and be like, why am I actually doing this? Am I really hungry? Am I really like, do I really want to be here in this moment? Why am I in this fight? Why am I allowing this to continue? And so just even that step is massive. Beautiful. Because you are already understanding that you're already healing it, essentially, right? You're already healing it. Once you are aware of it, you're already healing it. So then when you're in the process of asking yourself, like, why am I actually doing this? Am I really hungry? Do I really want to go have ice cream and watch Netflix for 2 hours? Like, I'm really going to numb myself and let myself go there, you know? And you can start to maybe think of the possibilities of other things you could be doing, right? So if you could even get there. But the first point is to realize, am I sad? Am I anxious? Am I not good enough? Like, where is this all coming from? It's like my self-worth. Do I not have any confidence in myself? Like, how come I can't get through this? Right. So it's really to bring it all back down to how your body is feeling. And I think that so many of us are just jump the gun and we're like, you know, the message in the brain, do it, because now it's our subconscious mind saying, don't go there, that's really tough, that's going to be really hard, that just reminds me of when I was like whatever age, and I don't like that feeling. And it could be a minuscule feeling, but it's still there, right? So that is to stop yourself and say, okay, what actually is that feeling? Like, what is it? And then sit down and you journal. So let's say, for me, in my instance, was like, oh my God, my kids don't need me. They only come to me when things are good or things are bad and they don't have solutions and now they need my help. I'm like, are they only using me because I can help them out of a situation? Like, really? Yeah. Like, am I not supposed to be also enjoying the good stuff? So journal. And as you journal, you start to realize, okay, really? That's not true, right? What is the truth? And then you keep going down. And every time you come up with an answer, you tell them, okay, why is that like that? Why do I feel like, you know, they only need me for the tough times? Why are they not listening to me when I talk to them? Why do I feel this way? Why? And so I got to the root of it, which is a very long story, but essentially, right, when my dad abandoned me, I felt like my dad was my person. And so when he left, I felt like I'm all alone. Like, there's nobody who is like me. Like, my brother and my mother are very tight knit. They're very close. We think the same way. And so I was more like my dad. And so that story just perpetuates itself of like, I'm alone. Oh my God, I have nobody. Wild. Right? Yeah. But the truth, and then it gets, of course, right? It gets confirmed along the way, all these years, the relationship with your mother. My mother was like very, you know, she's not really listening to what I'm saying. She doesn't really hear me. She wants me to be like this for my life to be easier in her own mind. Do this, your life is going to be easier. And I'm like, no, I'm not like that. Why are you trying to force me? Right? So he's going, the boyfriend, the whatever, the job, et cetera. It just blows up in your mind. So at the end of the day, it's always figuring out, you know, like you said, be the observer. What is actually happening? What is the emotion you're actually feeling? Journal it, get to the root, and let it go, right? Be like, is this really me? Is this who I've really regulated myself to be? So it's not in the mind, right? It's not a decision made from your mind. It's a decision made from your body. It's so caught up in our bodies. We store all that information in our first 3 chakras of our body. So how do we release that, right? How do we let that go? First is acknowledging it even exists. Second, journal, ask yourself all the questions. Like there's 7 layers of why, right? Just go, why? Everything that you come up with, well, why? But why? Don't be satisfied with just saying like, oh, it hurt my feelings. Yeah, okay, but why? Why did it hurt your feelings? And then go to the next level, and then go to the next level. So you really are your best therapist, because when you go to psychotherapy or a psychologist or a counselor, yeah, you could be really crafty and get around answering those questions, you know, and be like, yeah, I'm fine, you know, or give a different answer. But the root of you is so protecting you. Your ego is so protecting you. That 5-year-old is so protecting you that sometimes it won't even show itself.
Right.
So now
we give the answer we think they want to hear.
Exactly. So when you do it yourself, you can't hide. Because even if you don't write it down, you still know inside of you. That's not actually the truth. What is actually the truth, right? And so then you have to figure out, what is it exactly? What do I really need? What do I need for myself? So the quantum flow is a lot of breath work, which we'll do a little bit of breath work before the end of the session.
Oh, yeah, good.
Yeah, and so, you know, it's essentially releasing. We have so much inside of our body. We keep it in our, like all the chakras are actually agglomeration of nerves, and they all come together. It's a nervous plexus. And so we have thousands of chakras in our body. We have 7 main ones, right, in our body. Yeah, the main ones are the ones where the nervous system is most attached to it. So they're all coming in together. And then we have muscles and stuff that connect to all kinds of other things, right? So in our nervous system. And so what we really want to do is be able to release the first 3, which are really the more earthly ones. And then you have the heart, which is the center, which is like, you know, either in contraction or in expansion and open, right? So we have to open our electric magnetic field so that we are open and available, so that we can really tap into the intuition of why we're doing things, why we have patterns, why we live in paradigms, why do we allow ourselves to be a certain way. Like I told my son this morning, I'm like, did you know that we're actually holograms? And he's like, what? I'm like, yes, we're actually holograms. So he finds it so cool because he's 13, right? Yeah. And I actually find it so cool. And so he's like, how is that possible? I'm like, our electrons resonate, electrons, atoms, electrons, and the electrons resonate so fast with each other, and they communicate so quickly with light. We're actually energy. It's the possibility of creating anything for ourselves because we are energy. It's incredible. So if we think outside the box, then we can actually really do anything we want. But because we've been so constricted by society, what we came into, right? When we were born, we are coming into a real paradigm of like, we're small, we're not powerful, we have to follow the rules. We are what we told what we are. Yep. And so how do we expand that? You have to really understand that we are just energy. Just energy. That's crazy. Just energy. It doesn't even exist, right? Energy is like, it's insane. So how do we tackle that? Really start to realize, what are the emotions that we're feeling? Where are they in the body, right? So if you're feeling like heartache, if you're feeling like your stomach isn't functioning right, if you have back pain, if you have, I don't know, it could be anything, right? Why is it going there? And let's really try to understand, okay, so we can look up, what does back pain mean, right? You can Google that. Yep. What are the emotions behind back pain? What are the emotions behind heartache? Everyone knows, like, heartache is like a relationship not working out or something not working out. So we really need to get to the root of that and address the physical aspect of it. Because energy is not created or destroyed. Energy is always there. Right. How do we, if we've been stuffing down, right? We had a trauma or a macro or a micro trauma in our childhood, and we stuff it down and stuff it down. We don't want to face it. It's too scary. It's too painful. It's really bad. And it's so, I don't want to think about it. Right. It just gets stuffed into your body, stuff for like 10, 15, 20, 40, 50 years. it's going to at some point show itself. And so that shows up as all kinds of physical diseases, issues, mental, you know, you can only keep it constrained for so long, and then it has to be released, right? And so whatever we have, I hate to say it because I always get people who get pissed off at me, whatever we have, it is ourselves either not wanting to face it, stuffing it down, and not wanting to deal with it. So it is a measure of ourselves. Even if it was a terrible trauma that happened to us, right? That trauma when we're a child, for sure we have no power over that. For sure, definitely. I'm not negating that for anyone. But at some point, we have to heal it.
Right.
We have to really, right. Own it, realize, you know, that's not my fault. This other person has their own story, not mine. And we never really lose. The main story, I think, is really about innocence. Like, we feel like we lose our innocence. We feel like somebody stole our innocence from us, or the situation took away our innocence. But really, at the end of the day, our soul is so powerful. It's so incredible. It's not something you can steal. You can't steal your innocence. Yeah, for sure, you can feel in that moment like, oh, physically feels like something happened, or mentally or emotionally something happened. You get a dent, but it never gets taken away from you, right? So this is the power of being able, as you grow up as an adult, you start to be more responsible for yourself. You can't hide from it. Well, you can, but it won't work out for you in the long run. And then being able to face it and really say, okay, what can I do about this? Because that is actually not me, right? You are a powerful, super energetic, beautiful beam of golden light that is like shines like a star, right? So how do we tap into that energy? How do we find that? Where is that? That's the power of our soul, right? We're born into a physical body, spirit having a physical experience. We take out the physical. What are we left with? We're left with incredible soul. It's so good. It's so good.
Cool.
Yeah.
Can you talk about, let's talk about an ailment or something, because I just want to shine, you know, how much you know about the body. So I had asked you the other day, like, what is, you know, mucus, or someone has a lot of phlegm, sometimes that's sinus infection, and you were sharing some extra things about that.
Yeah. So, okay. So far, for sure, a sinus infection is, you know, all of that is inflammation, right? Inflammation in the body is like definitely the body warning you that you have to act, right? And so even, you know, like asthma is inflammation, you know, osteoarthritis is inflammation. Like so many things are based on inflammation. Like that's really the root cause of a lot of illnesses. I would say most illness, right? But we really need to figure out, like, what does that mean for us? And so depending on where it is in your body, right? So what I can say to you, for example, is because I had asthma for a long time. I even had psoriasis. Okay, so that's another inflammation.
Oh yeah, you healed that.
Yeah, and
that's
so
massive.
Yeah, psoriasis is like, seriously, it's awful, right? So maybe 4 or 5 years ago, I was under a lot of stress, and you know, thinking like I'm holistic and I'm eating right and I'm managing, and I'm like, okay. I looked back after I woke up one morning and I went straight to the mirror. I went to the washroom, went to brush my teeth, and I was like, holy shit, what did I give myself? Those, throughout my life, those were the exact words that came out of my mouth. I was like, what did I give myself? I was like, oh my gosh, what is this? So yes, allopathic medicine comes in, diagnoses me, says to me, oh, you have psoriasis, and you're going to have this for life. I'm like, oh my God. I started crying. I'm like, oh my God, this guy doesn't know who I am. He's telling me I'm going to have this for life. Is he insane? There's no way in hell that I'm going to have this for life. Like, no freaking way, right? So now comes all the work. So what do? Ask yourself why. And look back 6 months, look back a year, 2 years. What is actually happening in my life, right? Really get down, get raw and real with yourself, right? people might look at you and say, wow, she looks so independent and she's so this and she's so that. But inside, you're a jumble of nerves. And you're like, oh my God, I'm in survival mode, or I'm, doing this and doing that just to get by and blah, 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 blah. So who you are and how you portray yourself, right? Everyone says it's the imposter syndrome. There's different layers of that, right?
Right.
So when you start to realize, when you start to realize, like, I've actually been living that imposter syndrome, I've actually been hiding instead of reaching out and getting help. I've been living this life that my family wants me to live, that I want to live, that I want to be, but it's not really true, right? It can look like that from the outside, but it's not like my heart, my soul, my nervous system. Forget it. It's not true. So you have to go back, figure out what's been happening, for how long, right? And really say, okay, why am I allowing this to happen to myself? What am I so scared of? And then journal, like I said earlier, journal all your stuff. Meditate, do breath work, go back to the basics, right? It's all the most simplest things are actually the most powerful. And so when we get back to all that stuff, change how you eat, right? Food is medicine. No matter what you do, food is medicine, seriously. Like, are you feeding yourself, fast food and fried stuff, or are you making space and saying, okay, this is not the highest and best for me. So it doesn't have the same vibration. It doesn't have the vibration of life, right? I'm feeding myself stuff that's really not good. It's synthetic. So I have to shift to eating fresh, steamed vegetables, like really raw. Well, raw doesn't always work for everyone, but like not processed, let's say. Nothing in a box, nothing in a can, nothing in a plastic bag, right? So I made the whole shift. I got back to meditation. I spoke to somebody who helped me get to my core beliefs. And from there, you start repairing, right? And so now I have no psoriasis. So I'd love to go back to the doctor and tell them, yeah, I think you guys should really have like counselors for everybody that comes in here, just so they can unload, right? It's the energy that I had stuffed down for so long. For years, I'm telling you, for years I was stuffing down this energy. That's like, people always think, oh, she's so tall, she's so with it, she's so this. And so because you hear that, you're like, oh, I better live up to everything everyone is saying about me. And then you, at the end of the day, actually, it was a blessing. It was a blessing that it was only psoriasis. It could have been so much more worse, right?
Yeah.
And so I really think about that, and I'm like, wow, if I could help anybody really come to terms with, just getting to the root of something and not being afraid to actually answer your own questions. This is really amazing. So the quantum flow really helps. It's easy to say like, oh, I went to therapy. That's easy. You sit in a room with someone else and ask you questions and you answer them, and you can have an emotional response to it if you're being vulnerable. But let's say you're not. Let's say you're not being vulnerable and you're just going because you're going, right? So how do you heal yourself? How do you help yourself unpack all that stuff? It's really through breath work. It's really through meditation. It's really through movement, right? What is emotion? Emotion is energy in motion. If you're not moving, if you're on the sofa and you're not moving, what's happening with your emotions? They're still. They don't move. They don't have an access to be released. There's your cerebral spinal fluid that comes up and down your spine around your brain is like lying at the bottom of your spine saying, I'm in survival. I'm here. I'm in survival. I'm going to make it because I'm in survival. I'm just going to make it. So this energy has to move, right? It has to start coming up. It has to liberate itself. And so for it to rise from your root chakra, you got to start to clear, move, breathe from your belly. Rest, relaxation, and healing comes from the belly. And really answer those questions that are like, they're not fun. Like everyone thinks like, oh yeah, I'm going to do the work. I'm going to be so great. Yeah, it's amazing. No, it's more like, oh my God, this is so hard. And you're crying and you're going through the motions and it's
calling your friend.
Yeah, it's painful. When you really decide to be responsible, it's like a slap in the face. You're like, oh my God, why? Why didn't I see? First it's like, oh my God. Then it's like, oh my God, I never saw this for like 20 years. Then you're like angry because you didn't do anything about it and it was always there. And then you're like, oh my God, how do I fix this? Right?
I want to give you a shout out because I remember I was in my car one day and I was in that moment like, oh my goodness. And you have just this gift. You can ask me a few questions and then I'm like crying and I'm like, so you just said to me, you know, your whole thing is healing the masculine or masculine wounds, most likely from childhood, to raise the feminine, right? Yes. Coming into that feminine energy and having balance, right? In our masculine and feminine energy. And you just said to me, what does it mean to be feminine? Like, what are the reasons going right out? What does it mean to be feminine to you? And I just immediately, it hit me. And I was like, wow, I wasn't safe. It wasn't safe to be in my feminine. You know, I had to walk on eggshells. And if I was, you know, myself, I just wasn't able to have that space. And it was so good though, because I was like, okay, that's just where I start. So for today, you know, that's what I can work on. And also it's not healing all the time, like have fun and play because you need that. That's the feminine. She wants to play. So nurture, play, and structure, right? Having both in there. But yeah, I just, you know, just even those kinds of questions are so good. And you're a great detective, right? Like, well, what is it there for? And kind of piecing it all together.
Yeah. I think at the end of the day, the problem really is, first, we think our innocence is gone, right? Secondly, who is there to help us? Like, if your parent wasn't there, because we mentioned earlier, neglect or not knowing or no time. Working.
Yeah. You're with grandma or a babysitter.
Yeah, and how do you, like, if that's actually the case, right? And we're still, like, damaged inside because our parent or parents weren't able to help us, like hug us and help us and say it's okay and let's figure out how we're going to work on it together. You know, what I said at the beginning is like we have all of this inside of us, right? Ayurvedically speaking, we have the masculine and we have the feminine inside of us. We have to, because you have to be able to go out there and be the warrior, and you can also go out there and be the nurturer, the caring, the love, the forgiveness, the kindness, right? The compassion. You have to. There's both of them inside of us. So if we're able to say, okay, you know what? You know, if your parent has passed or it's impossible to talk to them or, you know, whatever reason you can't communicate, find it within yourself. Find it within yourself. Say, okay, why do I rise, and then crash? Like, why am I doing that? Right? The answer is like you're still looking to either prove to the outside world that you can do it. So you're waiting for the information from the outside to like soothe your soul and make you feel like you're an accomplished person. It means you don't have that accomplishment feeling inside. So you need it from the exterior, right?
Right.
And you know, it's always depending. We're always depending on the exterior. So how do we actually settle that inside of us? It's tapping into us being the best father and being the best mother ever. We can talk to ourselves and say, you know what, honey, okay, my real mom wasn't able to be there for me. Like my physical mom wasn't being able to be there for me. But, you know, I just love myself so much. This is what I would tell myself. And so you tell yourself and you journal it. You write it down. Okay, she wasn't there to help you for this, or she wasn't whatever, or he wasn't there and my dad left and it didn't work out. Really, at the end of the day, that's what we were supposed to learn. My dad not even being there for my birth, my dad not being there, you know, after 9 years old. This was my journey. I'm supposed to. And so instead of being like, why did he go? Why wasn't he here? Why? You can be like, oh shit, he wasn't here because I had to learn how to be independent. I had to learn how to raise my feminine. I had to learn to accept that, you know, you can't control. You have to learn to be good inside your own skin and be able to figure it out on your own.
Right.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And do breath work, do meditation, be by yourself, find the balance, right? Yeah. So once we are able to marry the masculine and the feminine, it becomes one, right? Masculine, feminine, and brain. It becomes one with breath, with meditation. The pineal gland can connect to the source, connect to source power, source energy, ground it to the earth through our feet. So anything that we get in, the ideas and intuitions, we're grounded. Wow, that's so good. I'm going to do it. Instead of it staying an idea, instead of being wrapped up in the drama of like, oh my God, I'm not capable. I'm scared. This doesn't work. And you ground yourself, like really like the roots of like your logo, right? It's the tree. You ground. You just ground with Mother Earth, the best mother ever. Father Sky, the best father ever, comes inside of you. You're in tune with it. You know you got this. So breath work. Yeah, we could do some breath work whenever you want.
Let's do that. And so I know you're going to do a breath work with us, which has been so helpful. And thank you for that. Because when we have, you know, maybe we didn't feel seen or heard, or we walked on eggshells, or we lived in fear, or someone took our power away, we go into this fight or flight breath or anxiety breath, shallow breath, where we're just breathing from our lungs. And the breathing from the belly is so important. So thank you for teaching me how to do that properly, because you're actually making me feel like I feel safer in my body now. And I don't have that same kind of anxiety that I don't even know where it came from, but it was coming up, which was a release I feel from childhood. So like, I feel that this is, you know, really important. It's the breath of life, right? Connecting to source into our breath. So share with us a breath work practice, and also share with us, you know, like you're working with us at the school and we're going through the healing through the chakras, and you just explained that, right? With the grounding and tuning in and tapping in. So just anything else you might want to add as far as what we're going to cover from now until November. We have our program there for how to heal yourself. Share that with the breath work as well.
Okay, so before I start, it's just really like I'm listening to what you say, and I listen to what a lot of people say, right? So for example, now you just said like when our power got taken away from us, right? So even this sentence, it's taking away from your own value, right? Our power is never taken away. We always have power, right? And but everyone says it. I know what you mean when you say that, and we literally keep repeating that to ourselves. We keep, oh my God, we have no power.
Right? I like that.
It's really incredible. And I always tell my clients, okay, you plug in the television, electricity is there. You unplug it, the electricity is still there.
Right.
We have so much power and energy within us, right? All the time. So if you feel like our innocence got taken away from us, our power gets taken away from us, we lose power because of a situation that we're in, it's not true. Right. It's an illusion. It's the illusion of the situation.
Good.
We have to really, really fully, firmly stand in our power. And if it for some reason gets shaken, it's okay. Ground yourself, really be on point, and accept. Seriously, we are one, right?
Yeah.
We're no different from a tree, from a flower. And this is a really yogic premise as well, Ayurvedic and yoga premise. We are taught that God or source or Buddha or, you know, whichever you subscribe to is out there. But actually, it's in here. We have all that power inside of us. It's insane when we tap into it. We can do anything, right? So this is where the breathwork comes into play. And also the Healing Soul School. I love it. I love. I love this beautiful roster coming up from now until October, I think, right? October, November? November. And so, if you can come and join, Mondays is a powerhouse. It's you and me. We're going to kill it for everybody who wants to come and really release, let go, and also get in with their money game too, right? Because that's an extension of how we think, right?
Yeah, base chakra.
the state of abundance. Like, where are we? Are we available and open to that? So we'll be doing, for sure, from now until November, I'll be working on the first 3 chakras, right? The base, the one just below the navel, and the solar plexus.
Right.
And so these are like, if we can really wrap ourselves around that, we're going to be doing mantras for each one, working on breath work for each one, really figuring out what it means for us. How do we overcome? What is the extension, you know, psychologically, emotionally, vibrationally? What does it mean? So super, super good. Get ready to work. I'm not letting you off the hook. I'm really tough, guys. You know, you tell me I don't know, I won't believe it. I say you do know. So that's when we start. And I love it. I think it's awesome. Okay, so breath work. Wherever you are, sit comfortably in a chair. It could be on the sofa, it could be on the floor. Even if you're in your car, just pull over, right? You don't want to do this while you're driving. Okay, so plant your feet firmly on the ground. Observe your lumbar curve, right? You don't want to be blocking it. You don't want to be like sucking your belly in or flipping your hips forward. Really allow the extension to open up in your hips. Observe the lumbar curve all the way straight as much as you can. You can place both hands on your belly, and then I will recommend just close your eyes. Okay, so close your eyes and know that it is a belly breath. Deep belly breath that rises all the way up to your crown, and then you exhale. So inhale through the nose and exhale through the mouth, right? We're just releasing everything that's inside of us that doesn't serve your highest and best. Okay, close your eyes. Deep belly breath, nice and rounded belly. Inhale. Bring it all the way up to your solar plexus, through your lungs. And exhale. Release, release, release. So release the neck, shoulders, the jaw, relax. Deep belly breath in again. Inhale. And exhale through the mouth. Let's do one more time. Big Buddha belly. Inhale. And exhale. Keep your eyes closed. I want you to imagine a beautiful beam of white light going all the way down to the center of the earth, down through all the layers of the earth, all the crust, everything that might be in the way physically. Let that little beam of light go all the way to the center where Mother Earth resides, and she's there, waits for you, welcomes you with open arms, and offers you unconditional love. Unconditional love, compassion, forgiveness, kindness, everything you have, you could just leave it there with her, and she's going to transform it into beautiful sunrises, sunsets, rainbows, whatever you want. So from here, take a deep belly breath in, bring her beautiful energy up into your tailbone and into your heart. Deep breath in. And exhale, release, release everything that doesn't serve you at all, and ground into the earth. Take a deep belly breath in, bring her in again to your heart, through your tailbone. And exhale. Obviously go at your own pace. Inhale again. And let it all go, let it go. Next breath in, bring your hands to your heart. Inhale. Hold it here. We open up to the sound of ah. Expanding from your heart. Bring that energy back into your heart. Do it one more time. Breathing in. Exhale, say ah. Inhale, bring your hands up to the sky, all the way up. Connecting with the sun, sacred divine masculine energy, and your soul star, where you're energetically from. Connect to both, see their vibrancy, and exhale, bring it down. Bring it back down into your heart, all the way down. One more breath in, all the way up. Inhale. Connect, know that Father, sacred divine, masculine energy is all about protection, confidence, security, and exhale. Bring the beautiful beam of light through your crown and into your heart. Keeping your hands on your heart, fully standing, sitting in your place, being grateful for being here and now, releasing the past, realizing you are the present. You create your future karma just by being here and now. It is the gift of life. Realizing and knowing this is who you are right now in this moment. Feel the energy buzzing inside of your body, releasing everything that doesn't serve your highest and best. Tapping in to Mother Earth and Father Sky. And just be here for a second. Breathing normally. Check your body. If there are any pain points, and just send love to it. Send love, send compassion. Be here and now. Nothing else matters. Release any stored energy inside your body. Just with your breath, let it go. Take a deep belly breath here. And exhale. Another one. Let's do 2 more. Inhale, belly breath. And exhale. Release, release. Be here and now. Last one. Embodying Mother Earth, embodying Father Sky in your heart. Everything is about love. Love yourself first, love yourself second, and love yourself third. When you are good, everyone else is good. And coming back gently, open up your eyes when you're ready. And that's it. Start your day. Your day.
I like that. You first, second, and third.
Always, always, always.
Yeah.
Right.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, thank you.
Right on time.
Yeah. Excellent. And just looking forward to collaborating more within the school and on Mondays and teaching people like really how to ground and clear. And, you know, you have such knowledge for that.
So this is like the beginning of the quantum flow practice, right? The beginning. You can imagine we go through all the chakras to get to really having that energy flow inside of us, right? We are the bridge between Mother Earth and Father Sky.
Cool.
You can open up and let it flow. Imagine, just let it flow. You're going to be on fire.
Right. Awesome. Thank you so much. And yeah, we will be talking soon, of course.
All right.
Okay.
Cool. Bye. Bye, everyone. Thank you.
All right. Such great energy. Cool. Next, we're going to bring up Effie, and this is really exciting. We're going to bring her up now. Hello, hello. How are you?
Hello. I'm really good. How are you?
Good, good. Thank you. Thanks for being here today. And for, just joining us for the Ask a Healer session. We are in the same spiritual mastermind together, and I just love it because our community is just growing and coming together, and it's so special. And so I just want to say welcome, and tell us about yourself and how, if you want to add in your story and how you got to where you are today.
Well, thank you very much for being here. This was very impromptu when you messaged me. I was like, the divine is sending me this wonderful opportunity to connect with you and connect with you and your audience, and it's a pleasure and a blessing.
Right.
So I guess I could start anywhere. I could start at the beginning. I could start and probably go back and forth. But so when I was little, I could feel things that weren't there, and had a hard time sleeping. And even so, with my grandmother, Baba is in Macedonian. So my Baba was there taking care of me, and so in our culture, there's probably a lot of mystical things that happen that are just kind of normal. So my culture has the evil eye, but then also things that if you do, like for instance, one time I had a wart on my foot, and my dad did this ritual with a I think it was a quarter, and then and then threw it out the window. Next day it's gone. And this is, something that I tried to burn off that wouldn't come off. So there was kind of
What was that with the wart? What was that with the wart, with his ancestral medicine?
He said a prayer. I'm not sure what it was. Yeah, and that just kind of examples, like my Baba would, she has stories or had stories where she had dreams that came true. So there's the mystical was kind of there, but then also plunked in this physical life, going through, my family are, immigrants. And so also trying to make it in Canada. And so I had to kind of tuck away certain things in the beginning, the feeling energy, which I now realize were spirits. I was really afraid of, and it took until probably, I think I was in my early 30s when I finally stopped being afraid of feeling them. But in that journey, there was hardships, there were struggles, there were mental health struggles. And even as a kid, I'd always kind of sit on a curb and just watch people and wonder what that person's life is like. And I was really interested in human nature and what was their life like. And I love traveling. I love meeting people. I love really understanding what makes people, what moves people, what's their passion. But then also, I also do psychotherapy. So what are your struggles? What are those limitations? Let's help you figure out what those limitations are so that you can release them and live a vibrant, happy life. And that's, I think, a natural inclination of, through my struggles, wanting to live a happy, vibrant life. And then loving humanity so much that I want to help other people do the same.
Right.
So that's kind of, I guess, where things started. And in my schooling, I was always really good at the sciences. And so that was part of when other things weren't going well, I knew at least I was good in school, especially science and definitely biology. So that's actually what I went to university for. I have one of my majors is in biology. And then, of course, loving people and wanting to know and understand what makes people the way they are, I ended up doing a double major in psychology as well. and loving that and working under a psychologist and doing psychotherapy that way. And then realizing, yo, I need a master's if I'm going to do this on my own without needing somebody to like sign off on all my things. So I ended up doing a master's of social work instead of in psychology. And that allowed me to be a master. As in I could go off and have my own private practice and sign off on it. And then have, if you're so I looked at it very practically. Science mind was like, oh, look, if you have a master's in social work, that's really strong with people's benefits. So then they can use their benefits to see you. So
nice. Good way to look at it.
That's like the practical, sciencey, worldly part. Let's say the physical part of us, of this world, the root. But then the other part, the spiritual part, was always there. Right. And I have a friend from when we met in university, and she said, one of the first things that you asked me was, do you believe in God? It's like you meet somebody and that's the person 19 years old, right?
Yeah. Are you a safe person? Do you believe in God?
Well, also not just God, but whatever you feel your creator is, whatever your connection with the whole. How do you experience energy? How do you experience spirituality? And I actually didn't even remember that I asked her that. So I thought that was really funny.
Yeah.
Even from there, I mean, I've been in counseling, in and out of therapy since I was 17. And the things that really, really catapulted my healing and coming to a place where I now love myself and feel confident enough and love myself enough to say, hey, I have these gifts. It's okay to recognize them, because when I do recognize them, I can give them to the world and help uplift people too. And that's the whole, that's the whole point. That's really what I want to do. And that's what I feel passionate that my soul is propelled to say, you are strong, you are gifted, you are talented, whatever's in the way, let's clear that. Because you have special gifts to bring to the world that nobody else has. Right. And you have your own, special thing that is affecting, it's like the vibrations, right? The frequency. When you're well, that's going to vibrate outward, and your brilliance and your light is going to affect people in a positive, uplifting way.
Right. Yeah. Heal you, right? Take care of you.
Yeah. So that's where, I guess that probably really started when I started practicing Kundalini yoga.
Okay. I was going to ask you about the spiritual awakening more so, because you have the science and now the spirituality. When did you merge the two? Or start with the Kundalini yoga, because I think that's also interesting. But, how did you then look at both of them, the science and the spirituality together?
Yeah, it's interesting because, I was doing, let's call them Western techniques, right? Cognitive behavioral therapy. And behavioral is like, okay, make sure you exercise, make sure you eat right, make sure you get outside, make sure you socialize, right? These are standard pillars of health when you have depression, for instance, right? But, oh no, I'm looking at the core beliefs. Well, why do I still feel bad about myself?
Yeah.
But there's things that are just not shifting. And I was at the yoga conference in Toronto.
Okay.
And I'm walking around, and I love those I love being in the energy. So I'm walking around.
Me too. Let me know. I'll go with you next time.
and now when I go, I see a million people I know, which is funny. But I was walking around, and I believe I was alone. I like doing things alone, and I see this person, this lady, and she's dressed in all white, and she has a head covering all in white, and she was shining to me. And she came up to me, and she was just so kind, and her energy so loving. And she gave me her card, and she had a Saturday morning class every morning in Kensington Market. Now at that point I lived in Pickering, so there's a little commute there.
Right.
And
I love Kensington.
Something. So her name is Savitri. Anyway, she's in Bali now. But anyways, that's where she's from. Miss you, Savitri. Anyways, so something in my soul said, because part of the, as we know now, is, let's say, ego can be thought of as a collection of the core beliefs and ways of knowing how to survive in this world, as learned in early childhood. Of course, there's like past life stuff that comes in there, but in general, we call it the ego. Ego's like, what? You don't know anybody there. What, you're gonna drive? Ooh, that's early in the morning.
Right.
And then, but the soul said, something inside me, the energy inside me said, just go. And that's what I listened to. And there was, every week was, so Kundalini yoga, it's a different type of yoga than of with Hatha yoga. So Hatha is your postures, your warrior one, and tree, and downward dog. So that's Hatha yoga. And then Kundalini yoga, you start off with a chant, Om Namo Gurudev Namo, that calls upon your divine self and all the divine teachers that came before you. And it is a layer of protection and a layer of authenticity and truth that you come with. And so it's a very loving practice. And each time you're practicing, you're acknowledging you have a soul, you have an energy inside you. It's a part of creator energy. It's a part of the universe. It's a part of everything. And then you do a breathing meditation. So connecting mind, body, breath, nervous system. Then you do a kriya, which is a set of movements in your body. So you're going to move your body with breath, and it's the yoga of mindful movement. And then you end with another meditation, or you chant, or a chanting meditation. And I have a background. I took vocal music all through school, so I have a background in singing, and I'm like, oh yes, I get to sing again, like I'm in a choir. And then the end is a blessing where you bless. It actually comes from it's an Irish blessing. Now let me get into the energy so I can actually say the words to you. May the long-time sun shine upon you, all love within you guide your way on.
Oh.
So it's another, you're this energetic being. So with my teacher telling me on love, I'm this divine person, that I'm perfect just the way I am, is now uncreating messages that were created, in my childhood, that, from well-meaning parents that were just doing the best that they could. And then also from kids at school and whatever else was going on that was reinforced. But now I'm starting to uncreate and recreate. I'm perfect the way I am. I'm this divine being. I've got gifts too. I love myself. And that's really, really where it started.
That's a tricky one. I love you. And this is something that I just noticed in my own. Like, if you grow up with those kind of messages, or for whatever reason you take on and you don't feel worthy, I feel like we got to baby step into that. Because if you look into the mirror and you're like, I love you, your subconscious is like, yeah, right. So, one thing I had heard a coach say was look into the mirror and just say the word trust. Right, where you can be open to trusting yourself before, the fully I love you, and embracing and, loving every piece of you. I know part of it is a choice and making that decision, but for for those who've had, you know, some kind of a growing up experience where maybe they didn't feel that. I think a lot of us have that, right? Where there's something in there with the I'm not worthy. But what are your thoughts on that? You know, as far as our subconscious and maybe some of those messages or affirmations that our subconscious is like, no way in heck.
Oh, definitely. Because it's, let's say, different states of mind, or even just the two, just to simplify it, ego, mind, and then soul.
Okay.
So when that core belief has been patterned into the matter of your brain, right? It can be really strong, especially if it's been triggered over and over again and it hasn't been interrupted. So just as an example, I had a client a while back who her belief was, I'm a bad mother.
Okay.
And this caused her a lot of distress. And so to try to repattern, I'm a good mother, was not. She said, none of me believes that. Or maybe not enough of her. So we did other exercises. So let's start off with, I'm a satisfactory mother. All right, a part of myself can believe that. So we worked up to, I'm a satisfactory mother, but with other exercises. So one of the transforming exercises for her that she did was, I asked her to ask other people that love her, so her husband, good friends, right? What are her gifts? That's what it was. And when she came back, she said, you know, everybody said that I was a good mother.
Awesome.
And so, well,
that's the evidence. And that I had a coach say that, you know, like your limiting belief, what is your new decision or your new belief, right? We choose what we think about. And then what's the evidence, so that you can prove to your mind when, you know, we're in our feelings or our ego's having its temper tantrum, whatever, you'd be like, okay, yeah, this is, you know, the evidence of why I believe this.
Yeah, she ended up believing she was a good mother.
Awesome.
Yeah. So we went from
a big one
to the other. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Like that's your whole foundation. I mean, she has kids. Like that's, you know, one of parts of her purpose in her life. Like that's some major foundational stuff, and that's good. I you know, just that stepping stone to get to that place.
Yeah. I mean, you know, definitely if it's, you know, if your unconscious mind, let's say, can the part where the pattern's going on there can say,
Okay.
you know what? I can go straight to I'm a good mother. Or like I can go straight to I'm a beautiful person. That can happen too. But it just depends what stepping stones you need. And every stepping stone is meant for you. Like you're meant to go that way. And that's perfectly okay.
Can you, like, from your background and your schooling, what is that difference where someone can say, you know, I see that part of my past and I, you know, yep, it was really unfortunate, but I learned some things and can really just let go of the emotional charge, versus the person who can't, or looking in the mirror and saying I love you versus the person who can't? Is there something in the brain or something psychologically within us for that difference?
From what I can see, because, you know, every individual is obviously different, and
Right.
also every individual knows the best for them. I'm not going to think I know better. Nope,
Right.
you are. This is actually one thing that I wanted to actually emphasize is that, okay, sure, my business is called Soul Body Healer, but you are the healer. I'm just the guider of the healing.
Right.
So I'm going to help you navigate what's going on in there and what's going on in here.
Right.
But ultimately, you know what the block is. From what I can see, self-judgment is a huge block in people. And even in my own self, when I decided to choose to not believe the critical mind, or the ego mind, or the cloud of depression that was
Right.
critical because disidentify, then I was like, And then I do a lot of mindfulness. Mindfulness is very, very transformative, not only in sitting meditation. So in a sitting meditation, let's say, whatever is going on inside, the mind might want to judge it. Or like, oh, I'm not meditating properly. I'm not a good meditator. Oh, my mind was so, it's so noisy, right? It's the, oh, that's interesting. Just judgment. Or even disidentify even more. Just thought. And then gently, compassionately bringing your focus back to your point of focus. So that whole practice, because it's not sitting in the stillness that's strengthening your brain and giving you all those wonderful benefits that people talk about. It's the refocusing, but it's the refocusing non-judgmentally, with gentleness, giving yourself compassion over and over and over again. So that's one way to practice non-judgment. And then another way is in your everyday life. It pops in, say a criticism, a judgment, you should, there's certain words, right? You're supposed to be, you need to, you should, or flat out criticism. Those things can just be suspended with curiosity. That's in there. That's okay that it's in there. I'm going to focus on something else. Or if it's a criticism, oh, I remember when I did that well, when that person gave me that compliment. Right, yeah. That's just that old pattern. I don't believe that. And I think with judgment also, it's important to realize that there are, so other ways I've actually switched my thinking is instead of saying negative emotion, positive emotion, comfortable, uncomfortable.
I like that.
Or helpful. So in speaking with judgments, I say there can be helpful judgments and unhelpful judgments, because we're not condemning anything. That would be a judgment. So the unhelpful ones is what I'm talking about. Those are the ones that are limiting you. They are telling you that you're a limited being in some sort of way. You can't do this. Maybe it zaps your energy, and then you feel all, sunken inside, and you can't go forward with your beautiful, amazing self. And then the helpful judgments, we have to do those every day. How else would we pick what to eat, what to wear, what partner to choose, what career to go into? Like we have to. We're always making those decisions all the time. So those are the helpful ones. And it's just a matter of going into what is the highest path for me? What is the highest decision for me? And then we're making spirited judgments.
I like that. I'm just typing it out. Bad or good. I'll just say bad or good, negative or positive, it's similar. I think those are really good. Those are really good words to reframe that. Yeah. Is this helpful for me? Same with the food that Karla was talking about earlier, right? Like, is this a helpful food choice for me or an unhelpful, right? Or comfortable, uncomfortable. I like that.
What's interesting with the food that I recently did with a client actually was, her belief system was, if I have pizza, I'm going to feel bloated and gross, and it's going to affect, this thing in my belly and, So in terms of what is believable, we said, okay, is one slice of pizza okay? Okay, I can believe that one slice of pizza is okay. And I clear anything that's unhelpful in this slice of pizza, and then enjoy the pizza. Don't think about it. Just enjoy the one slice.
Right.
Because now you've believed only one is good. If you have a second one, maybe you're going to have those digestive issues. So let's keep that one for now. Maybe we can get to the whole pizza if it's in your highest good, but you'll also have to make that decision too.
Right. That's good. And then you're not depriving yourself, because I think a lot of people out there like, oh, I won't eat those certain things because I feel like sometimes it can come into a punishment or something that they learned in childhood, or it ends up where you end up having the pizza after you said no, and now you're hard on yourself, right? And it's that cycle of that that loop that continues. So that's good, because in everything in moderation, right? And setting an intent of what it's going to help you with you in your body.
And what does that judgment, right, do? It causes resistance. So now in the mind, the soul is like, be gentle, be gentle. The ego is like, no, I need to punish myself for this. And in a tug of war, there's that red flag that's in the middle. It's not going anywhere.
Right.
So let's just release. If working on the ego, just saying, it's okay. Then it moves. Then there's transformation, there's shifts.
I heard the holistic psychologist, I think it was her, she said, just tell your ego you're not going to die. It's okay. We're safe.
Yeah. Because that's its main, that tends to be its main mission, right? It wants to keep you safe. And then there's going to be times like in this physical world, right? Because it's made out of this physical world. So it wants to keep you safe in this physical world. Most of the time, cheetahs are not chasing after you. Cars are not, veering at you. So most of the time, it's safe. There's only very, very small, minuscule amount of time where you're not.
Right. Yeah, that's neat. So if someone has had something pretty big that happened to them, kind of how do you help them reframe? Do you have them look at it, heal the incident, or could even be, the role their parent had or something in childhood, and like reframing it to be in the present and in today without going back and forth, right? Or back into that loop.
There's different philosophies on what to do, right? I think you're probably talking about trauma.
Yeah.
So first of all, it probably depends. Well, it would depend on where they are in their understanding of it, because if they still feel unsafe, they need to get safe. They need to feel safe within themselves, within their body. They need to be doing healthy things, because if we go back there and the first coping skill that comes out afterwards, because they're feeling all the emotions again, is, I'm going to reach for alcohol, food, let's say an unhealthy relationship, then, okay, let's heal those first so that you have helpful coping skills that when emotions do come up, that you can reach for those helpful ones. Right. So that would be the first thing. And we're going to go back. So I also do hypnotherapy. So I want to make sure that the person can tap into their divine self, their soul, their inner energy, whatever they call it, right?
Right.
Can you tap into that and believe that you're this beautiful soul with gifts and you're all love, and send yourself compassion.
Right.
And especially send your child self compassion. These are necessary, because I have done a preliminary hypnosis for somebody where they could not tap into that. And so I knew, okay, we're not going to go into a regression, which is basically let's go back to the time of the incident, because then it's going to be really hard for your soul self, your older self, to give that love and necessary what your younger self needed. And that's really, really important. And then, I don't like saying risk, but it could just not be helpful. So that's one thing. Main thing is, I want to be helpful. So readiness of where they are along their path already, and how they see themselves now. Because in that case, then, okay, we're going to work on self-love and connecting to your inner energetic self. That is your true self. That is your infinite. This is your infinite.
Right.
This is finite. Both.
Right.
But we're going to go back in time, because the infinite part of us can time travel and rewrite stories and meanings. And so that it's so transformative when a person goes back there, and then I can see the emotion on their face, and they're giving love to that, and what their child self or their younger self needed. Whoa! And then they come out of it, and they're just thinking, "Oh, I feel good."
Yeah. Oh, that's so beautiful. So then connecting to their self, to their higher self, is that just simply you're asking them those questions about, can you give yourself compassion? That is that how you connect them to themselves?
Well,
or I think it's just how right?
Yeah, I mean, there's conversation and how you experience, and do they have any practices? Like for me, meditation, breathing techniques, chanting. Those things connect me, but what connects them? A lot of people, they connect with nature, hug a tree, as people talk about. But then also in meditation, a guided. So there's a little difference between a guided meditation and a hypnosis. So I kind of interchange the words in a way, because some hypnoses can seem really much like a guided meditation. So I'll do one of those where they can see their soul and connect to them, and what are their qualities and things like that, and see what comes up from there. Because usually in a hypnosis, or not say usually, one type or one method would be, I'm guiding them, and then I'll ask them, what are you seeing right now? And then they'll describe. So it's didactic.
Neat.
That's a big difference. Yeah.
Yeah.
So then I know. Then we'll try to, bring them a little closer if they seem like they're not really connecting. But if not, that's also where they are.
Right.
And a whole bunch of acceptance piece, and that's okay.
Right. How is it? So as I've been, getting into coaching and healing and stuff this year, how do you, as a professional looking at, let's say you're at a party or you're talking to someone and you hear something and you're just like, oh, wow, like you see it and you're like, that's either a wound or, something like that. Where I know we're not to draw, like fix people or draw, open them up necessarily, and it's their journey. But where's that fine line when you say something and when you don't?
If
you just smile and nod, like, yep.
I'm trying to think of something specific. It depends on if that person wants a comment or not. But just something loving. Yeah, something loving and uplifting.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, because we don't want to project on them. It could even be just us, right? Our projection of, we see something in them that we have, and it's really is about their journey and not putting our views on other people.
Oh, yes. It's really, really important to not assume anything. It's they are their own healer.
Right.
And also helpful, and I know you know this because we're in that same group, right? Is seeing the other person as the lovely, amazing soul that they are.
Right.
Because the ego has been created and maybe is stuck in something where they have chosen to feel that suffering. And that's okay. That's what they need to, they chose it. So if I'm seeing them as their soul that is perfect and whole, then perhaps they can see themselves that way too. I give some examples in that way that I've been doing for years. The first example I can say is, and I wasn't really doing it in a spiritual manner, but I used to work in an addictions treatment center.
Right.
And, it was my internship, and then I did some contracting. But anyways, and so I was doing the group stress management, play, just like usually more the uplifting stuff, but there's hard stuff in there. And And I'd never, ever encountered an angry person. Whereas the other counselors would I could hear behind them, you know, or even in the halls, there's fights going on. There's a lot of emotions, right?
Right.
There's a lot of emotions, and there are a lot of perceived judgments. And I could hear, and I can hear kind of an undertone of assumption that, oh, that person, oh, they're an addict, and so they're lying. And so if you're going to assume that, how is it helpful? They're going to feel that. And so, you know, I remember when somebody put up their hand and they shared something really vulnerable of something that they feel so guilty about.
Right.
And I sent them compassion. And I sent them love. And I said compassionate, accepting type like words to them in front of everybody. And, you know, everybody, the participants, were always nice to me. And I always came with them as, I'm not going to assume that you're lying. I'm going to assume that's the truth.
Right.
And I'm going to honor you for the human and the soul that you are. That's all.
Right.
That's what's needed. That is healing. And I do that with every person. Every person. It's so important. Maybe you can't see how amazing and wonderful you are. And maybe you don't think you deserve love, or maybe you don't think that you're worthy, but you are. I'm gonna act that way towards you, that you are. You're worthy of love.
Yeah. And I think like as people learn how to go within and to heal themselves more and are really learning how to release the past and stay present, it's being the person that you want to be. So in that, you're I feel detaching from that old person where maybe, you know, had triggers or, you know, was hanging on to that, and really just seeing ourselves from that soul level, and other people that are around us, like family or someone, even an ex, right? There's always, or a mother-in-law, right? That those kinds of relationship where there just feels like there's often or can be some tension. It's just simply when we see them from that higher level of, okay, they're hurt in their own inner child woundedness or whatever, but they're just looking for love and acceptance the same way that we are, and seeing them from that higher soul level, or, you know, the good in them, then the other stuff that was the tension and finding just melts away. And it's not something that, you know, has that same grip on you that maybe it did before.
Yeah. You've reminded me of dual awareness, actually. So we're talking about seeing the other person as this, you know, worthy, loved being, but then also being able to see yourselves that way in a hardship, or when there's intense. It's a little easier when the emotions aren't so intense and uncomfortable.
Right.
But one of the exercises that I give people before we go back into a regression to say reprocess something is this dual awareness of, all right, I'm sitting in this intense, uncomfortable emotion, and it seems like it's never going to go away, and it's the worst thing ever. And then that emotion is spewing all these uncomfortable thoughts at me. Can I just de-identify from it, and okay, I'm being mindful of all the sensations, the thoughts, they're just thoughts, the sensations are just sensations, and then remember, I am a soul that is all love. And usually I get them to define on paper how they define their soul. Little cute, you know, even a cue card, because when somebody's in a really emotional and intensely uncomfortable emotion, it's hard to remember anything.
Yeah.
Because the emotion is screaming. It's going blah, blah, blah at you, right? So what if you have a cue card? These are the qualities of my soul. And this is a time when I really connected with it and remembered it. And you read that, and then try to sit, noticing the physical sensations of it. This is me in my physical manifestation experience. But then also now I am remembering, oh, I am this energy.
Right.
So that is usually a preliminary practice, actually, I ask people to do before we do the regression.
Cool. How I know it's going to be different for every person, but is there kind of like a timeline that you have as far as when someone's meeting with you for, like, do you do preliminary sessions, or you just meet with them one time and say, okay, based on your past and like for you and healing someone or helping them to heal themselves, is there like a timeline for that?
Usually that people that come to me have, unconscious beliefs. They've been diagnosed with mental health issues and things like that. And when the things are patterned in there, learned so strongly, then it does require as many sessions as it needs. Because it's not all, okay, we're not all just doing meditation or hypnosis every time. Right. I'm also getting to know you and helping you discover what needs to be discovered within you to release things. So it's a mismatch of things. I'll give you an example.
Okay.
But I'll give you two examples. So one client came to me with chronic pain and depression. And we did, a lot of sessions. We did mindfulness. We did hypnosis, in getting to, learn them, understand them in their discovery and in their practice, because that's the most important thing. We will have a session, you'll get some sort of practice, right? And it's you to do it every day, right?
Yeah. For the rewiring of the brain, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Or even rewiring of the brain, connection with the inner self, whatever it is. So I remember session 17, that hypnosis just did it. Depression was gone. You just did it. And so great. And I remember him saying, now I can do the things with my wife that I've wanted to do. It's like I just released him. Wonderful. Right? Session 17. Then I had somebody else, fear of elevators. We did 2 hypnosis sessions. It was gone. Whoa. Okay, well, I mean, that's really quick.
Yeah.
He was ready to release that. But then I said, okay, now that you're not scared going in, in elevators and stuff, make sure that you keep on going into elevators so that pattern doesn't come back.
Right. That's neat.
Yeah, but I mean, that's a phobia. Phobias tend to be pretty quick from what I've noticed. But other things, long-standing things, I mean, yeah, it can. I don't like to say, oh, it can take time, because what if your soul was so strong, overrid your ego and said, I choose this healing now, and then one session is done.
Right.
What if I want that to be a possibility for you too.
Right. I think it's our mindset too, and our frame of mind, like coming in, right? Where it's, I want this gone. I'm going to trust and believe that it's healed. We don't have to know how it works, but like trusting that it's gone, or, it's been healed too.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Trust is a big one.
You're talking about trust of self, or trust that they have in you?
No, well, yeah, both. If I'm going to be your guide, or you've chosen me to be your guider, but in yourself, that you are able to release, heal whatever you want, but then also the faith that it can happen.
Right. Yeah. Neat. What are your thoughts on, where society is going, with the model of therapy, and even just like the science-based versus the spiritual? What are your thoughts?
That's an interesting question.
I feel like there's a little bit of shift. I'll give you a little more information. I kind of feel like there's a shift. It's like almost like they were separate before, and now people are really, science is not able to prove everything, and where spirituality can step in. And I've been a part of some discussions of on Clubhouse, science and spirituality, and it's people from both camps coming and just talking about how they've merged them together. It's been really neat just to hear. And so I feel like there is this shift, it's not like it's only this one way and it's the logical thinking brain, right? Like if there's there's got to be an explanation. It's saying, okay, there's also other things that can happen that we can't understand or explain, but just simply that they are, like gravity, right? Those kinds of things.
Yeah. There I think there is a shift to people being, so there's this whole thing in let's say the Western studies, let's say, that is person-centered, client-centered therapy. So start where the client is. That's a really good start, because you're not assuming anything. You're not telling them, oh, this is the only modality we're going to do, say cognitive therapy, and that's it. So there's already starting to be a mix of something on the personal. And then mindfulness came in, which is now recognized as a evidence-based modality. I know where I work, one of the reasons that they hired me was I'm a mindfulness practitioner. It's all the craze. And then, so now mindfulness have been tacked onto cognitive behavioral therapy. And then DBT, dialectical behavioral therapy. There's a lot of mindfulness acceptance in there. And then there's acceptance commitment therapy. So, which is distilling, I've taken all these trainings. So ACT is distilling the acceptance part of mindfulness, which is one of the 7 mindfulness principles, and going even further. So these things that are mindfulness is typically Eastern, just like, where is it? Just like my little Buddha over there. And it brings a lot of compassion. Where does compassion come from?
From within.
Your heart, your soul. Now we're bringing in all this compassion, this acceptance, which are really, they're spiritual concepts. So they're already, let's say, in the evidence-based model, but they're just not called spiritual concepts. The spiritual psychotherapy, which is a name, let's say, that I'm growing into, because from what I can see, integrating the spiritual, it's really, really helpful. So, and then you have, I think all the different trainings that people do. There's a lot of, practitioners that are also, or let's say psychotherapists, social workers, that will do yoga teacher training. That will do Reiki or another modality. Oh, EFT. What is it called? Emotion focused tapping? Energy focused tapping? I forgot what the E.
I think so.
That's next on my list. I've done one workshop, but it's next on my list. Realizing that when you go and touch on the meridians and then say an affirmation, something's happening.
Right.
So it's just kind of like the mainstream catching up to what practitioners are doing. Hypnosis right now, it's getting there. There's studies, it's getting there. I'm not sure. I don't think it's quite an evidence-based technique yet, but I think almost. I think you can kind of say it is. What else? Eye movement EMD, desensitization.
EMDR. Yeah.
That's another one.
Yeah.
That's an evidence-based now too. People are accepting. So yeah, we're getting all these things. They're getting in there. I feel like a really big intro was mindfulness and how strong the research and the evidence is on how helpful it is.
Right. What's the so there's the attachment, is it attachment theory? And then I don't know if it's a spiritual thing. I kind of feel like it's from Eastern, is to detach. And I might not be asking the question properly. Do you know what I mean?
It sounds like, are you saying like disidentify?
Like You know what? Let's flip the question, because I'm gonna get clear on what I'm asking. That I know there's a word and it's just on the tip of my tongue. I'm not getting it right now. But pardon me?
Like detachment is one of the mindfulness.
Detachment.
Yeah, it's one of the mindfulness principles where you let go of the expectation. It is as it is. Whatever unfolds, I accept it. It's okay. Whatever unfolds. So it's a surrendering. You're allowing the universe to bring to you what is in your highest good instead of attaching onto an outcome.
Okay.
Is that kind of what you mean?
So yeah, it is actually, and thank you for that. So is that, I can understand that for the future, or like if I want something, to detach from the outcome. Is there also a piece of that for the past? If people, something happened and it's like, okay, I can kind of, I see it for what it was, and that was, part of my journey, and, not hanging out there. Does that also work for the past?
Yeah. Yeah. And that's where that identity piece comes in, where I'm so attached to this story, this version of myself, this, this situation that happened, this thing, this person that did something to me that created this wildly uncomfortable experience, inner experience in me. So if I'm going to keep on revisiting it, and those emotions keep on coming up, that's how I know I'm attached.
Right. So then how does that just take time to be able to do that? Or is it a set of, that reprogramming, looking at it from the other side, different perspective?
There's actually some research on this that say, for instance, if a trauma happens, usually it takes about 18 months for the emotion to release. I don't know about release completely, but basically, a good example is grief. If you think about somebody who passed, or somebody, important to you that passed, and a year and a half later, the emotionality of it is as great as it was like it just happened.
Right.
You have it, you're still attached to it. You haven't released any of it. If it's less, awesome. You're starting to realize that there's a grand life out there with lots of experiences, and that one doesn't define you. So time on this physical plane plays a part, but then the soul knows no time. Everything is energy. Everything happens all at once. So can you just completely just detach like that? Yes, you can.
Neat. Very cool. Any last things that you'd like to comment on, or, just kind of on the topic of healing and healing from within? Let's fly.
I suppose maybe the moral of the story is work on non-judgment, self-compassion, loving yourself, being kind to yourself, giving yourself a break, just like you would a child, your best friend, somebody you love.
Right.
I mean, that's where I can see it starts from.
Right. So much compassion, right? Because it's so easy for us to judge, and the criticalness, from whatever our background is. I've really started to observe that, and I was like, wow, I thought, I was very positive and the glass half full kind of person, until I really started to observe what my thoughts were, and if something had happened, and I'm like, not so glass half full. Let me reframe that, or what I'm saying to myself.
Yeah, and also that understanding that, well, that pattern of judgment has been there a long time. So it's going to scream at you in the beginning, and that's okay. I'm going to love that part too.
Right.
I love that part of the ego that's screaming at me in an uncomfortable way. It's okay.
Yeah. I think it's kind of like when you've been, like, let's say, earlier Joyce was talking about her mom would hug her, but then she'd say, ooh, get away, get off me, as part of her experience with her mom. So it's, you're experiencing this love, but then there's also this, I'll just say hate for the sake of the opposite, and the law of polarity, right? You have those differences. So I think that's part of the trusting too, of us not trusting, is this really great thing is happening, but I remember also bad things happen, right? And so it's that lack of trust of, oh, things are really going well. Is the other shoe going to drop? You know, is something else going to happen?
Yeah, that actually sounds to me like the anxiety mind, which always wants to catastrophize, think the worst. What is the worst that can happen? Ooh, it might happen. I got to protect myself now.
Right, right.
And then acknowledging and loving that part. Oh, anxiety mind, thank you for being there. But right now, I'm good. I am safe. I am loved.
Yeah. It's good. Honestly, I think, you know, I'd hit a big depression 3 years ago and started following the holistic psychologist, and she really talks about reparenting. And I feel, you know, that's where we are. We're these, it's almost like 8 to 12-year-old, emotionally, like that's where we are emotionally, 8 to 12 years old. And it's just coming back and saying, it's okay. Like, I'm bigger, I'm stronger, I know better things now, you know, and we got this kind of thing with your, if you imagine your own little inner self beside you. And it's good because we can move out of whatever it is that we experienced, and we can retrain our brain and, you know, lose those heavier thoughts, or just even focusing on where we want to go and stepping into that.
Oh, yes, definitely. You go back there and you imagine your 8-year-old self and say, you know this now. You're okay.
Yeah.
You can let go. And then, because that's what happens when present situations happen that are similar to something that happened in the past that we're still attached to. It's like the whole entire emotional pattern, thinking pattern. It's like we've been transformed back.
Right.
So it's just saying, I'm right here, right now. I've given you what you need. You don't need to be attached anymore. And then you go on.
Right. Oh, that's really good. That's helpful. Yeah. Good old reparenting. Awesome. Thank you so much, Effie. It was really great having you on today, and we just appreciate your wisdom and with all of your background and the schooling that you had. It's definitely helpful.
You're welcome. Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, you're welcome.
This was fun.
Good. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, I'm just going to wrap up today. Thank you so much. Thank you to those who hung out with us today. You know who you are. Big love to you. And we're here. If there's anything that's going on, or you want to talk to someone or reach out, or you're looking for some help, if we can help you, we will. And we'll be super honest. If we cannot, we definitely know a lot of great people, coaches, healers, you know, people in this industry, as we've been interviewing them since December. We've just really built this community of people who are wanting to help the collective, help people move forward. And, you know, I really feel that you can heal yourself. Those are big words, and I understand that. But, you know, by getting curious and going within, that there is an answer. There's an answer in anything that's happening, whether it's a situation or in your body, that your emotions and your any ailments, any creaks, or, you know, anything going on in your body is there to tell you. And we're just really honored to share space with you. Next month, we're doing a bit of a theme again. Friday, July 20, it's the 23rd and 24th, whatever the Friday is. I'm pretty sure it's 24, 25. No, 23, 24. It was too close to this number for June. We are on the Friday, we are going to do a theme on mental wellness, and really just looking at what it is like to have that mental, you know, good mental health, right? We're focusing on healing, yes, but what is it to just step into our power and to be healed, and, you know, to live from that beautiful space. And then on the Saturday, we are going to do healing addictions. This is something that, you know, our family has, and a lot of families have, but I just really feel that anyone that's having an addiction, myself included, you know, through many different things, is that there is a wound, that a hurt inner child, a wounding, something that's looking for some attention. And we use those addictions to to fill the void, right? To fill that love that maybe we felt we didn't get for whatever reason. And so, we invite you to come back. And if you know of anyone with addictions, or anyone who's helping people in the area of mental wellness, or has, survived their own addiction and is now helping other people, or includes that in their practice, please introduce them to us, because we'd love to offer them an opportunity to share their business and shine or showcase their light and how they're helping people as well. We have a couple of sober coaches that are coming on next month that are really fun. And I know it's going to be a great chat and discussion, and something that's so needed, especially this past year, right? When we're home, and if you're not processing what's happening and really looking at clearing the heavy stuff, then it is so easy to numb and to turn to anything. It doesn't even have to be, the drugs and alcohol, which seem to be the regular ones. It's sugar, it's numbing through social media, or, I don't know, Netflix, whatever that is. There's other ways of healing that wound, or numbing it, really, when it's just asking for some help. It's asking to be healed. So thank you again. And we look forward to seeing you again on our next Conscious Business Showcase. Have a great day.